How you guys doing today? PlayStation 3 up and running for stream. I don't know what was Sony's issue with people recording gameplay back then. Alright. Was yesterday's stream still not processed? That's kind of lame how sometimes it randomly takes like really long for YouTube to process it. Alright, who's all here? We got BCL, Zane, Sam, Kira, Gamer, Methos, Kafka, Golden Hattie, Neku, Yosuke, Zero, Dark Mask, JPFR, Arsene, Fiona, Excel, Noel. Yeah, watching on mobile for whatever reason really cuts down on YouTube's processing time. I must assume that because either more people watch on mobile, or because it's a smaller screen, maybe it's easier for YouTube to process it on mobile, or maybe they prioritize it on mobile platforms because it's more popular. I really don't fucking know the rhyme or reason, but yeah, it usually processes faster on mobile devices. My thumbnail's too menacing for you? Thanks. I put a lot of effort into it. It took me so long to make today's thumbnail. It doesn't even look that good. But you'd be surprised how much effort it took. Because it took me a while because I had to find somebody's shadow that would fit my face. And then like erasing the eye perfectly to be able to size it to my face. It took a really long time. Thanks, Yosuke. I wish it was a little bit better, but my camera's not high enough resolution to see my eye. Because I have a not that high quality of a webcam because it's normally just me in this small little corner. So you can't see like my full eye, so I wasn't able to Photoshop my eye because it's too like low quality. Because it just kind of looks like my eyes just kind of look brown on screen, but it's not. That's not what my eyes are like. My eyes are like blue and green. There's the outside of my eye is blue and the inner circle is green, but they just kind of look brown on stream. Shadows are supposed to be creepy, so the fact that it's off actually fits. Yeah, I tried with my, hey, what's up, 03KC6? But yeah, I tried to make the weird smile for it. I hope it fit. Chest reveal. Yeah. And yeah, I saw your message on Discord, Methos, but we'll see if that rings true today. I think the last 2 streams in a row were just big events. You want to stick around, Zero? We're basically about to watch some anime on stream. Or experience a visual novel, basically. Who should we do next? I know Labrys is probably the big, like, plot, but I think we should probably do a lot of the others before we do Labrys. So we kind of all get to the same point. Maybe we do, Chie, because I can't lose to Chie if I'm playing as Chie. Big brain. Do Yosuke, his is actually really good. Yosuke. We're actually kind of getting a surprising amount of people requesting Yosuke. Alright, fine, we'll do Yosuke's next. Alright. Yosuke it is, then. We're definitely going to do one of the P3 characters today. Yesterday's stream, we got like 3.5 done.
So tired. What a busy day.
So we can probably get another 3 campaigns done today, I think.
Golden Week, huh? The holidays fell on pretty good dates this year. Jeunesse will be open for business during Golden Week 2. Come for our exciting Golden Week events, stay for the low, low prices.
He really sounds bored.
Then again, it's my fault for taking this shift.
Hey Joker, I can yap all I want, but the only reply I'm gonna get is my own echo. I begin to feel lonesome, so I start mopping faster. Such is life for Yosuke Hanamura, a high schooler working at Jeunesse, Inaba's only shopping center. I get a lot of crap thrown in my direction because I'm the manager's son, but thanks to dealing with all that stuff, my skills have improved, and now I sometimes act as supervisor. Today's just another day on the job. The city, Yaso Inaba. Inaba City. What? I always get confused by the name of the city, to be honest. We call it Inaba, and then Yaso Inaba, like, multiple times. Is that, like, the region it's part of? Or, like, the state? I don't know. It's a rural country town that doesn't have anything more than rivers and mountains. At least it's got a train running through it, but it isn't useful for commuting to the big city, and Inaba's not pretty enough to get sightseers. It's a dead spot. Really, just coming to Jeunesse to shop is a pastime to the people in this town. Our store carries more than food and daily commodities. There are specialty stores, there's a food court, and a playground on the roof. I feel like a playground on the roof would be dangerous, though. We even hold events sometimes, too. All that stuff makes for some really busy weekends. When there's an extended holiday, you start to see cars with out-of-town license plates in the parking lot. And now it's Golden Week. This is the busiest this place will be all year. However...
Well, I'm taking tomorrow off. Yeah, that's right, I'm free.
Normally, this definitely wouldn't be the time for taking a day off. I saw the look on my dad's face when I turned in my time off request. But I didn't care. I absolutely can't miss tomorrow, because...
It's gonna be back.
Aw. And by partner, I mean the guy who transferred in from the city last year, Yu Narukami. There's a reason I call him my partner and not just my friend. See, he and I solved a case that happened last year in this tiny little town. It wasn't some dinky-ass problem like finding a lost cat or anything. This was big, a series of murders. On top of that, these just weren't any ordinary murders. The crimes took place in a world inside the TV. There were these monsters called shadows living there. I like that Arena kind of tries to like slowly dodge that whole like weird god plot about the fog. Like nobody has mentioned that so far. Everyone's just like, there were a lot of murders. Hey, didn't you kill a guy? Shh. There were murders, and that was it. That was the plot of Persona 4. Don't bring up anything else. You and I somehow got this power to defeat them called Personas, and from that point on we started fighting and investigating. Luckily, we came across allies who also had that same ability, but even then, every day was a fight for survival. Together, we overcame danger after danger. With comrades like these, the word friend just doesn't cut it anymore. That goes double for you. I'm indebted to him, and I trust him with all my heart. So partner feels more natural than best friend. Unfortunately, my partner had to return to the city at the end of the school year. But we promised to meet up again during Golden Week. That was 2 months ago. It seemed like an eternity. I couldn't wait. But he'll be back tomorrow. I've only been working so hard lately, so I could take Golden Week off. I'm so pumped about tomorrow that I just can't relax.
Alright, time to go home and get ready for tomorrow. Let's go, Teddy.
The P3 cast almost never mentions Nyx, yeah. You just don't mention the weird, god subplots. Everyone kind of tries to ignore them. Teddy's this, he's this animal suit thingy that we met last year inside the TV. He's as featherbrained as they come, but you just can't bring yourself to hate him. Yeah, the P3 cast also refers to it as, like, that battle, so everyone kind of knows what you're talking about. But the P4 cast just kind of, like, completely ignores the Amino Sagiri plot. They're like, let's not fucking discuss that shit. I ended up being the one taking care of him. I took advantage of his appearance, and now he works as a costume detention grabber for Juness. He's supposed to be on the same shift as me.
Teddy! Hello? Where is that guy?
That's weird. He usually comes running in, ready to leave work. I asked the cleaning ladies, but nobody's seen him since lunch. This is getting strange. He looks laid back, but he's a responsible worker, so I doubt he's slacking off.
Is this him? Oh, it's Chie. Yo, Chie, what's up?
Oh, I'm glad you picked up. Are you free to talk right now?
Chie. She's a fellow classmate at Yosogami High School. She's another of the comrades that fought with us last year. Those of us who used personas formed an investigation team and went about solving the case. We did it because we were the only ones who could find the killer and stop the murders. You was our leader, just so you know. Chie was in charge of brainstorming, I guess. Oh, and steak. I mean, not that she was our leading expert on steak, but she just liked it a lot. Not even giving her the leading expert on steak role. Ugh. She can't wait for Yu's return either. Is she calling about tomorrow? She probably just forgot where we're meeting up. I decided to mess with her a little.
Yeah, I just got off work. Didn't I already email you about tomorrow? You deleted it without reading it, didn't you?
I didn't delete it!
She's so defensive. I didn't even send her an email. Hilarious. Anyway, she suddenly gets serious. Again, we're back into the internal monologue of the characters. It feels great. Where Yosuke actually plots out, like, how he's gonna mess with people.
Anyway, I heard a sort of disturbing rumor.
Uh-oh. Those damn rumors again.
The Midnight Channel might be back again.
Huh? The Midnight Channel?
That takes me by surprise. The Midnight Channel. That was an urban legend that became popular last year. Oh good, another character's plot is gonna recap this. If you stare into a blank TV at midnight while it's raining, you'll see your true love. Sounds sketchy, I know, but it was true. I mean, you didn't see your true love or anything, but it did show somebody on the TV. Long story short, whoever was shown on it was the next victim in a series of murders last year. But it turned out that there was some crazy guy doing the actual dirty work. In the end, we showed him and put the urban legend to rest. Or at least so I thought.
There's no way. Who told you that?
An underclassman at our school. I tried to get more details out of her, but she took off in a huge hurry.
Dude, you didn't growl at her or anything when you asked her about it, did you?
I can see it now, Chie grabbing the poor kid by the collar, scaring her out of her wits. She'd do it too. She doesn't stop once she gets an idea in her head.
But no, I was completely normal. At least I think I was. So anyway, the girl she was with said something about a fighting show. I didn't get any details, but she didn't seem like she was lying.
Fighting show? That's nothing like what was being shown on the Midnight Channel last year. Maybe she was just mishearing the other students talking about some normal sports program. No, wait, I think I overheard some customers talking about that today. Whoa. They were talking about the Midnight Channel?
And hey, the forecast says it's gonna rain tonight. Why don't we check it out?
Yeah, good call. If this is for real, we can't ignore it. But if it turns out to be a hoax, you better buy me dinner.
Then you owe me steak if it's true.
What? Anyway, I'll talk to you later.
I was trying to lighten the mood, but things didn't really turn out that way. I'm sure my partner would have done a better job at it. He'd say, "Don't worry, I'm here," or something. Still.
Midnight Channel, huh? If it's true, that guy is a disaster magnet.
Come to think of it, the incident last year started the moment you came to Inaba. If this new Midnight Channel rumor is true, I'm gonna start calling him the Mystery Maker. That is, if it actually shows anything. Honestly, I'm around 90% sure nothing's gonna happen. There's no way anything's gonna show up.
Oh yeah, I should call Kanji too, just in case.
Kanji was another member of the investigation team. He was a year younger than the rest of us. Well, not the rest of us, actually. He's the same age as half the group. Naoto and Rice are the same age. Because of his looks and the way he speaks, people get the impression that he's a violent hoodlum. Poor dude. He's actually a hard-working, honest guy. He's not the type to screw around at night. I'm sure he'd be eager to answer a call from an upperclassman like me.
Huh. It's not picking up.
Maybe he's too busy knitting something. Despite appearances, Kanji has a surprising knack with delicate needlework. And he's no slouch either. His work's as good as people who make a lot of money selling this stuff. Up until last year, he'd kept that hidden because it doesn't mesh up with his image. But a lot of stuff happened, and now he's not so hung up on it. He now sells his handmade knitted dolls at his family shop, Tatsumi Textiles. They're actually pretty popular, and lately he's been carrying yarn and knitting needles with him at all times. Come on, answer already.
Guess I'll try his home phone too.
Tatsumi Textiles should be closed now, so I shouldn't have a problem getting through. And to back up my theory, Kanji's mom picked right up.
Hello, this is the Tatsumi residence.
Oh, I'm sorry to call at such a late hour. This is Yosuke. Is Kanji-kun there?
Oh, hello, Yosuke-kun. As for Kanji,
Huh? Did something happen?
I can't find him.
You can't?
I thought he was sleeping in the living room, but he wasn't there when I checked in on him. I thought he might be with you.
Oh, yes. We're gonna have an all-night study group, and I bet I just missed him. I'll wait up for him here. Okay then. Good night.
Oh, that's nice. He tries to make sure Kanji's mom doesn't worry. Oh man, I totally panicked there and come up with some lame BS. Kanji's not there. He left without a word, without a trace. I suddenly thought of Teddy, too. No one's seen him since this morning, either. He didn't tell me anything about where he'd be. Hold on, could this be...
Why am I freaking out so much? This is Kanji we're talking about. So what if I can't get a hold of him? I'm sure he's fine.
I try to reassure myself that everything's okay, but my anxiety doesn't go away. First they disappear, and then this new midnight channel. Give me a break, man.
Oh, damn it. I just want to fall asleep.
Of course, this is Yosuke's room. This seems about right. And the bike says Atlas on it, that's fine. And then Teddy's lives in the closet. That also seems surprisingly on point. I figured Teddy isn't home either. I grabbed some food and headed to my room. It's been a while since I had to wait for midnight to watch the Midnight Channel. The wait is so long. I can't do anything but keep looking at the TV, so I start fiddling with the remote.
This is iNews, and here are our top stories. We begin with a hijacking of a domestic flight to Kagoshima yesterday morning. Police began their interrogation of the suspects today.
Man, things are crazy all over the country today.
Is that a Nickelback album? Oh yeah, I guess it kinda is. I recognize the album right below it, but for whatever reason the name's not coming to me. I actually recognize all three of the albums on the bottom shelf there. I can't think of the names. I think the black and white one's Linkin Park, isn't it? They all escape me. I haven't actually held a CD or like looked at an album cover art in years because everything's just digital now. Anyway. Last year, Inaba was all over the news. People I knew were being interviewed left and right. Then again, I didn't have any time to pay attention to any of that stuff until we closed the case. Jumping in and out of the TV all the time really takes it out of you. I'd always hit the sack the instant I came home. I ought to be dead tired right now, what with all the work I've been putting in at Jeunesse. But I'm so impatient that I'm really more annoyed than anything else right now. I stare at the clock and stare and stare. Damn it, move, you stupid minute hand. My cell phone rings again. It's Yukiko this time. Yukiko Amagi, another member of the investigation team, and she's best friends with Chie. Yeah, I know. Her perfect poise makes her the center of every guy's attention, but she's definitely not what I'd consider ladylike. How can I put it? She's the biggest airhead I know. I mean, if she's what every dude in Japan wants, I think we're all in some trouble. Ignorance is bliss, and to judge by all the guys who are after her, based on just her image, I really think that's true. But you know, I also think that the Yukiko I know now is better than that misplaced ideal. Because her family runs an old, high-class hotel, she has pressures that other people can only imagine. But deep down, she's just a normal girl with real feelings. Like, I really know what I'm talking about. If Yukiko heard me saying this, she'd kill me. Probably by making me eat her cooking. Her curry tastes like something they'd have to pass a law to prevent people from ever discovering again.
Yosuke-kun? Good evening, this is Yukiko. I got an email from Chie a moment ago.
Yeah, she told me too. About the Midnight Channel coming back, right?
Wasn't there an early point that that Golden, that she's super smart? What the hell? Yeah, they like did a severe disservice to Yukiko. I mentioned this about halfway through Golden. They made a point at the beginning of the game that Yukiko was super smart. She was top of the class for exams and everything, but then they kind of like... I said this before and people got mad, but they like reversed her character arc so Naoto could be smarter. Like halfway through the game they were like, oh yeah, Yukiko's not that smart, so Naoto could come up with the answer to everything. It's weird. And then they kind of stuck with that personality for everything else.
Sheesh. Bet she was half asleep when she emailed you.
I could tell she was worried, so I tried making a joke. Come to think of it, Yukiko never really calls me like this. She must be really worried. I waited for her to reply. What Yukiko had to say next took me by surprise.
I received a phone call saying that Rise-chan disappeared. Oh, I mean, not literally, but it seems they can't get in contact with her.
Really?
Rice is another part of the investigation team. She's our junior at Yosogami High. Her full name is Rice Fujikawa. Yeah, you recognize the name, right? The famous pop idol, Rice Fujikawa, aka Ricette. Last year, she announced she was taking a break and came here to live in Inaba with her grandmother. But she's started working again this year, so she's been going in and out of the city with all the stuff she's doing. From what Yukiko just told me, her manager couldn't get a hold of her all day and tried looking up at the Amagi Inn to ask if Yukiko she had any ideas.
She didn't mention any problems she was having to you, right?
No, I think she would have told us if anything was troubling her. She was busy, but happy to be working.
I know Zero, 3K6. Can we get some more rice emojis in the chat, please?
Right. And now rumors of the Midnight Channel coming back.
Yeah.
Yukiko's voice is gloomy. Listening to this is making me restless too. And yeah, you're right, Sinful. It's really annoying. Like I said, that's one of the reasons why I don't like Naoto. Is not necessarily because of Naoto, but because they regress a lot of the other characters to make Naoto important. Probably because she's arrived so late in the story, they can't really think of another way to organically move her in. And then they backpedaled on that super hard in Persona 5 with Haru. And then they didn't give Haru enough characterization because they were afraid to have that same, like, clash. But if you're depressed, you start thinking about more bad things. Going down that road is going to get to Yukiko. What would you do? Shoot, this is the millionth time I've thought that today. Anyway, I try to cheer Yukiko up.
Well, let's not get carried away. First, we need to see if the Midnight Channel's really back.
I like that Yosuke always, like, really looks up to you and is always trying to figure out what you would do. That's a really nice touch.
There's no use worrying over things we don't know are happening. It's always important to be sure first, right?
You're right. Thank you, Yosuke-kun.
I hear the relief in Yukiko's voice when she hangs up. I let out a sigh. A big sigh that I could never have let Yukiko hear in her state. He really does make a good second in command, right? He's nervous as shit, and you often is too, but they both know, like, you can't be a good leader and let everyone else know you're scared. Teddy's nowhere to be found. Kanji's vanished too. And to top it off, no one can get a hold of Rice. And for that Midnight Channel rumor to start up again at the exact same time.
This is way too much to be a coincidence.
Out of habit, I start going through the contacts on my phone. When I reach the name Yu Narukami, I hesitate.
He's not even here yet. I'll only make him worry.
As the leader of our investigation team, Yu had the biggest part in it all. But he's done with all that now, living a normal life back in the city. He's coming back to enjoy our reunion. I don't want to make him worry.
If anything, I should call him after I know something.
I open the curtain and look outside. Like Chie said, it was raining. Yeah, Senful, I made that same joke during the Golden playthrough. Or I poked fun at that exact moment. I open the curtain and look outside. Like Chie said, it was raining. All the conditions for the Midnight Channel to show up have been met. If it's going to, that's
No,
it, that is.
Can't happen. It's over.
I say that out loud, but in my heart I'm dreading that it'll show. It was like I was almost looking forward to it.
It's almost midnight.
This is the Dark Hour sound effect, right? That tick tick tick.
Rivals. They are friends, yet powerful.
Okay, we can skip this. We've seen this cutscene a couple times now.
What the hell?
Seeing yourself on TV is really shocking. Am I really that goofy looking? No, that's not
Why'd
it.
they call me Captain Ressentiment?
I know that word from King Moron's class. What was it again? Something about the weak hating the strong? Some kind of jealousy? Now why the hell would I get a name like that? Just the sound of it makes me mad. Ressentiment.
This is too much. This is way too much. Ugh.
Now I know why Yukiko and Kanji hated the Midnight Channel so much. Well, I thought I knew all about what happened last year, but this time I'm actually experiencing it. See, everyone who ended up as part of the investigation team was on the Midnight Channel at one point. And the Midnight Channel doesn't just show any old you. It shows the weakest part of you, the part you don't want to come out, but it made super size. In other words, fake footage of you, so humiliating that you want to crawl under a rock and die, is broadcast all over town. And you and I managed to not have that happen to us. Chie also didn't have that happen to her. So I guess I never really knew how bad it felt. Up until tonight, that is. Ugh, did everyone in town see this? And it's gonna show up again every night it rains? Damn it. How they managed to go on without skipping town is beyond me. Seriously, I gotta give them mad props for sticking it out. But now's not the time for that.
Was that Teddy in that weird costume?
He was acting like the host. Does that mean he's the one broadcasting the Midnight Channel this time? Could it mean that Kanji and Rice are involved too?
Ah, what's going on?
Ah, crap. Why was you on there too? And why now? What am I gonna tell him? He comes back for the holidays and everyone's gonna be all, oh look, it's the Sister Complex Kingpin. That's messed up. Should I tell him not to come? Wait, what can I tell him at all? Knowing me, I'll accidentally call him that myself. I know I'll at least say he has a sister complex, I won't be able to help myself.
Shit!
I like that Yosuke even knows he can't help himself. As I wrestle with confusion, the sudden sound scares the living crap out of me and I panic for a second. Get it together, Yosuke, you're a third year. Who could be calling me now? Ah, hell no. Of all people, it had to be you. What should I do? Tell him? Don't tell him? I reflexively hit the answer button before I figured out what to say.
Hello, this is Yosuke.
Yosuke?
He's suspicious of me. Like, really suspicious. I nervously passed the phone from one hand to the other several times.
It's nothing. I just freaked out when you called all of a sudden. Yeah, that's it. What's up? Hey, when do you want to meet?
That's not why I was calling.
I know how I sounded, but Yu's voice was calm. What do you mean, Blackwing? It's a great thumbnail. Wait, is he laughing at me?
I saw the Midnight Channel. You saw it too, right?
Huh?
My mind went blank. It will be cool to, if they make a Persona 5 arena, to kind of hear Joker talk like this. It's so weird to hear you talk. How do you see it? Isn't it only a local thing? Don't tell me it's a nationwide broadcast now.
Did Teddy not tell you? Since we're meeting up early tomorrow, I decided to come today.
Maybe he sensed how bewildered I was since he explained everything so calmly. I see, so Teddy disappeared before he could tell me Yu was coming today. I'm still trying to piece things together as Yu continues.
I figured you wouldn't think I could have seen it, so I gave you a call.
Well, I assumed you weren't here yet, so I didn't want to rely on you.
You haven't changed.
Ooh, I can tell he's a little angry now. I can just see him shaking his head. I bet he can tell why I'm acting so nervous right now. Damn, this is embarrassing.
So how about it? You're not gonna leave this be, are you, Captain Resentiment?
Why'd you zero in on that part? Did you see how they called you a sister complex kingpin?
Mine's not that bad.
This is kind of the exact dialogue from Yu's campaign.
You think?
Jeez, he's so forgiving. That's just like him. Man, I really feel like an ass now.
Oh, I ought to tell you, that program's not the only strange thing lately. Teddy, Rise, and Kanji aren't here either. They disappeared.
When I put it all into words like this sounds a lot worse than it had when I was thinking about it. I can hear a hint of tension in Yu's voice.
Alright, we should get together tomorrow like we planned.
Yeah, at the Jeunesse food court. Welcome back, partner.
Yeah, it's the exact same, except for Yu's thoughts, but I kind of want to hear Yu's thoughts.
It's good to be here.
Talking with Yu takes me back. Calling him partner was kind of sappy, I guess, but he takes it in stride. I suddenly feel a lot less confused now. He's something. Decisiveness, confidence, he's got strength that I don't. My wandering eyes happen to stop on my desk drawer. My career choice application is in there, well past its due date.
Oh, right. Sorry to say, I forgot to pick up your souvenir.
A souvenir? Don't even worry about it, man.
You sure? I thought you were really looking forward to it. Those nurses.
Nurses?
I have a bad feeling about this. Warning bells go off in my head before I can figure out what's going on. Yu had sounded so calm because he was trying to hold back laughter all this time.
Yeah, Teddy asked me to get it for you. He said you were crushed that they got burned.
Oh, wait, this is all...
I didn't know you were into nurses.
Shut up! That's enough! Damn it, you're trying to wind me up, aren't you? Stay home, you jerk.
But I'm already here. Well, I'll see you tomorrow.
I hang up, barely resisting the urge to throw the phone across the room. Okay, don't panic. I need to call Chie and tell her about the plan tomorrow. How am I supposed to look everyone in the face tomorrow? As if it was reading my mind, my phone goes off again. Lo and behold, it's Chie. Anyone can see what's coming next.
Hello?
What the hell was that carnivore who's discarded womanhood crab?
Chie's raging at the top of her lungs.
Ow! You almost blew out my eardrum.
I haven't discarded it! I haven't! You hear me?
I let her blow off steam for a bit. Once in a while, I have to check to make sure I haven't accidentally turned on the speakerphone. She's that loud. I mean, I know the feeling, but can you please calm down? Once Chie gets tired of complaining and hangs up, my fears and exhaustion are blown away. I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna find out. Then I'll crush whoever's behind this. Juness is crowded as hell, thanks to Golden Week. I see some employees whispering to each other and looking at me, but I pretend not to notice. I run into you before anyone else. Thankfully, he doesn't bring up the nurse thing again, and instead he talked about the welcoming party he had with Nanako. Maybe there's a little truth to that sister complex line, eh? As we step into the food court, Chie and Yukiko are both sitting in their usual spots.
Good to see you guys again.
Welcome back! We missed you! The guest of honor's finally here! You're looking well.
Welcome back. Should we...
Oh, he already knows about the Midnight Channel thing. He's actually the one who called me up about it.
Oh, I see. This has turned into a pretty thrown-together reunion, hasn't it? But I'm glad you came.
Both of them sounded happy. Neither of them show this "I'm totally depending on you" attitude towards me. What's up with that?
Hey, Yosuke! Why the long face?
Shut up. It's a man thing. Just gotta deal with it.
Aww.
Oh, is it about your guidance counseling paper? The teacher asked me to tell you that you need to hurry and turn yours in.
Huh? You haven't turned that in yet? Yikes.
I said the same thing, Sinful. Why?
Shut up! Shut up!
Also, why is you wearing the Yasogami uniform if he doesn't go to the school anymore?
That's not it.
Seeing you take his seat, I clear my throat to grab their attention. I really like the subtle nods for Yosuke's personality, that he not only looks up to you, but he's really jealous as well. Alright, let's start
Well, it
this.
sucks that we can't hang out more before jumping into another mystery, but to celebrate our partner's return, I hereby reinstate the investigation team in response to the Midnight Channel going back on the air last night.
Oh, the team is back! Just hearing that name again gets me all fired up. Yeah, let's do this!
I don't think the applause is necessary.
I mean, it's pretty exciting, but the reason we're reforming the team is because there's another case to solve. I look to you for some support, but he's clapping along with the rest of them. E2 Narukami? Anyway, seeing them all open to the idea takes some of the tension out of the situation.
Well, let's get cracking. I mean, this is no laughing matter. No one's heard from Teddy, Kanji, or Rise. Just those three, right?
Yeah. Oh, I got a hold of Naoto-kun, but I didn't tell her about this stuff.
Why?
She told me she couldn't make it today because of her job, so I didn't want
that's
to worry
right.
her. She seemed pretty bummed that she couldn't be here too.
Naoto is another investigation team member. She was the last to join, and she's 1 year below us in school. Even though she's a student, she's also a detective, and the cops rely on her for tough cases. Naoto helped out a lot during last year's incident. She's incredibly skilled, but that also makes her really busy. Even after the events of last year, she's been running around. She tried to get an opening in her schedule for today, but I guess it didn't work out.
One thing's been bothering me. The picture on the TV was very clear last night.
Yeah. Going by the pattern from last year, it wouldn't be that clear until after the victim entered the TV.
But there's multiple victims, so it should only be clear at least for the ones already in there.
Hey, isn't this the first time a big group of people was shown together? Plus, we're still here. Why us anyway? And what's up with those insulting descriptions?
Both Chie and Yukiko get angry, saying it's a fake, but the pictures of them on the Midnight Channel were pretty accurate, if you ask me. Of course, I'd never admit it, hell no. I too value my life, you know.
What bothers me most is Teddy. He was acting like the host of that show.
Yeah, and we can't find him.
This smells fishy. Then again, I doubt he would play a prank like this for no reason.
I agree there. We don't have much choice but to ask Teddy why he's doing this. Which means...
I guess we'll just have to go inside the TV and find out what's going on.
Won't we be stuck in there without Teddy to give us an exit?
Uh-huh, not so. I've had Teddy keep the exit TV out on that side.
Look at you, all prepared.
I mean, think about it. What if we were half asleep and fell into a TV when Teddy wasn't over there? Isn't that a scary thought?
Like anyone would be that clumsy.
Anyway, it sounds like it's safe for us to go investigate then.
Yeah, there's no doubt that something's going on in there.
The host, Teddy, has disappeared, and he isn't the only one missing. Kanji was listed as one of the participants, and Rice wasn't even mentioned on the TV. We're just gonna have to jump into the TV and investigate. Yu gives the order.
Is everyone ready?
We're all good to go. To tell the truth, I had a hunch that this was going to happen.
I'd already lugged out all my weapons and junk today, with the intention of going into the TV. It'll be my first time in the TV world in a while. It's the first time I've done anything out of the ordinary in a while. This is serious business, but I can't help but get excited about this, you know what I mean? The days when we ran around around town as the investigation team, I mean, it wasn't all fun and games. There were plenty of hardships and sad times. But I learned a lot of important stuff because of them, and nothing really that sad happened permanently. It changed me. I've never felt so fulfilled in my life, so it makes me wonder, what about this time? Is something like that waiting for me? Something that's gonna change me.
Man, what am I thinking?
I shake my head and focus on the task at hand. We don't know what lurks inside the TV. Negligence could mean death. I leave the food court with the rest of the investigation team. This is the same cutscene again, isn't it? Yeah, you probably never clean a TV again, right? If you're in the investigation team, you just kind of let the TV stay dirty.
Picking up around town.
It's time to go. Hello, all the models.
Or is it because the TV's always a portal around you that there actually is no dust that ever collects on your screen?
I'm a little nervous.
Or fingerprints? Wouldn't that be cool?
Whoa, wait! There are still people in this aisle!
Hey, get ready! The customers are going away!
It'd be so hard to find a window of opportunity in a Walmart's electronics section where no one would see you.
Let's go!
Yeah!
This is Yosuke's campaign, but it still shows the close-up of you.
What do we do?
Feels bad, man.
What can we do? We can't stop now!
This game likes to do a lot of that flash to white. Oh shit, I forgot to change the Nightbot message. Dun. I can hear a lot of people talking from far away. Where am I? I'm at a desk. I raise my head slowly to find myself at the same old desk with the sun setting filling the room. Man, my mind isn't thinking straight. Wait, what was I doing? Shoot, did I doze off?
I should hurry home and get to work.
Ugh, I always hate when people yawn in games, because then I yawn.
What the?
All of a sudden, the sound of cheering echoes from outside. All of the students in the classroom begin cheering and rush out of the room. The hell? Seriously, what's going on? I run to the window and look down at the schoolyard. The area from the front school gate is swarming with students.
What's going on?
I look around, but there isn't anyone left in the room to ask. I don't want to be the rubbernecker just because everyone else is. But I had to find out what's going on. After some internal debating, I decided to take a look. Dun, 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 dun. There's a giant crowd at the school gate. The gate itself has some funky decorations and a big-ass sign.
You won Grand Prix?
I've seen those words somewhere before, but where was it? Where'd I see it? My mind's all hazy, I can't think. Whoa, now what?
Do you think it's funny causing a commotion like this at school? I better see everyone involved in this heading home right now.
I turn around to look at where that whistle came from, and see a female student standing there holding a megaphone. She's a long ponytail and strong-willed eyes. Damn, she's really hot. Well, we're Yosuke. When did a girl like this end up in our school? And how did I not know about it until now? She really stands out, but I don't think I've ever seen her before.
Where did they get this huge set? Some people are always up to shenanigans.
Shenanigans. I can almost see the anger baking off of her. She definitely has a lot of spirit. And yet, none of the other students so much turned around. She gets ready to blow her whistle again when our eyes meet.
Hello?
Oh, it's you. That Grand Prix contestant, Yosuke-kun. I mean, Captain Ressentiment.
Oh, right!
I remember now. That P1 Grand Prix that showed up on the Midnight Channel. You's the Sister Complex Kingpin, and Chie's the Spunky Dragon. I thought Chie was the woman who... or the carnivore who discovered her meathood. Meathood? Womanhood? Whatever. Alright, what a fantastic nickname. I just want to go kill myself. Who the hell came up with this crap? What the heck is the P1 Grand Prix, anyway? Don't tell me it's being held at school.
You're fussing up to being part of it, huh? Well, listen up. You better cut this crap out quick. The student council didn't approve this.
Huh? The student council?
Come on. Don't tell me you don't remember who your student council president is.
Student council president?
Meathood. Chie's meathood is very important to her. With a prominent position like that, there's no way I wouldn't remember her.
Hello, boys and girls of Yasogami! The P1 Grand Prix is about to begin!
God, the soundtrack in this game is so lit.
Voice. Is that Rise? She's here at school?
They're even using the school PA system.
How many times do I gotta repeat myself? This is your last warning! Stop this at once! Oh no, it's Miss Sourpuss! She's trying to stop our fun! Everyone, get her out of here!
After Rice gives the order, all those students turn around and look at us. Then they rush straight at us. Jeez, not a single one of them gave a damn about their president up until now.
Huh? Hey, you're kidding, right? Dude, Rise, do something about this.
Yeah, I know, Sinful, it was bugging me, because every other Persona game makes a huge deal about the student council president. And now it's the whole plot point of this game. Like, yo, no one knows who the council president is, so everyone buys Labrys' disguise. What are they trying to do to us? I'm not gonna start anything crazy here, but this probably isn't the time to start taking things easy either. At the very least, I should get this girl to safety. I turn towards her. Surprisingly, she's standing her ground in the face of all the students. She's defiantly staring back at them.
I warned you all.
The president tosses her megaphone aside and lightly taps one of the charging students, and he slams to the ground as if a truck had hit him. The other students soon meet the same fate. It's like they didn't expect her to do anything. Before I know it, the student president is the only one left standing.
It's amazing.
So much for that! Then how about this?
When Rice speaks, the monitor above the girl's head starts swinging back and forth.
You're joking, right?
My body moves out of instinct.
Ah! What are you?
I yank her aside and shove her behind me to protect her. I look up and the giant monitor is right in front of my face. Oh shit!
Ah!
It's probably the most clear view.
Huh? Am I dead?
What was that you did?
I slowly open my eyes to see someone I know very well standing before us. The other me, my persona, Jiraiya. The monitor was cut right in half, the two pieces lying on either side of us. I was able to summon my persona. Huh? Wait, isn't this Yasogami High? You can only summon personas inside the... Hey, that's right. Oh yeah. I finally remember everything. I jumped inside the TV with you and the others. But wait. Then who is this girl? What the heck is our school doing inside the TV? I'm sitting there confused when Rice's voice chimes from the PA system.
Should have just died. What? You aren't worth anyone's effort. You just get in the way and cause trouble for people around you.
Oh right, this is Yosuke's insecurities.
Rise.
That was definitely Rice's voice. So I guess Rice is inside the TV too, but I'd never expect her to say anything that cruel. What's going on here?
I won't let you destroy the school. You're in the announcement room, huh? Well, wait there.
Everyone
I'm
deduces
coming for
the
you.
announcement room so fast.
Hey, what are you going to do?
The student president starts running toward the school building. Then she turns around and waves.
Thanks for saving me back there.
After all that glaring, this is the first time I've seen her smile. Wow, she's cute. After that, she runs off again like the wind. And she thanked me too. So I've gotten in. No, bad Yosuke. This is no time to get all hot and bothered.
Wait up. It's too dangerous to go alone.
It was really impressive the way she was tossing those people left and right, but it's too dangerous to run around here without a persona. Besides, a world like this in the TV means. But as I try to chase after her, the PA cuts into my train of thought.
Sorry about that mishap. The first round's challenger is already here.
The watching students are all looking this way. Wait, does she mean this challenger is?
Huh? Me?
But first, the general has a few words for you all.
A nearby monitor turns on. Teddy's on it.
This day has finally come! I'm proud to announce the opening of our very own P1 Grand Prix!
Teddy, you bastard! What are you doing? You disappeared and we...
Bring out his opponent!
Hey, listen to me!
Smoke shoots out, enveloping everything. Wait, someone's stepping out of it.
You're all ready for leave.
Chie?
Oh, it's Yosuke. What a letdown.
Geez, sorry it's only me. Hey, what's going on here? Rise and Teddy both seem... Why are you looking at me like that?
Chie is acting weird. Okay, she's always weird, but this is weird even by Chie standards. Her eyes are glittering and she's... What the hell? Why is she licking her lips while staring at me?
Hey, Yosuke, can I eat you?
There's so many jokes I want to make, but... I don't want to get banned.
Huh? Sure. Wait, what?
Would it be better to fatten you up first? I'm not a fan of stringy pets.
What are you talking about?
You.
What are you saying? I mean, seriously.
Wait a second. Maybe it's just a figure of speech for something more intimate. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's no way she'd have the guts to say that right in front of everyone. As I panic, Chie strikes a kung fu pose and makes a forceful declaration.
You want to hear the reason I eat meat? Because it's there!
So that is what you mean. And why are you saying that like you're quoting someone?
Yosuke, don't worry. It'll be painless.
No, nuh-uh. There's no way it won't hurt.
Oh man. Not only do I have to learn how to play as Yosuke, but I also have to go up against Chie for the first time. I always fucking lose to Chie, even when I know how to play the character.
You'll continue to live inside me. Forever!
Yeah, in your stomach.
Thanks for the food! Persona!
She summoned her persona? Is she serious? Like, is she seriously going to nom down a Yosuke fillet?
What the hell? She has gone bye-bye. Damn it, I gotta fight.
I need to fight for my life. There's no way I'm gonna beat her 3-course meal. Alright, see you when I get my ass kicked here. I'm pretty sure this is a scene that a lot of people have probably written a lot of scenarios about. Alright. I have lost every time I've fought Chie for the first time. So, let's see how this works.
Finally,
see this? Go get it!
I am a dragon!
Come! How about this?
Okay. I think I have a rough idea of how to play Yosuke
How
now.
about this? Pretty effective, huh?
God damn it!
I am a dragon!
Yo! How'd you just do half my health bar in like 2 hits?
Jiraiya! Persona! Jiraiya! Oh, Jiraiya! Get some! Get some! Jiraiya! Oh, Jiraiya! How about this? Pretty effective, huh? Don't think you've won yet.
I am a dragon!
Now I'm pissed! Can you see this? Blast
God
off!
damn it.
Jiraiya!
How did I lose to Yosuke?
That's the first time I didn't lose to, Chie right away. But damn, she hits hard. I assume why the Chie AI is so good is because her character must be very, like, entry level and, like, not have very complex combos, so the AI is able to pull off her character very well. I assume. I lose to Yosuke because you're still level 29. Like, I assume the characters that are actually pretty high tier and require, like, skill to play, the AI probably can't do. But if Chie doesn't need combos and she's just, like, powerful, that's probably why the AI is so good. I beat her. What the hell was with her? Not even Shadow Chie was that cracked up. What's the matter with Chie? Does she go bonkers when her state gauge reaches 0 or something? She groans and stirs from the ground. She's waking up. I hope she's not gonna start talking about eating me again.
Ow!
I hope you've learned your lesson and never even think about attacking your friends again.
I quickly put some distance between us and yell from a ways away. I think my voice shook a little bit, but can you blame me? I was really scared.
First you insult me, then you kick my ass. Ugh, you moron!
Insult you?
What did I say? All I remember about what we said before the fight was her eyes, cold and sinister like a tiger stalking her prey. I'm getting serious goosebumps just thinking
You went
about
on
it.
and on about how I'm a coward and a brat.
When did I have time to say anything like that? You were about to eat me!
What? Eat you? That had better not be a crude innuendo for anything.
I meant it exactly how it sounded. I was scared to death of you, stupid Chie.
What? Oh, you're stupid for calling me stupid Yosuke.
See, that's something a brat would say.
There you go again. You're the brat for calling me that.
These two are brother and sister, and they'll never figure out the illusions with the two of them because they're too ready to go for each other's throat.
Aren't you done fighting yet?
General Teddy, that wants nothing but friends to fight, is now annoyed that Yosuke and Chie are still fighting. The monitor turns on. Teddy looks annoyed. Hey, we're the ones who should be annoyed with you.
We're done. Jeez, what's up with this?
Come on, head over to the school building. Your next opponent's waiting.
I'm not doing this anymore. You're obviously fine, so I'm going home.
But you can't. Chie-chan lost, so she can't even move from that spot.
Huh? Ow! There's something here.
Chie ignored Teddy and started walking away, but she suddenly sits down and clutches her head. Huh?
No one gets to leave until the tournament's over. Only the one who fights to the bitter end and is crowned victor can earn freedom. Good luck!
Uh-oh. The camera randomly zooms in on Teddy giving a thumbs up, and then the monitor turns off. Damn that, Teddy. You have to actually do stuff before you start with the fancy camera work. Stuff like, oh, I don't know, explaining what the hell is going on here. While I'm staring at the monitor, I can hear Chie yelling in the background. What's she doing?
Yeah!
Chie is doing jump kicks, but every time she does, she stops in midair before she lands. What the? That's a neat trick. Is it like pulling punches, but midair? Whatever it is, she's pretty good at it. She notices that I'm staring at her and turns towards me.
There really is a wall.
A wall? I try walking through the spot where Chie keeps getting stuck in nothing. Chie looks surprised and tries to follow me, but... Wow, it looks like she really can't pass through. Is this what Teddy was talking about? Only the victor can go on or something? Since when could he do fancy stuff like this? And he said that nobody gets to leave until this tournament's over, huh? So we don't have a choice but to go along with this?
Well, guess I'll be going then. There were 4 of us who came in here, so at most I need to fight 2 more battles, right?
Are you gonna fight Yukiko and Yukon then?
Well, actually, there wouldn't be 2 more battles because Yukiko and you probably are fighting right now. And then I assume we fight you.
Of course not. The only reason I fought you just now is because you attacked me first. If there has to be a winner and loser, I'll just forfeit as soon as the battle starts. If I find Teddy along the way, I'll deal with him too.
Oh, good idea. In that case, don't be so harsh on your next opponent before the match, okay?
You're the one who was doing that. I hope you don't start eating things off the floor when you get hungry.
Why would I do that? I'll be waiting, so be careful.
Chie's sudden meekness surprised me. She sees my shock and turns away. Ah, she feels helpless. It's like that one time you and I left her behind while we went into the TV. There was no guarantee we'd make it back, but she still waited for us. When we finally returned, she was so relieved she started crying. The same thing's happening here.
Chie.
I pinch her nose.
You got a really small nose, you know that?
Just get out of here already!
Chie boots me in the ass and I head over to the school building. She just doesn't know how to handle being teased by a guy. Still, with the look on her face, there's nothing else I could do. I'll hurry up and finish the Grand Prix. I pick up my pace, but I notice something. There are students peeking out of the windows at me. No, they're not students. I take a closer look at them. There's something else taking the shape of students. I guess they popped into true forms while we were fighting for some reason. They're like silhouettes. Are they shadows? But they don't really look like monsters, and I don't feel like they're actually hostile. I mean, they're not practically doing anything either. They're just standing there. Are they just extras Teddy made for this drama? If they're not any danger, then I guess I don't have to figure them out. Still, threat or not, they're still pretty damn creepy. Again, I mentioned it last stream, and I'm going to mention it again. The lack of, like, a drop shadow or, like, a black outline for this text makes it really hard to read. And I sometimes stutter over it so much. And there are things like shadows around here.
This is definitely inside the TV. But what's going on? Why is it a school? Damn it, I don't get this at all.
I have doubts, but I keep on running. I take a look around the halls as I enter the building. Yep, there it is. There's a monitor in front of the stairway that I don't remember being there before. This must be where the second round is going to be. I raise my voice.
Alright, is this the place? Bring out the next challenger.
As if in response, the monitor turns on and Teddy's stupid costume fades in.
Hey, that's my line. Jeez, stop throwing me off like that.
Yosuke would know exactly how Teddy thinks.
You don't stop this prank soon. I'm going to make your next shift a living hell.
Usually a threat like that would have Teddy begging for mercy, but he just hums a little tune as if nothing was the matter. What's with him? Not just Teddy, Rice is helping him out too.
Wait. Could this all be a surprise for you?
Sensei is coming back, so I thought up this cool surprise party. Sorry, but I forgot to tell you, Star. That sounds like him. That sounds so like him. After we solved the case last year, the TV world turned into a safe place, so I guess I could see that. But would Teddy really make us fight?
Bring out the next challenger!
That does seem like something Teddy would do. Especially after the quiz show. The smoke starts whooshing out again. 4 of us jumped into the TV at Juness, so I'm betting it'll be you or Yukiko this time. But if this is a surprise party for you, then it should be...
Yosuke! Yosuke-kun.
All right. Hey, Yukiko, I want to ask you something. Is this some kind of surprise party? You guys didn't tell me anything about...
As I walk towards Yukiko, she suddenly holds up her fan.
What's that stench?
Huh?
I thought there was a wet dog here.
Huh? Does she mean me? I take a couple of whiffs of my shirt, but I can't notice anything odd. Did I get all sweaty from that fight with Chie? Still, being told right to my face that I stink really hurts. And to compare it to a wet dog's?
Sorry. So, Yukiko-san, did you run into Teddy or Rise? They're calling this a Grand Prix and making us fight to see who the winner is. Apparently we can't leave until...
You're talking too much. I have about as much interest in what you're saying as I do in plankton.
Plankton? But you can't even see those without a microscope.
That's the point. Yukiko's acting strange. Even stranger than Chie. Well, not crazy strange. She acts more like Yukiko than ever, but she'd never come out and say something that mean. Anyway, back to the topic at hand.
Yukiko, this isn't a welcome back surprise for you, is it?
No, it's a Grand Prix for you, Yosuke-kun. And given what a goddamn pain in the ass it's been so far, I can't wait till it's over.
Dude, what's with the language? Have even you gone nuts? What the hell, man?
Goddamn pain in the ass. These are all Yosuke's trigger words. Wow, this is the exact opposite of how she normally acts. She really is a Snow Black. Wait, so if that's what the commercial called her, and the way Chie was acting...
Oh, so that's why hers was carnivore.
Yosuke's has the opposite party members actually acting the most like their nicknames. That makes sense now. Those nicknames have some truth to them. But why? Because Teddy told them to act that way? They're not all crazy, are they?
But the Grand Prix for me? What's that supposed to mean? Now you're ignoring me? Ugh. Even if this is all an act, it's still soul-crushing. Hey, listen. We can't leave here until the Grand Prix ends. So let's just half-ass this. If you don't mind going on to the next round, I'll forfeit without attacking you. Oh, though if we did it that way, you'd have to fight again.
It'd be faster if I won and got my hands on Teddy. I hate to make Yukiko go on ahead and have to fight even more of us. That's probably not such a good idea.
Hey, Yukiko, will you lose this round for me?
Even though you've lost in the battle of life?
Yikes, this Snow Black is really bad for my fragile ego.
Well, to be fair, Keith, everyone acts like a real asshole in this. That's kind of the point. It's not just Yukiko. Yukiko suddenly opens her fan in one fluid motion. She smiles faintly, but her eyes aren't smiling. Wait, she's pissed at me? So what? Now Snow Black can't take being called Snow Black?
Why is my fan so large? Why, my dear? The better to shut up that filthy mouth of yours.
Isn't that the wrong folklore?
That's the wrong fairy tale.
Ah, I said that.
Oh, fine. I'll end this as quick as I can, so bear with me for a bit.
Wow, things are starting to heat up. Let's get this battle started.
Dang it, Rice. Quit goading her on. Yukiko's being nasty in a different way from a carnivore, but I've got to take her on.
Damn it. Looks like I really have to overcome the Amagi challenge if I want to get out of here.
I forgot about the Amagi challenge. Doesn't Yosuke have an advantage against Yukiko? Because doesn't his awakened persona resist fire? Or does it resist another element?
Finally.
That's all Yukiko does. But we don't have awakened personas here yet. Oh, yo, what the V-slash thing is weird. I can't get the hang of that.
Just getting started.
Yukiko jumping, or Yosuke jumping backwards, I also haven't gotten used to.
Persona!
Gotta get out of this fucking corner. Holy shit, she's annihilating me here. I miss that V-slash every time.
Can you see this?
I keep doing it though. I'm trying real hard to get it.
Just get down!
I should put her fire out, right? Fucking time. I'm not good at Yosuke.
The slim difference was an exciting factor.
I lost track of who I was halfway through that fight. After I used Garudyne, I was watching Yukiko. Hate to admit that, but it's true.
Finally. Fight!
God, I miss this V-slash every time.
How about this? Pretty effective, huh? Go, Jiraiya!
Well, I can't control Garudyne if I think I'm Yukiko halfway through the fight. Right, I nailed it that time. And I broke her persona, which means I don't think Yukiko can do much without her persona. There we go. Got a hang of it.
Better luck next time.
The navigator is annoying even in this game, dude. She just says, like, nothing of value. Chie came to her senses when I beat her, so what about Yukiko? I'm still scared out of my wits, but I try to talk to her.
Yukiko? Are you alright?
Oh, thank goodness. You've gone back to your usual self, Yosuke-kun.
What? Oh, are you back to normal too?
Huh? But you just seemed so eager to fight no matter how I tried to stop you. You said things like, I was taking the easy way out. I was sure that you just weren't in your right mind. You noticed that Tere and Rise-chan are acting strange too, right? I think maybe they're under the enemy's control.
Yeah, she's like one of my favorite Golden characters, and that doesn't mean the Navigator isn't annoying. She just randomly says stuff during the battle that's super distracting. That doesn't sound good. Crap, so this isn't an act? They're being mind-controlled or something? That explains a lot, actually. Damn it. Some surprise party. Still, Teddy's controlling people? Or is Teddy being controlled by somebody else?
Control? Who could make them act that weird? No ordinary person could pull that off.
I saw that there was, like, Navigator DLC for this game. Why would you pay to have somebody annoy the shit out of you?
And why would they do it to start a stupid tournament like this?
I think back to what Yukiko said before we fought. It's a Grand Prix for you, Yosuke-kun. For me? Like hell it is. I'm not getting anything out of this. I'm not enjoying it. I'm not.
In any case, I'm gonna go put an end to this Grand Prix. If it's just us four, there's only one more battle to go.
Yukiko didn't know what was going on either, so I explained what I'd found out. Only the winner can move on. And nobody can leave until there's a champion. And that since I'd fought Chie and Yukiko, my next fight should be with you, and that would be the end of it.
Oh, and one more thing. There was a student council president.
She wasn't in that intro movie that aired on the Midnight Channel, and she acts like she's against the whole thing, so I don't think I'll end up having to fight her, but she doesn't know about personas, so I can't just let her run around loose.
Oh, do you mean the girl with the ponytail?
You met her?
Mm-hmm. When I talked to her, she said she was going to the announcement room. I tried to stop her, but an invisible wall blocked my path.
Oh yeah, that's right. She said she was going to the announcement room to stop Rice. That's not good. If Rice is being controlled by someone behind all this...
That girl's in danger.
Really?
Sorry, I gotta go. I'll end this as fast as I can and come back for you.
Oh, okay. Be careful. And try to help out that girl. I'm sure you can do it, Yosuke-kun.
Aww. She trusts in him.
Got it.
Yukiko's clear, strong voice gives me that extra push. This stupid tournament might look stupid, but if there's some third party behind this, it may be more serious than I thought at first. Anyway, to the announcement room. Feats don't fail me now. Damn it. It's supposed to be pretty easy to get to the announcement room, but thanks to all these stupid invisible walls, I have to take the scenic route. I finally managed to make it to the second floor. If I keep going straight, I'll get to the stairs and then I'll be right there.
Ah, Miss President!
I found her. I can see her running up ahead, her long ponytail trailing out behind her. But there was another shape next to her, a round, familiar one.
Over here! Over here! Teddy! Damn it, was I too late?
I tried to catch up, but I ended up slamming into an invisible wall, falling to the ground.
Ow! It felt like my butt cracked.
Hey, that's the original joke he made.
Come on! Don't pull me like that!
Miss President, are you okay? Let go of his hand! That bear's not in his right mind!
I shot out, hoping that I could at least get my voice to reach her, but the two of them disappeared through the emergency exit at the end of the hall. I knew it. She might be strong, but Miss President isn't a match for a persona-toting Teddy. She has to have been captured.
He's definitely being controlled.
Teddy's not the type who would walk a girl home. I think. I mean, he wouldn't do anything if she didn't want him to, at least. Where's he taking her? Is he up to something? Then it dawns on me.
If that girl doesn't have a persona, how did she get in the TV world?
In order to get into the TV, you either have to have the power to use personas, or get someone who does it to help you into the TV. And by help, I mean that person could force you inside of a TV too. That's actually what was happening in the series of murders last year. Again, ignoring the weird-ass god subplot, horrible thoughts start to race through my mind. Is that what's going on with the president? Is she just another victim? Victim. That word brings to mind someone else.
Saki-senpai.
Oh. I lost someone that I liked in those murders. I couldn't save her and she died. If Miss President was also forced into this world like Saki,
Damn
then...
it, I'll save her.
Teddy went through the emergency exit. If he went up the stairs, then the announcement room should be right there. As if my growing desperation wasn't enough, the stupid invisible wall only makes things worse. I managed to calm my racing heart and begin running to make my way to the announcement room. While avoiding the walls, the next spot I managed to make it to was the music room. Damn it, I want to go up, not down. There was a familiar monitor hanging from the ceiling. So this is where the next fight's gonna be, huh?
Hello! Looks like you're on a roll!
Teddy, what did you do with Miss President?
Aw, how nice of you to worry about someone else!
It's like half of what Yosuke's been doing is worrying about someone else.
Can't let your guard down in this battle. Come on, bring out the next challenger!
Smoke begins blowing out as Teddy makes his announcement. A silhouette appears. I can tell who it is already. There's no way I can mistake that shape. Besides, by process of elimination, there's only one more person it could be.
Nanako!
Whoa, that's the first thing he has to say?
Ah, I knew it would be you. And Sister Complex Kingpin, just like the others.
Oh, this is not good. I have to fight you. Yep, good old you, my partner. And his embarrassing nickname.
Then again, Nanako-chan always was precious to you, so...
Yosuke, it's true that this is a battle you have long desired. But I have something I want to say first.
A battle I long desired?
I thought that there would be no reason for us to fight. Until now.
Huh?
How dare you, calling your Nanako-chan in that intimate way!
What?
Yes, sir! I'm sorry, sir!
He looks ready to kill me. I bow as deep as I can, just so I don't have to see his bloodshot eyes. Oh god, it's horrible. If only I had a camera so I could show him this later.
Forgetting Nanako-san for the moment, it seems like there's someone here besides us.
So, he calls her Nanako-san now? What's the difference between san and chan? What? I guess Chan is something you say, like, to be cute. And San's formal or something?
She can't use a persona, so I thought maybe she was dropped in here. You?
Yu's eyes turn dead and he raises his sword.
Why would you forget Nanako?
That's ridiculous!
Chan is like for little sister? Ah, okay.
I mean, come on, Nanako-chan really likes you, no matter what. She's always telling me how you're such a nice big brother and how you're so cool.
I just want him to calm down so we can talk. Maybe if I avoid talking about Nanako, I can steer this conversation in some other direction.
Yosuke, enough. You always talk to Nanako? Why? Where? What do you mean by always? What was the precise date and time when you spoke to her?
What was the precise date and time?
Oh crap, I was lying, I'm sorry.
What? You were lying? Are you saying that Nanako doesn't like me? That she doesn't think I'm nice or cool at all?
Why are you so hung up on that? For heaven's sake, I'm getting really sick of this crap. So let's just fight. We'll get this over with, okay? And then we can both calm down and talk like rational people.
Are you saying Nanako doesn't think I'm cool?
I'm not gonna hold back at all. I know you can take it. Anyway, here goes!
If he's not gonna listen, then I've got no choice. I'll get him to fight me and bring him back to his senses. It's a better use of my time than trying to talk him down anyway.
Sorry, Nanako-chan. Ha-ha! That Nanako-chan! What a dummy, right?
That's it! Your life is forfeit!
Alright, just as planned. I'll fix you up, partner. But damn, his eyes are scary. Is this what Izanami saw? Oh lord, I have a feeling this is gonna be a tough fight. I like that everything about you is just question marks. I guess because he's supposed to be player insert, right?
Final. Fight!
Time for some confusion!
The AI is like not phased by being confused at all, by the way.
Persona!
Oh, how did that miss? Because I'm up close? Alright, so, what the fuck? How about you don't combo me?
Over here! I'll show you, man.
Alright. God. I almost had it. It was that fucking big-ass combo he just hit on me. Oh my lord. If I blocked that combo, I would have been fine, but Jesus, he took out like half my health bar with that.
Final.
This is the losing stream, huh?
Go, Jiraiya! Behind you! Mine! Can you see this?
Ugh. Dude, I did a juggle for the first time. It happened.
Here goes! Do it, guys!
Easy. Guys, did you see it? I did my first cute little air juggle. It happened. The battle is over. Yu looks up. It's his everyday composed face. Looks like he's back in his good old self.
Yosuke, are you back to your usual self?
That's my line, damn it! Oh wait, that's right. Did I seem strange to you?
You know, Yukiko said the same thing. Oh wait, so did Chie. Something's not right. Carnivore Chie, Snowblack Yukiko, Sister Complex Kingpin Yu. I was wondering who'd be powerful enough to brainwash all three of them into acting all weird. But is that what's really going on? Evo is 3 letters, Sam is also. Coincidence? None of them remember what they said to me before our matches. Hell, they seem to think I'm the one acting all weird. So maybe it's not the case that they're being controlled. What if I was the one being tricked here? Whoa, but that means I'm the one who needs to wake up. I hurriedly start rubbing my eyes. The character I think I've had the most fun playing so far is Akihiko. I think Akihiko fits my style better. Because you can kind of just regularly fight with Akihiko. You don't really need to mix in his persona all that much. I hurriedly start rubbing my eyes. Maybe I'm still being fooled. I know I'm acting crazy. Yu opens his mouth to say something.
You said that I wasn't your partner, so that was a surprise.
Oh, wait. Really?
Like I'd ever say that.
Yeah.
Oh good, he's relieved. It doesn't show on his face, but I can tell. I guess we're okay now. The Yu Narukami I know is the one sitting right in front of me. So I told you about what's happened so far. Most importantly, the victim. That is, the student council president that Teddy had kidnapped.
I see. And the reason the Midnight Channel seemed so clear was because that girl was already in this world?
Oh, you're right. I forgot how that worked.
So you're an Aki main? Yes, after playing a total of 4 characters so far, I am an Akihiko main. Without seeing the others. Yeah, who have I played? Yu, Kanji, Akihiko, and now Yosuke. Should probably dabble in at least all of the characters once. He's right, there are 2 ways that the Midnight Channel appears. When the subject isn't in the TV world yet, the video is all fuzzy and hard to see. But if it's clear, then that means someone's been thrown inside.
Looks like our fears were real. There was a victim already. The question is, who put her in here?
I don't know. But whoever came up with this is trying to make us fight each other in the Grand Prix. Maybe they're hoping we'll take each other out, since they'd be no match for 4 Persona users at once.
The story of every boss. Even as I say it, I start to really believe that's true. Whenever I talk with you, it's like my brain just clicks right into place.
No, it's not just the 4 of us. Kanji and Naoto are probably in this too.
Wait, I thought we knew Naoto wasn't here because she was off working.
You saw them on the video, right? If our enemy is hosting this, they've probably been forced to participate as well.
Naoto's was something with an IQ of 2,000. That sounds strong. Kanji's was... Beefcake Emperor? No, wait! I don't want to run into him! Can't you go on for me? I'm begging you!
You've begged me a number of times already. Can't only the winner move on?
Damn it, he's ecstatic. Inside his heart, he's celebrating, clenching his fists, I know it.
There shouldn't be a problem if you win. Though if you lose against the Beefcake Emperor, you might be in some trouble.
No! I don't want to be alone with him! Damn it! Fine, I'll go. This must be what they mean by you have to cover your ass for the worst.
Oh god, we're doing this again, huh?
You'll be fine.
You mean me or my ass?
No, I mean about saving that girl. You can definitely do this. It's in your hands now.
You?
Sorry for talking about my ass so much. No, hey wait. I mean, I was just a little shocked to hear that from him. You can barely notice Yu's expressions? Yeah, because Yu's normally does not have a talking portrait. So, he's not very animated. Everyone else already had a talking portrait, so they're able to react. Up until now, he's always been the one leading the pack, followed by me. And now Yu's the one telling me that he's relying on me to get things done. He's trusting me. Ha! Sister complex or no, he's still my friend.
Just leave the rest to me, big bro.
I don't think I'm comfortable having you call me that.
I'm not saying that you're my big bro, it's just... You were going on and on about Nanako-chan a moment ago, so... Oh, yeah, that wasn't you.
I try to cover my embarrassment by telling a joke, but it didn't seem to help. Now I'm even more embarrassed.
Anyway, leave this to me. I'll be going now.
I try to leave on a high note by acting in high spirits, so I wave to you and dash out of the room. Every time I think I'm getting close to the announcement room, I hit another wall and have to take a detour. I finally make it to the 3rd floor, though. And there's another wall right next to the door to a classroom. More or less an invitation to go inside, right? And to judge from my past experiences, I'm in for another battle. Who's my next opponent? The Emperor? His Imperial Highness?
No use dreading it.
I doubt it's Kanji, or maybe it is.
Yosuke-kun.
Miss President! Booyah! My ass is safe!
I was expecting Kanji, but our student president and Teddy are waiting for me inside. Looks like I caught up with them. There's a ton of stuff that I need to get straight. I start off by throwing Teddy a single question.
Hey, Teddy, what do you love most? A passionate battle with one's life at risk, of course!
There we have it. Yeah, that's not Teddy. The real one would have said, all the fly honey bears or something.
Alright then, let's fight. I'll try not to make it hurt too much, but you gotta go down. Sorry, dude.
I like that Yosuke knows Teddy enough to just throw him that question, and if the answer's wrong, let's beat the shit out of him.
Looks like you're enjoying the Grand Prix, Yosuke, just like I hoped. I held this Grand Prix just for you, after all. I'm glad you like it, Yosuke.
People have been saying that from the start, and it doesn't make any sense.
It's only in this world that you can be serious about anything. Didn't the idea excite you? Wasn't this the first thing you thought when the Midnight Channel came on? Another problem that'll help me change.
That wasn't...
I can't let that get to me. Teddy's being controlled. Those are the words of whoever's making us fight. But as he continues speaking, it's like he's reading my mind.
There is no enemy. You know that, don't you? That case is over and done with. The days where you could be special are all gone. You lost everything, and you've gone back to your boring, mediocre self again. Since you were having a hard time accepting that, I whipped up this Grand Prix. I'm on your side, Yosuke. That's why I'm hosting this for you.
There is no enemy?
But what Teddy said goes along with something else. You said it, Yukiko said it. This Grand Prix was for me. Don't tell me, this whole thing's to fulfill my wishes? I mean, I know that Teddy and Rice's personas are special in that they connect to people's minds and stuff. And Rice can do a lot of other stuff too. Is it possible for her to make people hear things that nobody's saying when they're talking? And did she use that power to set up the Grand Prix for me? Deep in my heart, did I really want this to happen?
That's not true.
You were so cool, Yosuke. You were stronger than Chie-chan, or Yuki-chan, or even Sensei. You're almost the champion. Don't worry, I'll let you win this one.
You're lying!
What's wrong? Both of you are acting weird.
Uh-oh. I'd forgotten about her for a minute there. Hey, yeah, what about her? Yosuke should know better than anyone now. You can't defy your shadow like that. I guess it's not really a shadow, but still. Why is he doing it? She has nothing to do with this. I've never met her up until now.
I prepared that girl as a heroine for you. Let's face it, there's no way you'd get fired up enough to win if there wasn't a pretty girl waiting at the end.
Prepared?
Yosuke-kun?
What the hell does he mean prepared? She's just a normal girl. No way, Teddy didn't push her in here, did he? He didn't get her caught up in this so that I can win the championship and save the Dane, did he? It was way too much for me. I stood there with my mouth gaping wide open, unable to utter a word. No goddamn way. What the hell? I never asked for any of this. How could I want any of this to happen?
That preview on the Midnight Channel was pretty good, huh? It's no surprise since you came up with it.
My body suddenly froze. That's right. I felt it when I saw that ad on the TV, didn't I? That it was the beginning. That something I've been waiting for, something that would change me, has come again.
No, that's not true!
I try to clear that thought out of my head by shouting, but now that the suspicion has snuck its way into my mind, I know that it's stuck for good. Do I really hate this crazy situation? Can I honestly say that I'm not enjoying it? No, that's not it.
Shut up! You're being controlled! I'll help you come to your senses.
Well, quickest time to... From fight to story to fight. I feel like Yosuke's side arc here is wrapping up.
Final. Fight!
Teddy always gets me first hit with that same move every fight.
Funny, you jerk! Sheesh! How about this? Pretty effective, huh? How about you? You're mine! Tentabu! There's some confusion! Mine! Slash! Behind you! Persona! Right! Can you see this?
Teddy starts saying, "No more, please," in the middle of the combo. Oh, I just realized he hits you with a fish. That's what that is. God damn it. He broke my
Sure you trade in your old one? Just getting started.
Oh, come on. I just choked super hard. Not very good at Yosuke.
Final. Fight!
Bingo! Can you see this? How about this? Pretty effective, huh? Go, Jiraiya! I've had enough of this! See, funny,
What?
you jerk! See, funny, you jerk! Just getting started! Alright! V-slash!
I miss that every time, dude.
V-slash!
Didn't miss it that time. If I can hit the V-slash, I can actually get a good combo, but I usually miss it. I misjudge the distance.
Jiraiya! Raging Teddy! Mine! V-slash! Blast off! Mine! V-slash!
There we go. That's the only combo I know.
Can you see this? Blast off! Come, go get it!
Oh, come on.
She'll get it!
He knocked me back, so I knew to use the ranged persona attack. I'm learning. That ranged persona attack that I missed multiple times up close.
Teddy, Miss President, are you okay?
I learned my lesson about pressing circle. How many times have you lost to Teddy? Just one, I think.
Yeah, I'm alright. But what was that all about? Aren't you two friends?
I can't bear the look she's giving me. Not confused, but not judging, so I turn away. Did I really want to beat up my friends? I don't want to believe it. First, I need to ask Teddy here what his real intentions are. Whatever I may have secretly wanted, there's no reason to push an innocent girl into the TV. Heck, did Teddy really do that? I bite my lip and wake up Teddy.
Ow! That was so mean, Yosuke!
Sorry, Teddy. Let's go back. This Grand Prix's over.
Huh? It's over? It ended while everyone was making fun of me?
Making fun of you? What? You were the host. You had on these weird clothes.
That wasn't the real me! Yosuke, even you thought that was me? We sleep in the same futon every night, yet you couldn't tell a beast like that apart from me!
I thought Teddy slept in the closet.
We don't sleep in the same futon. Wait, does that mean it's someone else doing this?
I wasn't too sure of him either when I first came across him. I mean, what are the odds there'd be two with someone that crazy looking?
I keep telling you, can't you tell just by looking at me? I'm much more adorable than that jerk. Check out the fur.
I don't want to break it to him, but I honestly can't tell the difference. Wait, back up, huh? The Teddy on the monitor is a fake? I calm Teddy down and get him to explain things to me. It seems that the General is some copy of Teddy, and that the TV world was like this when Teddy got here. What the hell? There is no enemy, my ass. Oh yes there is. Anyway, the reason he's the president isn't because... he's with the president. Isn't because he'd captured her. It's because she thought he was the bad guy and was chasing after him. But when she caught up with him, Teddy had begun thinking of himself as her knight in shining armor, so he was going to go with her to the announcement room. Way to confuse me.
I've been doing my best to get myself unframed. You should have seen what a manly knight I was when I defeated Kanji along the way.
So Kanji's out of the bracket? Phew. I mean, if you're not the host here, then who set this up for me?
You're saying this Grand Prix is for you?
About that,
You should know better than to listen to the shadow. I try to figure out some way to explain, but some familiar feeling, like a ring in my ears, knocks the thoughts away. I mean, not in my ears, it's in my head, but it's not a sound. It's weak at first, but I know it's getting stronger. It's...
Yosuke-senpai, is Teddy with you too?
Rise!
I can hear Rice, but not over the school's PA system. For her to be talking directly into my head like this, she has to be using her persona. And maybe it's just me, but she sounds like she's been crying recently, or is about to start soon.
I'm so glad. Ever since this weird fake Teddy kidnapped me, I've been all alone. The others are fighting each other too.
Oh, I'm here too! And so is Miss President!
Aw, the sad music is playing.
Miss President? Oh, you're right. I do sense one more presence there.
Who are you guys talking to?
Sorry, I'll explain in a sec. Hey, Rise, are you okay? The one who's been talking over the PA isn't really you, right?
Of course not. I'm not that big of a ditz. I'm in the announcement room now. General Teddy was watching me, but he left, so I'm using this chance to contact you guys.
Why was your first attempt to contact Yosuke? I guess he is currently the one winning. Actually, she contacts you when he gets to this point.
Hey, don't do anything reckless, okay?
But I can't just sit here and do nothing. Not while you're all being forced to fight.
She sounds all indigent right now, but considering how weak she sounded at the beginning, I know she's just forcing herself to act angry. She must have been scared all by herself. Well, duh. Unlike us, she didn't know if there was ever going to be anyone else coming to help her. I awkwardly recap what I know for her.
This Grand Prix might be related to me. Actually, it might all be my fault.
Why does he keep thinking that? Oh, that's right, because he's super self-conscious.
Huh?
What?
What the?
I don't know really who or what that fake Teddy is, but if it's doing this for me, a lot of things start to make sense.
If Teddy isn't the one managing this tournament, then that makes all the stuff he said before the fight a lie. But lie or not, it did make sense. I mean, even if Teddy isn't the bad guy here, the Grand Prix is being held for my benefit. I mean, that's pretty much settled. No? I think I have a good idea of who the poor sucker is.
Do you think maybe that fake Teddy didn't leave the room, but actually just disappeared?
Huh? Give me a second. I'll search for him.
Rice's transmission stops for a second. If my guess is right, there's a big chance he's already gone. Come on, let it not be there anymore. She came back online.
Shadow! That fake Teddy's actually a big shadow!
He hasn't disappeared?
Wow, the size of this one! I think it might be the shadow of someone who entered the TV. But why is it mimicking Teddy? That's what I can't...
What's up?
The person next to you, Senpai. Is that Miss President? Something strange about the reading I'm getting off of her.
Oh, is it because she's not a Persona user?
No, that's not it. I don't know how to describe it. Sorry, something's coming. I gotta cut off this chat now.
That's fine, just don't do anything reckless. I'll try to get to the announcement room as fast as I can.
I'll be waiting for you.
If the enemy's still around, it's not a good idea if he finds out that Rice can use her persona to contact us. I make sure Rice is actually disconnected before I turn back to Teddy.
Teddy, wait here. Look after Miss President for me.
Gotcha! I'm always up for spending time with a pretty girl like her.
He's such a spaz. This is not the time to be fawning over cute girls, even ones as hot as Miss President. There's a bad guy out there trying to destroy our friendships. Maybe he can be so easygoing about this because he truly believes that nothing could drive a wedge between us. Ah, whatever. Whether that's true or not, he did take down Kanji. I can trust him to look after the president. Anyway, now that Rice checked, there's one thing that I'm certain of. The true identity of General Teddy. I'm sure he's my shadow. He's got the exact same thought process as Kanji. You and Akihiko both kind of figured it wasn't... Well, I guess Akihiko wouldn't know about the other self. But you figured it wasn't his shadow. I mean, he's the only one who would be bothering to set up this Grand Prix just for me. I don't know why he's coming back, but maybe I've lost my resolve or something. You still have your persona, though. I was hoping he would just disappear once I figured out what was happening, but I guess things aren't going to be that easy. Jeez, the thought of Teddy being the culprit was pretty hard to swallow, but this is even worse. I mean, this is completely my fault. Looks like I'm just going to have to pay my shadow another visit. But just as I make up my mind and try to leave the classroom, Miss President blocks my path.
Wait, what's going on? I demand an explanation.
There's no time for that. Sorry, but you can ask Teddy about it.
I heard you say just a moment ago that this Grand Prix is for you. In which case, I gotta ask you as Student Council President.
Student Council President?
If you're going to the announcement room, you gotta let me come too. You can explain things to me once we're there.
You can't come with me. It's too dangerous. I'm just gonna lay it on the line for you here. That power you saw when we fought is called a persona. And this is no normal tournament.
I'll be fine. I'm plenty strong, you know.
But you can't use a persona. And this isn't a normal school either. How can I explain this?
I haven't had yet a good opportunity to plug my channel and let people know I'll be playing through the full story mode, and you can subscribe and hit the bell button. So I'm just gonna awkwardly shove it in there.
I'm the one that said I'm going to the announcement room first. Don't be a copycat.
Huh?
That's not your problem, miss. I'm all ready to give her a verbal smackdown, but the look on her face is so serious that I have to pause. She eventually begins to speak with embarrassment.
What she said over the PA bothered me. All that about how I get in the way. As Student Council President, I gotta have a talk with her about this.
Yeah, I forgot to fix Nightbot after yesterday's stream. I'll do it again. I'll fix it after today's stream. Does she mean the PA we heard when I first met her? You aren't worth anyone's effort? You just get in the way and cause trouble for people around you?
Don't let it get to you. It was just a stunt to make the Grand Prix exciting.
Wait, huh? This Grand Prix is all for me, and she just got caught up in it. What's the point in belittling her like that?
Of course it bothers me. I like this school.
Aw, poor Labrys. She whimpers slightly. Dude, she's like a different person from the confident girl I met before. Fine, I guess it can't be helped. I am to blame for all this happening to her, but I can't just admit it like that, so I smile jokingly and hold out my hand.
Then how about going on a date with me? A romantic getaway in the announcement room.
Look at Yosuke. What? When did he get this smooth?
Yosuke-kun. Alright, you're on.
And she accepts? Whoa. Even if she's only going along with the joke, I asked her out and she said yes. Awesome.
Wait! What about me? I want to go on a date too. You can't leave me out.
When was Yosuke this smooth? I guess Yu's Chadness did wear off on him.
Oh, sorry. You lost, so you can't leave. Don't worry, though. We'll be back soon.
No! The date slipped through my claws. Miss President, Yosuke is a nice, dependable guy. Not as much as me, though.
What the fuck? Can't you just wingman for Yosuke right now? What a bad friend, Teddy. This is payback for the time you ruined the cultural festival.
Aw, thanks for looking after me this far. I'm glad to find out you're not the culprit.
See ya. Be a good bear, okay?
Are these two canon? Miss President and I leave the classroom together. Teddy desperately tries to follow, but the invisible wall stops him cold. He keeps charging at the wall, but every time he does, he just bounces off like a tennis ball being tossed against a glass window. When he finally gives up, he waves his stubby little arms in despair. That's a typo.
Yosuke, you better not lose. You gotta protect Miss President. And don't try anything funny with her.
Shut up, I'm not you. They're already hand-holding. which is already the lewdest of all acts. What else is there left funny to try? That Teddy, well, that's just how he is. Man, I kind of want to smack him, but I'm smiling all the same. The invisible wall blocks the way as usual. I'm starting to feel really anxious, but I can't let it show. I know it would make Miss President here worry. We're making progress, slowly but surely. I have to keep trusting that we'll get there.
I really like this school.
And I really like you. That was unexpected.
Well, I'm not surprised, since you ran for student council president. Good job winning that, by the way. Oh yeah, what's your name?
Uh-oh, that's a trigger.
My name?
I mean, I can't call you Miss President forever, right? I guess your name was on the posters around school during elections, but I tend to ignore those. No offense.
She clams up, so I try to get her to open up a little more. But what she says next takes me by surprise.
My name? I don't know.
Huh?
I can't remember it at all. I've been trying all this time, but I can't even remember what I was doing before now. Same goes for my name. I completely forgot that I must have a real name too, until you asked me about it. That ain't normal, is it? I wonder why that's happening to me.
It's probably because you've been in here for a long time. You've seen a bunch of other weird things in here, right?
Well, now that I think about it, the victims who were dropped into this world had scrambled memories, with bits and chunks missing. So it's definitely possible she can't remember her name.
Oh. You mean like those persona and shadow things? What are those?
She seems really upset about this. I bet that's only putting more pressure on her. She's seen a lot. Maybe an explanation would help her calm down a little. I decide to answer every question she has, one at a time. Look at Yosuke.
Well, a shadow is another side of you. It's what you're not conscious of, or more like the feelings you didn't want to admit you had. Everyone has a side like that, an ugly part of themselves, and most people hate to admit it exists. But if you accept it, it becomes a persona, a power that can protect you.
So you have to accept yourself.
I went through that once, but it seems like my shadow's back. Well, I'll just have to accept it again.
I sure hope that's all I have to do. Of course, I can't say that part out loud. I talked like I was confident, but in reality, I'm really nervous. How can I be smiling when I'm so worried? It's crazy, right? I look at her and try to gauge how she's feeling.
It sounds rough. You think since I can't remember anything, the same's happening to me?
Don't worry, I'm sure you're just in a little bit of shock right now.
Oh, great. Now I've got her all nervous too. Trying to cheer her up, I try to play up some good parts.
You remember that you're the student council president, right? I'm sure you just need a little help to remember everything else.
You think so? You've been a real big help, Yosuke-kun.
Huh? Me? Did I do something?
Mm-hmm. You sure have.
She finally smiles. It's only a little one, but it's there. Huh? Is this really the first time I've seen her smile? Hot damn, she really is cute. I start to get embarrassed about having faked asking her out on a date and my feet speed up. Crap, now I'm literally running away from her. Talk about chicken-hearted. Finally, and I do mean finally, we stand in front of the announcement room. Miss President and I exchange a glance. Then I summon all my courage and throw the door open. I'm expecting to see the fake Teddy, or should I say my shadow in the room. What? Rice is the only one here.
Yosuke-senpai!
Are you alright? Where's the shadow?
I do. I ship Yosuke and Labrys right now, I think. Unless there's a better story so far, but it's pretty cool.
You mean the fake Teddy? He hasn't come back at all. I sense this weird presence, but I don't know what it is.
Rice looks around nervously. I look around too. I haven't been in the announcement room that often, but I can tell that this isn't anything like the real one. The room is huge, with monitors everywhere. Not to mention the giant window taking up an entire wall with a crazy view outside. Yeah, this is crazy town, alright. But what's with this weird presence that Rice is talking about?
What are you freaking out about? This is your chance to save a pretty girl and become a hero, right, Yosuke? Huh?
That's Yosuke-kun's voice.
I slowly turned in the voice's direction. There was no one there a second ago, but now suddenly there is, and he has my face. His inhuman gold eyes narrow in a taunting way. Ha, looks like I was right.
Hey there, Yosuke.
Dun dun!
Yosuke-senpai's shadow?
Man, this isn't getting any easier. But at least I can confront him without freaking out like I did last year.
I thought you merged back with me. I'll come out anytime you start ignoring me. I'm always watching you. I am you after all.
This is a shadow?
Yeah, that's right. You're me. You're the weakness in my heart. I admit it. Now get back here.
I blurted out before I have time to get second thoughts. This should do it. Then the shadow starts laughing instead.
Not bad, but that's exactly what I mean by ignoring me. You haven't changed at all since then. You just cover up whatever you don't want to see and paper over it. That's why I've returned. I'm not your persona anymore. Don't tell me.
Hold on a sec, does that mean? Forget logic, it's faster just to try it. My nervous voice fills the announcement room, and that's it. My persona Jiraiya doesn't appear. Instead, the shadow begins laughing even harder.
No way.
So you really are?
To be honest, I was still doubtful. I had hoped that he wasn't my shadow. I mean, of course I didn't want to believe this Grand Prix is for me, and that I wasn't having fun. My shadow's right. All I was doing was ignoring the problem. My fists clenched, my knees knocked, my entire body shakes.
Is this because I was weak? Is that why everyone got dragged into it? Yep. Because I wanted a crisis to solve again. Because the case ended and I was bored? You got it. I'm sure you understand without me having to tell you. I couldn't save Saki-senpai. I didn't want to ever lose someone again.
This sounds weirdly like he is accepting all parts of his, shadow. I mean, I know it's an illusion, but still.
But I still wished for this.
I was proud that Inaba was peaceful, and I thought I could finally be proud of putting Saki's death behind me. And yet, was I really faking all of that? In the end, am I just a loser who puts his own boredom over the death of a loved one?
Senpai.
I could hear the quivering in Rice's voice. No, this isn't true. Don't look at me. This isn't me. Uh-oh.
It was all your desire. Trust me, I know. I am you after all.
I could feel myself ready to fall to my knees. I can't use my persona anymore. I thought I had changed, but now I've literally lost everything. I have to accept it. My mind knew what to do, but my heart still raged against it. Even before I knew what I was saying, the words were flying from my mouth.
You're not.
Oh, Senpai, look at me.
I lift my eyes to look at Rice. There she was, with Miss President standing next to her. It was tough seeing the looks on their faces. I look away quickly, but Rice scolds me.
No matter what weaknesses you might have, we'll never stop liking you. So please, don't deny who you are.
Aw.
Why'd you have to get in the way?
Here, I finally got in touch with the others. Listen to them.
Rice closes her eyes and folds her hands as if in prayer. I see the elegant shape of her persona appear behind her. At that instant, voices pour into my head. These are...
Moron, what are you saying? Who do you think we are?
Is Yosuke the protagonist? Is he getting the friendship moment?
Yosuke-kun, we heard everything, but there's nothing for you to be afraid of.
I don't really get what's going on, but if it's gonna keep showing up, you just gotta beat the crap out of it every time.
We're all with you, Yosuke. You can rely on me too, you know.
Anyone can fall prey to the same troubles and insecurities. It's not just you, Senpai. It's true for all of us.
Is Yosuke the wild card now? Are these the power of his bonds? Everyone. Is this actually a shadow? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's an illusion. My vision suddenly clears. I hadn't even realized that I was squeezing my eyes shut.
Naoto? How come you're here?
That's well...
Who cares why? There's more important stuff at stake here.
Wait, why is she embarrassed? Also, why didn't you respond? And after Chie, the clearest voice of all.
You won the battle against yourself back then, but you can't do it this time? Yosuke, believe in us.
Shouldn't he mean believe in yourself? When I hear my partner's voice, I draw a ragged breath. I take deep breaths, not noticing until now just how much I had tensed up in the last few moments. Rice, the bringer of these voices, turns to me. From the smile on her face, I know that she expects me to feel better now. And even though she is to be scared right now, she cares enough to smile for me when I'm feeling down. That's right. I finally realized the simplest truth. The biggest difference between the person I was last year and the person I am now. Now I have friends that accept me, even when I doubt myself. How could I not believe in myself? How could I be too weak to stand up? They're all believing in me. I'm not alone, not anymore.
I'm such an idiot, aren't I? A grade A moron.
I raise my head and look straight at my shadow. Any trace of the fear I had is completely gone.
I thought I overcame my weakness and I was done with it for good. Dude, how naive was that, right? What? I'm weak. I'll probably always be weak. But that doesn't mean I need to run away. I'll keep fighting my weakness. And I'll do it as many times as it takes, even if that never stops.
My heart was calm. I was conflicted just a moment ago, but now everything has been made clear. They believe in me, and knowing that, I feel their faith in me pushing me forward. I can feel the power surging in me. The force filling my spirit causes me to shout out.
Come, Persona!
Yosuke's is pretty good. Chat was not wrong. Time for a live preview of how bad I am at Yosuke with this mirror match.
How about this? Pretty effective, huh? Alright! Here's Persona! Alright! It's slash! Garudan!
Ah, fuck. Nope.
Go, Jiraiya! Get some! Tentamu! Time for some confusion! Alright! Bingo! V-slash! Behind ya! How about this? Come! Tentamu! Time for some confusion!
Oh, never mind. We did it. Easy fights. I'm actually a pro.
You did it, Senpai! That was awesome!
I forgot about how good I am at this game. Ah, I'm so good. I let Rice's adulation wash over me. But there's something bugging me. Something that could be really bad for me.
About my conversation with my shadow. Did you?
I hijacked the school PA system.
I knew it. Everyone had been backing me up because they'd been hearing everything I'd said leading up to it.
Only you saw my shadow last time. Now everyone got to listen in? Ah, so lame.
That's not true. You were really cool, Senpai.
Thanks.
Yosuke does not feel motivated. He's not as starstruck by her as he used to be. Ugh, Miss President looks like she's having trouble finding words for this. Damn, she's horrified by me. I can't blame her. She was left out of the picture. But, well, explaining it to her can wait. I need to do something about my shadow. But when I turn around, my shadow isn't there.
Huh? Where did he go? If he disappears, won't my persona... Wait...
Something's not right. I used my persona during that fight. But my persona's my shadow, so if my shadow left me, how could I have used my persona? As I'm struggling with that, Rice speaks up.
Something's not right.
That's what Yosuke just said. Her voice is firm. Did she just think of the same conundrum that I did? No, that's not all. There's an eerie presence all around. Even I can feel it. It must be hitting Rice like a jolt of electricity. I can't let my guard down yet.
Yeah. Rise, Miss President, stay close to...
Right at that moment, the lights go out and darkness covers the room.
What the hell?
I can't believe you've made it this far. They repeatedly suffered the pain of fighting their friends, but they still didn't lose heart.
The lights come back on. When they do, the fake Teddy is standing there. Why is it looking like that now? Wait, was it the one talking in that weird voice? Fake Teddy ignores me and looks at Miss President.
No one can understand you after all.
What a shame. Oh.
Who are you?
Then you weren't my shadow?
I want to make people fight. I especially want friends to fight against each other. Then maybe they'll understand how I feel. That was your wish, wasn't it?
What are you saying?
What does it mean, this was my wish? And what's with that voice? Wait a minute. It's not talking to me. Then you mean...
Senpai, get back! The shadow's reacting to Miss President! It was really her shadow!
What?
I can feel my brain crapping open like a dropped watermelon. That's Miss President's shadow. But it just said it was my shadow. But now that I think about it, this General Teddy has always been hostile to her. Ever since we met outside the school. That would explain Rice's voice on the PA system too. Well, duh! If a normal person's in here long enough, of course her shadow's gonna split away from her. I should have known that, after all. That's exactly what kept happening last year. It did seem weird to me that Yosuke wasn't piecing that together. Miss President just looked so healthy that it never occurred to me. This is just... As if to mock my astonishment, the shadow keeps talking in General Teddy's shape.
I did exactly what you wished. So, how did that work out for you? They still couldn't understand you. No one can really understand how we feel, can they?
No! You're not me! Even though she just watched Yosuke have that.
Come on! How much longer are you gonna keep deceiving yourself? Didn't you hear them say you shouldn't ignore who you are? Here, I'll show you your reality.
With that sound, the enemy finally shows its real form. Now, we've already seen this cutscene about 12 times now.
I am a shadow. The true self. That's my face.
But that's all that's the same. Even though her shadow has the same face, her body's wrapped in metal. Miss President screams at what appears to be something from a sci-fi flick.
Well, you must remember now.
Yosuke seems to actually give a little bit more detail than use.
No, I'm not like that.
No, Miss President, calm down. A shadow doesn't just take on your appearance. You look like a twisted version of you to agitate you even more.
Yosuke unknowingly just called it her appearance twisted.
No!
I tried calming her down, but my words aren't reaching her. She just keeps shaking her head in denial. What's going on here? Shadows are things that exemplify what their originals want to be. I've never heard of them transforming into other people. The shadow sees my confusion and smiles.
It's an illusion.
Huh?
It's an illusion. Isn't that what you thought when you fought your friends? Your senses were being deceived, warping what you saw, twisting what you heard.
That's how you made my senpai fight each other. Is that your power?
Not just mine. It's actually our power. Isn't that so? Me.
Our? What's she saying?
No, I'm not like you. I'm human.
This is sort of the opposite of the problem that Aigis had back in Persona 3. Miss President crouches down and says the words that are always bad. With that, the shadow's smile grows and even more menacing, and it snaps its fingers again. At that moment, something like TV static flashes across my eyes. I rub my eyes. The static doesn't cover my entire field of view, but slowly begins to focus around the president. When it clears, Miss President has changed. Metallic limbs stretch from her uniform. Something metallic, like wings, unfurl from her back. There's no doubt she's the same as the shadow standing in front of us. She cries out and tries to cover her ears. But when she does, the sound of metal grinding against metal accompanies her movements. I see myself reflected in her the shiny metal of her fingers.
A robot?
So that means the shadow isn't some fancy fantasy version. That's her true self. So Miss President was the one trying to look like a human?
No! I'm human!
You still believe that about yourself? No human can do that. And you know it.
The shadow points at me and I'm at a loss for words. I look around, but in the end, my eyes meet hers. We both fall silent. In those few seconds, I can feel a deep rift growing between us.
Yosuke-kun?
No, don't get me wrong. I was just a little surprised.
I'm human!
Wait, I'm sorry,
Uh-oh, Yosuke is fumbling over his words. Suddenly, there's an explosion so loud I think my eardrums are blown out. The smoke makes me cough and my eyes tear up. I manage to focus and see a hole in the wall. I can barely see through the smoke, but I can see the hallway on the other side. Eventually, the smoke clears and a shape steps through the hole.
What the? I didn't sense anything until now!
It was a girl. Blonde hair, blue, crystal-like eyes. But there are metallic sounds as she walks.
So this is where you were.
Another robot girl?
It's another girl with a mechanical body, just like the shadow in Miss President. She looks at the trembling president and calls out.
You must remember, that is the only way the future will open up to you. You must accept it, no matter how painful it may be.
It's funny because that word of advice sounds like it would help her with her shadow, but Aigis is talking about her own struggle with accepting that she's a robot. But it also fits for the theme of Persona 4.
Your true name is 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labrys.
Labrys? Weapon? What? What's going on here? To be continued. I think with that we need to do Aigis next, right? There was a lot of hype for our favorite robot girl next. I feel like the problem is, I know a lot of people want Labrys next because she's got a lot of plot, but the problem is a lot of these are going to recap the beginning, so it's going to be harder to go back to like Chie and Yukiko's story, I assume. It's going to be harder to go backwards in the story if we do this. Let's do, Aigis. I need your help!
Are you awake?
I'm sorry. I had turned off my consciousness to test the new equipment installed on me.
Yes, that's why we use the emergency channel. We've been asked to go into action.
Has something happened? Who sent the request?
We'll brief you on the details in transit. Also, regulations say that the member with the lowest serial number is in command. Currently, that's you.
That sounds like Adachi.
I'm in command? Are you sure about this? After all, I'm...
You're well suited for it, in my opinion.
Understood.
Johnny Young Bosch only has one voice. He's got a soothing voice, but he really only has one voice. Men equipped with assault suits and tactical vests line the concrete ground. Their urban camouflage and unmoving poses give them the appearance of an orderly line of rocks. 30 minutes have already passed since the special assault team took up positions near the passenger plane stopped on the landing strip. Their captain glares at the passenger plane before he slowly turns around and looks at each of his men. Every last one wears a ski mask and thick tactical visors to mask their identities, but he knows them nonetheless.
Tell me about the situation and make it quick. We don't have much time.
High-pitched reserve for when Adachi and you are on the same screen. Yeah. Yeah, his voice is soothing, but it's kind of disappointing. He's only really got one voice. One of the team steps forward next to him. The touchscreen tablet in his right hand has a summary of the case on it. This is like the first Persona character to get a sprite. Like, all the generic people in Akihiko's story didn't get one. Wonder if this person's gonna be relevant. On May 1st, 2012, around 9 o'clock, a wide-body passenger aircraft headed for the Kagoshima sent out a 7,500 squawk code during the passenger boarding. Following the signal, the captain reported to the control tower that their aircraft had been hijacked. Since the uprising occurred during passenger boarding, only half of the passengers, 168 exactly, had boarded. The 10 crew members bring it to a total of 178 hostages thought to be aboard. Some passengers seated near the hatch had succeeded in escaping. The following points were gained from questioning them. Take care not to be seen by the hijackers. There are 3 hijackers, all of them covering their faces with ski masks. All of them armed with what seemed to be pistols. From their voices and builds, they appear to be males. They all spoke fluent Japanese. Currently, the aircraft in question has moved to the front of the landing strip at the hijackers' insistence and has stopped there. The authorities have attempted to negotiate with the hijackers by radio, but they've made no demands. So Aigis is probably running the mission to save the passengers on board, which in Akihiko's plot we learned was a distraction to steal something. But it's kind of cool that we're going to get the backstory to this whole hijacking thing now. The team member finishes his report. The captain nods silently and addresses his team.
There hasn't been a plane hijacked in this country in over 10 years. None of us, not even me, have dealt with this before. Still, the procedure remains the same. Trust yourself, remember your training, and keep a cool head.
And stay the fuck behind Aigis. The captain turned towards the plane again. Taking that as a cue, the team scatters to their specified posts to take up positions. The only thing to do now is to see what happens. Eventually, 10 o'clock comes around. Half an hour has passed already with no new developments. Repeated attempts to raise the hijackers have been made, but they have yet to make any demands. Tensions are beginning to rise. The worst case scenario is that they have no need to make demands and that their objective is to seize the passenger plane itself. In this case, the team would be facing a large-scale terrorist attack.
Come on, talk to us.
The captain mutters to himself, deep in thought. From the perspective of rescuing the hostages, every second that passes without learning the hijacker's objective is a second wasted. The captain and his team can wait in hiding, but the same is not true for the passengers on board. Apocalypse, I think it's because she was turned off at the time while she's being transported. I think the person drops Labrys into the TV and then turns her on. For untrained civilians, extreme stress can easily lead to physical and mental problems. It's true, not only for the hostages, but for the hijackers as well. When people lose their nerve, they tend to act rashly. The hostages will begin to lose hope, and the hijackers will begin taking it out on the hostages. An hour into the incident, anything could be happening inside the plane. The captain could do nothing but glare as the time ticked by. After 15 more minutes had passed, a slight change in the situation was reported. All emails and calls going through the station near the airport are being checked. The details of the message, thought to be from inside the plane, are not confirmed. It appears that the hijackers had confiscated all cellular phones, as per standard hijacking plans. Yes, indeed, standard hijacking plans.
Sir, there's a report from HQ. They picked up a transmission from one of the passenger's cell phones. It's a smartphone with GPS, so they can tell it's inside the plane.
Thanks, Shinji.
Confirm those details for me.
There are two possibilities the hijackers are using a passenger's phone. There are two possibilities. The hijackers are using a passenger's phone to contact associates outside, or that a passenger is contacting someone in secret. The latter possibility is more likely. More and more devices have communication capabilities now, making it extremely difficult for hijackers to remove them entirely from play. And the more hostages involved, the more courageous they become, and the more likely to take risks. Unfortunately, more hostages involved mean it's all the more dangerous to provoke the hijackers. Each individual hostage is worth less to them. The details of the transmission make it apparent that the situation is worse than the team had assumed. The cell phone's owner is a man in his 60s in first class. He signed up with a certain service after being diagnosed with heart illness. It's a remote EKG monitoring service that keeps track of the patient's heartbeat. A scheduled message was automatically sent from the patient's cell phone. The service provider promptly contacted the police, informing them the man was in bad shape. Uh-oh.
A man's life is at stake if we don't wrap this up within the hour. Looks like we can't stall for time.
As panic spreads, a proposal for negotiations based on this fact and a proposal to storm the plane are both considered. But because only half the passengers are boarded, the situation inside the plane is uncertain, making devising a tactical plan difficult. Though if nothing is done, a passenger will surely succumb within the hour. All the stress if you have a heart condition is probably fucking up. A blunder like that must be avoided at all costs. That was the thinking that guided the police officials to make their decision. The same day at 10:30.
What? Withdraw? This is a hijacking! What are you thinking, withdrawing our people? Yes, I understand.
Wait, what's going on?
I mean, you guys haven't done anything for a while, so someone else is gonna move in.
Orders are orders. We'll fall back at once. Get ready.
No one understood the sudden withdrawal order. Why withdraw the team during a hijacking? No one on the scene agreed with the decision, but the order could not be overturned. The men here are not the brain, but limbs whose power is best put to use by precisely following orders. Yikes. Just then, another group approaches without a sound. Its members are dressed differently, in suits with trench coats, but all of them wear black with sunglasses. At a glance, it's clear that they are tall, well-built, and used to rough situations. With nearly 20 of them gathered in one place, they are imposing despite their silence. They don't seem to be airport personnel, but neither are they known to the police. However, the captain senses a kindred spirit in them and approaches.
Who are you?
His voice is laced with suspicion, but the man in black at the head of the group speaks dispassionately, as if he'd heard nothing.
For the next half hour, we're in command of this scene.
You didn't answer the question. Who's responsible for this?
The captain's tone unconsciously hardens. The group of men in black parts, and one of their numbers in the rear steps forth. The captain can't stop himself from furrowing his brow. He can already sense the unrest spreading amongst his team watching in silence. God, I hope this is Aigis and she's got a suit and some, sunglasses on. The one stepping forward looks like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She's dressed in black and sunglasses like those around her, but her slender build is out of place. Not only that, her blonde hair stands out even more in contrast to her all-black outfit. The girl walks a few more steps forward and removes her sunglasses. Oh, conveniently so they won't have to redesign the sprite, but the suit's pretty cool. The captain had intended to appraise the look in her eyes, but only gasps at her crystalline blue eyes. He quickly regains himself and frowns at her.
So you're the one in charge?
Yes.
Girl with MIB. Not gonna lie though, Aigis in a suit doing things for me, so...
Are you shitting me?
There is no time to waste quarreling.
The girl looks at him fearlessly, despite the armed team surrounding her. The unreality of it all is what helps the captain get over his surprise. Her age and appearance are most likely meaningless. She's clearly no ordinary girl.
Are you not even gonna tell me who you're with?
I cannot.
So you expect me to hand over control of the scene to you without even telling me who the hell you are?
That's what I just said, Rintaro.
I believe orders to withdraw have already been issued.
Her calm, sweet voice only irritates him. The captain closes the distance with the girl. And while he stops short of grabbing her suit, he glares into those blue eyes from only inches away.
Lady, I don't know what kind of juice you have with the brass, but are you ready to be responsible for the deaths of those passengers?
Your protests are doing nothing to relieve the danger. Rescuing them as soon as possible is my, or rather, our duty.
The girl is completely unruffled as she speaks. It's like she's a machine or something, the captain thinks, more dumbfounded than angry.
Have faith in us. We too wish to save them.
For the first time, something like determination flickers within those crystalline eyes. After looking into them, the captain finds something akin to resolve and confidence in them. He steps back. Raising his right hand to his chest, he shows the girl his watch.
But you got exactly 30 minutes and not a second more.
Understood.
After the girl nods, she gives instructions to prepare a stair car to the group she's leading. The captain's fist tightens nervously. Since there are few uses for a stair car, quietly moving it into place may make the hijackers think that a strike team is getting ready to storm the plane. But there's no hesitation in the girl's actions. Why is this in third person? It's because it's from the point of view of the that police captain that's getting a sprite randomly. It's his story right now. That's why he got a sprite.
Move in as naturally as possible while staying in their blind spots.
Move in as naturally as possible. I mean, how else are they gonna know? I mean, what else are they gonna think? Eventually, a roofless stair car advances slowly towards the passenger plane.
Closest we can get without them noticing will be about 10 meters from the plane.
That will be more than enough.
More than enough? What's the point of half-assing it like that? Because Aigis is about to fucking jump 10 meters? The captain's annoyance begins to turn to curiosity. If she's replacing the SAT team, then she must have a plan beyond simple brute force, but...
Now, let's begin.
The stair car stops. The girl gets out of the driver's seat. She walks slightly behind the vehicle, turns towards the passenger plane, and sits with one knee up.
What's she doing?
I need your help! The captain brings up a pair of binoculars to see her behavior more closely. At first, he assumes she's going to use the stair car's movement as a decoy and send her team in from a different direction. Like humans, most vehicles have significant blind spots above and underneath. Yet that doesn't seem to be her plan. Does she plan to make her move while using the stair car as shelter? Is she possibly going to snipe them? The captain discards the possibility. It'd be foolish to set up a sniper perch at a lower angle of elevation, where the girl is now. While the captain mulls over the question, the girl makes an unexpected move. She appears to lower her stance slightly one moment, and the next, she's no longer in sight. By the time the captain grasps that she's running, she's already reached the top of the stair car. Her slender body launches like a cannonball from the top of the stairs.
What? She jumped?
Called it. Even the SAT members voice their surprise. The girl leaps arcs over a distance of over 10 meters. It's clearly beyond the abilities of a human being. I guess would have been Naruto running. You can kind of tell that's what she was doing, the way her arms are positioned in this camera. Also, it looks like that she got like actual feet now instead of just like metal posts that she had in Persona 3. Coming in the middle of a hijacking, the scene seems even more surreal. The girl lands on top of the aircraft and stands as if nothing unusual had happened. This would still freak out the hijackers, because she would probably... Doesn't she weigh quite a bit? So her landing on there would rattle the hijackers, because they'd hear it. She looks at the aircraft beneath her and slowly turns her head to scan it from front to back. It reminds the captain of the movement of a security camera. He knows it should be impossible, but he wonders if she can see through the plane's ceiling. Eventually, the girl seems convinced of something and begins walking. When she reaches the boarding hatch of the front, she moved her right hand to her back. The captain notices that a special knife, coated gray from blade to hilt, is in her hand.
What's she gonna do with that knife?
The girl suddenly lowers her stance and slides down the side of the aircraft. Just as she's about to fall, she thrusts the knife into the jamb of a hatch and dangles from it.
This is crazy!
She then uses her left hand to pull the handle and unlocks the hatch with ease. Once the thick, airtight doors jut out of the aircraft, the girl nimbly jumps into the plane. The captain is shocked by her dauntless methods. He begins to wonder if she intends to defuse the situation on her own. The captain lowers the binoculars and faces the reality before him with his own eyes. Who in the world is she? The doubts he had dismissed rise within him again. A warning light goes on in the cramped cockpit. Two people there notice it at once. One of them is the captain, sitting in the pilot's seat. The other is the man holding a gun to the back of the captain's head. The light is labeled "Hatch Open." Even an amateur can understand what it means. The man suddenly tenses and stands ready at the passenger side door. He prepares himself for someone to charge through it. But he quickly regains himself and turns the gun back onto the captain. The man casts irritated glances back and forth between the captain and the door for a while, but eventually approaches the door, his gun pointed at the captain. He cautiously cracks open the door and looks towards passenger seating. Just outside the cockpit is the first class section. But the passengers were gathered in economy class at the time of the hijacking. First class is empty. Wait, I thought the dude in first class with the heart monitor was in first class. The man squints. To ward off observation or worse, snipers, the windows are down. Coming into the darkened plane from the bright cockpit forces his eyes to adjust. But from the corner of his eye, he sees a gleam of light shining that's unlike the regular lights. And within that light is a silhouette. Before he can react, the silhouetted figure closes the distance. A hand grabs the edge of the door and opens it with tremendous force. Two quick, heavy shots are fired. The man collapses unconscious without a sound. The captain turns around in surprise to see the intruder, a blonde girl with an index finger to her lips to signal silence. I like that it says collapses unconscious, as if Aigis didn't just kill this man. Two heavy shots are fired. Man collapses unconscious without a sound. Yeah, okay. She lays the man on the ground, then removes the pistol in his hand. On closer inspection, it's only a model gun, supplemented with metal parts. Oh Jesus, it's Joker! The seam between the parts is in different places compared to a real gun. If taken apart, the disassembled pieces would look nothing like a real pistol. The girl then takes handcuffs from a small pouch on her waist and fastens the man's arm to a seat leg near the window. Even if he wakes up, he'll be unable to stand. Though the captain still looks as if he wishes to say something, the girl's eyes meet in his and insist on silence as she leaves. The curtain dividing the first class and economy class is lowered. The girl hides herself behind it and peeks through. There's a man in each of the aisles on the left and right. Neither seem to have noticed her. The passenger and cabin crew are crammed in the seats at the back. Everyone's placement matches the readings from her heat sensors she picked up from above the plane. Both remaining hijackers are closer to first class. The man closest to her is only a few steps away. She judges that he can easily be disabled before reacting if she moves quickly. They both carry pistols, but they're the same type as the downed hijacker. From what you can see, these are two mere model guns. The balls you would have to hijack an airplane with a model gun. What? The girl swiftly pushes aside the curtain and grabs the closer man's right wrist. The hijacker, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of such a slender girl, stops moving for a moment. In that moment, he surrenders any chance of victory he may have had. With a pained cry, he drops the pistol to the ground. The girl uses her grip on her right hand to put him on the ground, then smoothly pulls out another pair of handcuffs and locks his arm to the passenger seat. The man thrashes about, but despite his struggle, he's no better than a worm writhing on the ground. The last hijacker finally recovers from his shock and aims his gun. The girl pulls a button from the other man's sleeve and flicks it towards the opponent's face. The button travels at an immense speed, though it was only fired from her fingers. The man tries to shield his face, but he's too late, and groans in pain when the projectile impacts his forehead. Aigis actually just killing people out here with the coat button. The girl does not let the opportunity pass. She easily jumps over the 3 wide seat center blocks of seats with one arm and grabs the man's right hand. There, she repeats the same procedure she used before. Their weapons are immediately seized while they're restrained on the floor. Passengers are only now grasping what's happening before their eyes. A murmuring chorus rises.
Do not be alarmed. I have come to rescue you.
You are being rescued.
Your safety has not been secured yet, so please stay calm and remain in your seats.
Passengers erupt in cheer. There's a sporadic applause as well. But there's a slightly hysterical tinge to it in reaction to the tension of the situation.
Excuse me. We were told someone requires medical assistance for their chronic heart illness. His name is...
Just as the girl approaches the center of the plane, she senses a male passenger stand up from a seat. He's extremely calm and quiet as he does so. The girl belatedly picks up on the incongruity. All of the other passengers are nervous. It's then that she feels something hard pressing up against the back of her head. She knows without looking that it's the muzzle of a gun. The nearby passengers' cries of relief suddenly turn to screams.
I am impressed with your judgment to stay hidden until an opportunity arose.
The girl is unperturbed as she continues to look straight ahead. The man stays silent and keeps the pistol pressed to her head. She knows there's no danger of being shot, but she is not yet sure that he was the only one in hiding. Left with no choice, the girl accedes to his demands and moves forward. After about 10 steps, another man stands up as expected.
Ah, and you too.
The man doesn't answer. He slowly approaches from the front. This seems a little bit different from what Aigis' goal was at the end of the answer, but interesting so far. The girl is now sandwiched from front to back. At that moment, footsteps sound from behind the curtain leading into first class. The 2 culprits both react at once, but it's too late. Over 10 men in black rush in at once from behind the curtain. While the girl had drawn the hijacker's attention with the scuffle, the stair car, had closed in. First, they pin down the man standing in front. The narrow passage gives the man behind her a short reprieve, but it doesn't last long. The moment he lowers the hand gripping the pistol in order to escape, the girl grabs his wrist. So focused was he on the men who burst into the scene that he forgot about the threat the girl posed. He's immediately tripped and restrained once he falls on his back. The girl stands up and looks around. If there were any more hijackers inside the plane, this would be their last chance to make a stand. But no one rises from their seat. She glances towards the men in black and they nod back in acknowledgement. It seems the crisis has been averted. The girl carefully keeps her thoughts from appearing on her face and gives an inner sigh of relief. Soon afterward, the sweeper team gives a report confirming that the aircraft is secure. The girl works with the cabin crew to arrange transport from the man with the heart illness before she steps out for a moment. She turns on the blue indicator light on the stair car and waves it in circles towards the SAT's position. It's the signal that the crisis is over.
She's done already?
On receiving the sign, the SAT team on standby starts talking amongst themselves.
It hasn't even been 5 minutes. There should have been at least 3 hijackers.
You know what they remind me of is those guys. Like Men in Black or something.
Captain, who are those people? Is that one even human?
Yeah, this scene's a little long. Akihiko's was a little short. The captain signs with reluctance.
But I've heard that the higher-ups formed an unofficial security group in conjunction with a certain corporation.
There's way more people here than the Persona 3 crew, right?
It's supposedly for cases that are a little strange. I hear they have some official standing with the police, too. Though it's all some private enterprise, so technically, there's no authority involved at all.
What? But this is Japan we're talking about.
A search and destroy unit that answers to no department, keeps no records. I've heard them called shadow operatives.
He turns on his own blue light as a sign of understanding and waves it left and right. The response light comes from up ahead. The girl then sees the captain spreading his arms in a shrug and smiles for the first time. She feels slightly bad for them. Her team may have shamed them, though they had done nothing wrong. I should apologize to them later. But then, in the corner of the girl's eye, near the entrance of the luggage carts at the corner of the building, a figure catches her attention.
A girl?
Hey, I recognize that, sundress thing. The girl seems to be about her age and is wearing a plain cape-like dress. The girl on the aircraft feels oddly uneasy at seeing the figure. To begin with, given the heightened security, the parking entrance should be strictly sealed, but the figure looks perfectly ordinary.
May I check on something?
Of course, Aigis thinks that she looks perfectly ordinary. You think there's from P1 and 2, but there are only 3 Persona games. The girl calls to the SAT captain over the radio. There appears to be some slight interference necessitating an adjustment of the dial. There's a lot of detail in this.
If you look towards my left, in front of the luggage loading bay is...
But during the moment she looked away, the figure has disappeared.
She's not there. That can't be.
The girl looks around, but the figure is nowhere to be seen. It's really weird to me that this still is not in Aigis' perspective. Where could she have gone in this open space with nowhere to hide?
What's the matter?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was apparently seeing things.
I need your help! The girl shuts the radio off. Who was that just now? Was I truly seeing things? With those questions in mind, the girl tries to remember the figure's appearance in detail. Only then does she realize the cause of her unease. That light blue dress the figure wore. It was very similar to one she herself had once. It reminds her of those days when she did not yet have a heart. The girl puts those thoughts aside and returns to the aircraft. The mission does not end with taking the culprits into custody. In truth, along with defusing the situation, securing the safety of one particular passenger was her highest priority. This was a fact not revealed to the SAT team. The passenger was originally seated in first class, but would have been forced to move. The girl looks carefully through the restless passengers. It's not long before she finds the face she seeks. Looking relieved, the girl walks towards the passenger in question.
Are you all right, Mitsuru-san?
Aigis, I didn't think you'd be the one to come.
Why is Mitsuru just flying on a regular plane? What? The woman who answers has long shining hair that would make an impression on anyone. Her refined appearance makes her stand out, over and above her calm position at her seat. Of course, Mitsuru's in first class. Why wouldn't she be? Why wouldn't she just ride her own plane? Also, why would Mitsuru just be like, oh no, hostages? Mitsuru would kill these fuckers. But Aigis knows the woman well.
In fact, I was surprised to be called on to deal with something like this. The suspects made no demands. What were they after? At first, I thought I was summoned because you were their target, Mitsuru-san.
The higher-ups must have thought the same thing and panicked. Especially considering there's cargo on that plane they wouldn't want made public.
What does Mitsuru mean by higher-ups? Is she not the highest up? That's really confusing me.
Wait a second, that cargo...
Is something wrong?
This hijack seems strange now that I think about it. They made their move before takeoff, which is odd timing, and they forced the boarding announcement to be stopped.
She doesn't own the Kirijo group? Why? What? Her dad did. She's the only one left.
I thought maybe it was their way of trying to pull it off with a small team.
Are you saying that rather than a passenger, they were after that cargo? It's true that no one would consider the unloaded luggage during a hijacking.
I guess I need you to check on my things. Though if I'm right, it's already too late.
In response, Aigis instructs her team via radio to secure all luggage transport routes. Moreover, she requests a search to ensure that no cargo has been taken.
Even if you're right, why would they be interested in your belongings?
My usual cargo wouldn't be worth hijacking a plane over, but I was carrying something sensitive this time. Normally, if they wanted it, they'd have to bypass a Kirijo facility's security or attack the vehicle transporting it. But by doing it this way, they can divert the entire country's attention with a few model guns.
Mitsuru smiles. Aigis can tell that she's impressed with her audacity despite herself.
Mitsuru-san's cargo. Sensitive belongings for a vacation. Ah, I understand.
I comprehend.
Hijacking a plane out of a desperate desire for undergarments. This incident will surely go down in history.
What? Mitsuru's eyes bulge at the unexpected comment.
What? You're jumping to conclusions. It's not sensitive in that way. Besides, my underwear is in this bag and that's it. Enough about underwear.
I would stage a hijacking for Mitsuru's anyway. She forces a cough and steers the conversation back on track.
More accurately, my cargo contained items from Ergo Research. My trip to Kagoshima was partly vacation, but also to oversee their transferal to Yakushima.
The official name of Ergo Research is the Kirijo Ergonomics Department Lab. Both Mitsuru and Aigis have many bitter memories associated with the name. A pall hangs in the air. But a radio transmission from one of Aigis' team cuts the moment short.
Aigis speaking. I see. Understood.
Mitsuru looks at Aigis questioningly, and she nods.
It's as you suspected. They found that one of the boxes scheduled for transport has gone missing.
I thought as much.
With a small sigh, Mitsuru rises from her seat.
We must get it back, Aigis. The rest of the team can finish up here. I need you to come with me.
Aigis inspects Mitsuru's face carefully.
Will you be joining the search as well?
That would be if a funny, joke path for this storyline, if instead of Labrys, for Aigis' joke ending, it was just all about Mitsuru's, underwear the whole time.
Well, I am personally involved, so yes.
In other words, you will officially rejoin the unit and participate in this mission. To be more direct, is it accurate to say that you are abandoning your vacation?
Mitsuru sighs with some exhaustion. Aigis interprets her silence as approval. Aigis seems to be getting on Mitsuru's nerves here.
Then I hereby transfer command authority to you, Mitsuru-san. Regulations state that the member with the lowest serial number is to take command. And since you are member number 1, the official leader of the Security Department Shadow Response Unit, also called the Shadow Operatives.
I had a feeling I wouldn't be able to enjoy this vacation for long.
Traveling with cargo from Ergo Research suggests that her vacation was neither relaxing nor cheerful.
But I can't allow anyone to be hurt again by the things we, the Kirijo group, created. We'll get this cargo back at all costs. Mission or no mission, I'm making it a personal priority.
Understood.
Aigis answers loudly and snaps off the police salute that she's finally gotten the hang of. I am Aigis. My official name is 7th Generation Anti-Shadow Suppression Weapon Aigis. As my name implies, I am not human. I am a humanoid weapon, a robot, essentially. Though with the right clothes, a surprising number of people cannot tell the difference. I was created in a research lab owned by one of the world's foremost conglomerates, the Kirijo Group. I was made to exterminate a certain enemy. They are called shadows, monsters born from people's repressed emotions granted dark life. Shadows can only be defeated by those with the special power of personas. One's persona can be said to be the power to wield the shadow within. They are two sides of the same coin. Though one cannot have a persona if they do not also have a heart. I was given a mind to artificially develop a persona, in a body close to that of a human, so that mind could maintain a personality. A heart designed for battle. A body designed for battle. I did endure some suffering because of my original purpose. But I now have a place where I belong. Somewhere I can make full beneficial use of my powers. That is the Security Department Shadow Response Unit. Our nickname is the Shadow Operatives. The Shadow Operatives were formed at Mitsuru Kirijo's directive. She is the scion of the Kirijo group who created me. She has taken responsibility for shadows. Okay. So Mitsuru is the one that founded the group. And she's still a large player in the Kirijo group. Which does make her... It sounds weird that she says higher-ups, but I guess that's just kind of like cliche writing to say the higher-ups, even though Mitsuru is a higher-up. Our objective is to identify and resolve incidents involving shadows by eliminating them. All of our members are persona users or have similar qualifications. During operations, our guidelines state that the member with the smallest number has command. The number that I was issued is 5. Why did Aigis drop so far down the poll list? What? Alright, so we know Mitsuru is 1. That makes sense. I mean, she owns and funds the thing. So she'd obviously be 1. Akihiko being 2, I guess, makes sense. I think it should probably be 3 or 4, right? Would that put Yukari and Junpei ahead of her? What? Though I'm not human, I am treated as a member and not a piece of equipment. Moreover, my number is in the single digits. It's possible that there will be missions like today where I must take command of dangerous operations. In other words, I am recognized as having the same life and dignity as humans. Because Mitsuru and the others have such trust in me, I want to repay that trust with results. There is another reason I'm working my hardest on this case. Soon after the hijacking was resolved, the stolen cargo was identified. Its contents surprised me. 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. The unit named Labrys. She is one of my sister units. She was sealed over a decade ago for some reason and has been in storage with the other artifacts since then. Labrys, a humanoid weapon just like me. It's possible that she has a heart. If so, I want to save her before she is misused. This is a mission, but more than that, I feel that it's my duty I must carry out. Oh man, Aigis is a lot of text. The next day, May 2nd, 2012. We wanted to pursue the vehicle carrying Labrys as soon as the hijacking was over, but its complicated route made it hard to track. At least we're getting the interesting story now, though. Due to the sensitive nature of the cargo, it's difficult to set up large-scale traffic checkpoints. Fortunately, the license plate number was determined quickly, and we got a rough estimate of its destination. Our headquarters was moved to a police facility. Mitsuru-san and our team are sorting out the situation to plan for an operation.
And the interrogation of the suspects?
It's begun, but all of them are claiming that their memories at the time are very foggy, so they've been sent in for evaluation.
Thanks, Adachi.
The psychologists who interviewed them think it's possible they're not lying.
So none of the 5 have any memories of what happened during the hijacking.
Normally that would seem preposterous. There may have been some hypnotic effect, but even then...
We're dealing with someone after materials from ergo research. They'll likely be very well informed about shadows and the mind. Knowing that, it doesn't seem so strange. It would also explain the extreme lengths they went to create a decoy.
Itachi even giving Mitsuru the case file.
What else do we know?
Another team member answers Mitsuru's question.
Since the cage storing the 5th generation is too large to transport by personal auto, we narrowed our search to large vehicles that left the airport. That, combined with the testimony from our observer and data from the transmitter, allowed us to pinpoint the vehicle in question. The police are already pursuing it via the N system. This is the most recent photo.
He hands the tablet to Mitsuru.
The Inaba area. Wasn't this the place where...
Yes, our routine investigation last year rated the potential shadow activity in the area at level 4.
Level 4 of what? It seems that the culprit in this case definitely had prior knowledge of shadows after all. If that's true, we must use extra caution. Many people do not know about shadows, though they are enough of a threat to possibly destroy the world. Then again, I experienced that for myself 3 years ago. If someone's trying to manipulate them, we must prevent it at all costs.
Let's talk about the stolen 5th generation unit. Aigis, as the 7th generation, would be her younger sister.
A sister. My older sister.
I'd like to know why she was sealed.
Are we going to mention Metis at all in this?
5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labrys. The records show her to be the first model fitted with an artificial personality.
In other words, she has a heart?
6th and 7th generations were completely wiped out, right?
There's no knowing if it was developed enough to call it that. She seems to have been made to gather test data rather than actual field use.
What are her combat capabilities?
She wasn't given firearms, since her regulatory system was inadequate. So she was instead loaded with some kind of special equipment.
A giant axe.
Unfortunately, the majority of the records pertaining to her are missing, which means that's the extent of our knowledge.
Did no one look at her? You can't miss her giant fucking axe.
Special equipment.
We also don't know why she was sealed.
Metis was Aigis' like shadow, yeah, but are we really not going to mention that? They're not even going to be a reference? That's a pretty traumatic event.
Many of the documents regarding the old ergo research were lost, probably to cover up incriminating evidence. We don't even know what she looks like. All we do know is that she was a life-sized android.
We'll just have to find out along the way.
Mitsuru swipes her fingers across the tablet a few times and shows it to an aide.
I'll need these 3 individuals' cooperations. I'd like to join them in the field.
Are you sure about this?
Mitsuru was such a cool design.
Try not to make a scene when fetching them. Not all of them are part of our organization.
The aide nods his assent and returns to the station. So, Akihiko... And if they're not a part of the organization, it must be Fuka and Yukari, right? Mitsuru then turns her gaze on me.
And Aigis, frankly, I think we can assume that there'll be combat involved. Will you be alright with that?
Why would Aigis not be alright with that? Though Mitsuru doesn't say it out loud, I understand what she means. Our highest priority in this operation is to stop the culprit and mitigate any associated danger. Not to rescue Labrys. Of course, we will strive to accomplish both, but in the worst case scenario, we must consider the option of destroying Labrys. Destroying a sister unit, it will be a painful experience if she too has a heart.
I thank you for your concern, but I'll be fine. I will do my duty.
Mitsuru says nothing more and silently nods.
Well then, once we can confirm our target is headed to Inaba, we'll depart at once.
Alright, now it's heating up. May 3rd. As we get ready to depart for Inaba, Mitsuru and I go over the last-minute details inside the police station. Mitsuru is absorbed with issuing instructions over the cell phone she is holding. Pessimism seeps into my heart as I wait. I begin muttering to myself.
Will we be able to find Labrys? My sister?
Mitsuru's surprised voice makes me realize how unlike me these doubts are.
Will we be able to save her? Isn't that what you really want to ask?
Oh, that's a cute idea, Apocalypse. Hey Rasher, it says no P4G spoilers because I made that text for my playthrough of Persona 4 Golden, but I only just finished it on Saturday. This is my second stream since the end of Persona 4 Golden, so I haven't changed the text yet.
Don't worry, as I mentioned to Akihiko, fighting Labrys is not our priority. The reason I formed this shadow operative team is to save lives. We will find her, whatever it takes, and bring her back. We can do this.
Yes. I'm sorry to be so pessimistic.
Oh, look at Mitsuru giving a pep talk. She truly is now a capable leader.
Those feelings you have for Labrys, you should tell her when you see her.
I will.
Friends bound by trust are irreplaceable indeed. I hope that Labrys will become one as well. Eventually, the preparations are made and our limousine departs on its journey to Inaba. That evening, we are in Inaba now and traveling down a Midtown street. Though it's called Midtown, it's very different from an urban environment. It's a quiet, rustic road. The vehicle we are targeting is easily discovered. The transmitter that was attached to it when it left from the airport is, luckily for us, still active. Transmitter? But we just said we were having trouble tracking it and we only tracked it because of the license plate. Whatever. But the vehicle has been abandoned and the cargo is gone as well. To trace it further, we must learn why the culprit came here. Specifically, we need to know the details of what happened here last year. Though this was already assumed, we have a plan. Mitsuru orders the driver to park nearby. However, this poses an unexpected problem. Our vehicle is a long black 8-door limousine. It stands out badly in this countryside town no matter where it's parked.
Mitsuru-san, our activities are supposed to be undercover, correct?
But Mitsuru can't help but travel in style, you should know that.
Yes.
For undercover missions, it will be necessary to keep all personnel and vehicles from being noticed.
Right.
Mitsuru-san, may I say something that I've been meaning to say for a while now?
Uh-oh.
No.
Shut down! Shut down! Oh my god. No. What if the reason why the Shadow Ops couldn't interfere in P5 is because of Shido? Yeah, I kind of implied that in my playthrough of Persona 3. I actually brought up that exact point, was that Shido probably had an in and told them not to get involved.
Understood.
Understood.
All I told them was to give us a car with enough space.
Wherever we go, people peer into the windows out of curiosity. We avoid the public eye as much as possible and finally park in what looks like a site for vehicles disposed on the outskirts of town.
Our contact has arrived.
I then notice a middle-aged man in a gray suit standing outside the window. I recognize his face. He's one of the 3 collaborators Mitsuru contacted before our departure. I scoot over to the door and open the window.
Oh my! This was not our designated meeting area, yet he has discovered us.
Suddenly, something not unlike astonishment or discouragement appears on his face.
You want to know how I did it?
Eh? A cough interrupts us.
We appreciate your cooperation, Detective Kurosawa.
Who the fuck is this? Mitsuru gets out of the vehicle and slightly bows. 3 years ago, when we were still fighting shadows in secret... Oh, wait! No, yeah! He worked as a police officer at a nearby police box. He believed that our intentions were good, and he supplied us with certain conveniences under the table. His job made this risky, but he always acted on behalf of what he believed to be just. He said this many times while supporting us in secret. He's a strong man who always acts on his beliefs. but now our organization is official government sanction. He can now cooperate us without it being considered a rebellious act. Ah, he helped us out, now we're helping him out. I didn't recognize him because of the suit and he doesn't have the hat on. Kurosawa's prior actions have recently been reassessed. He was promoted for his special expertise. I have heard that he is now a plainclothes detective working at the Central Precinct.
Long time no see, miss. And Aigis, was it?
Indeed. It has been a while.
Kurosawa fixes his eyes on Mitsuru and me. It's faintly awkward. We're both dressed for combat, and I'm not wearing clothes that camouflage my nature.
Oh, sorry for staring. A humanoid weapon. I was skeptical when I heard, but seeing you in person doesn't leave any room for doubt.
I can't believe they brought this guy back. That's awesome.
I'm sorry that I kept it hidden back then.
How did she keep it hidden back then? I guess I was never subtle about it.
It's alright. It would have caused more of a headache if you'd gone around looking like that.
Hearing him say that, I cannot help but smile.
Seeing you laugh like that makes it harder to believe you're a machine.
I shouldn't make you stand while we talk. Please, get in.
Hey, she's not just a machine. Don't ruin this. I enjoyed your reference.
Ah, sorry. I haven't seen you in a while, so I had a lot to say.
Mitsuru asked Kurosawa to collect information on the serial murder case that occurred in this town last year. When background research was carried out across Japan at the end of 2011, this region returned high numbers in shadow detection measurements. But although it was investigated, there were no effects apart from slightly unnatural weather. And then again, what if something did happen that was just too hard to detect? Mitsuru suspects that the serial murder case was related to these shadows and asked Kurosawa to have the local police force share the reports. We could have requested them directly, but what we wanted would not be on the surface information found in the investigation records. There are limits to what an unofficial unit cloaked by authority can do with a direct request.
I found out quite a bit regarding the case you had me look into. First, I reviewed the report on the incidents from last year. One of the suspects mentioned the word persona.
I lock gazes with Mitsuru.
So what went on here last year?
It's probably related, but I wasn't done there. Parts of this guy's testimony were even more outlandish. If you can take what's in the record at face value, it seems persona users can enter TVs within the Inaba region.
Was it is it limited to the city limits line or what? Kind of assumed they'd be able to enter TVs anywhere.
Enter TVs? What does that mean?
Just what it sounds like. You physically stick your body into the screen and go inside. He claimed there was another world in the TV, and dropping people inside it was the method behind last year's murders.
This all sounds rather absurd. I'm surprised it was included in the police report.
I got in touch with the detective in charge at the time and said the same thing. Apparently, the report was filed by a young partner of his at the time. He'd entertained the wildest testimonies like this one.
He sounds like quite the oddball.
Adachi is indeed quite the oddball.
If this was what really went on, the police would have had no chance cracking it.
I assume that people they're talking about are Dojima and Adachi, right?
But that Detective Dojima is one shrewd guy.
There it is.
Even with all the supernatural hocus-pocus surrounding the case, he caught the culprit.
Well, he had a little bit of help catching the culprit. Let's not go out of the way there. Kurosawa sighs. He seems to be tired.
That's all I have for you right now. I should be going. I doubt either of us has time to reminisce over the old days.
Seems weird that Mitsuru would call this absurd, though, considering everything they've been through.
It's funny, though. I thought the fighting was over, but you guys surprise me every time I see you.
Thank you very much, Officer Kurosawa. Why don't we at least see you off?
Oh, that's all right. I've got my own car. I doubt my department would appreciate your tastes.
Rude. Mitsuru can't help herself.
If I ever showed up for work in something like this, I'd be the talk of the force until the day I retired.
He opens the door himself and exits the vehicle. He gives a short farewell and leaves without even turning back.
Mitsuru-san, this could be bad. Our sense of social aptitude is in question.
Can't deny that.
What should we do now?
Yes. First, we'll need to test the claim that Persona users can enter TVs.
Hearing this reminds me of something. Looking around the area again, although I had called it a vehicle disposal site, there are also household electronics such as refrigerators discarded here. In a corner is a stack of TVs.
There is a discarded TV over there. If the environment does not matter, we can use it to test the phenomenon.
Just realized how long it's been since we've fought anybody. I voluntarily get out of the vehicle.
Wait, Aigis.
Don't worry. I'm just going to touch it.
I'm just going to touch it. Boof! I extended my right hand and touched the screen of the biggest TV I can see. My fingers brush the glass screen. But although I seem to be touching it, I feel no resistance from its surface. I push my hand forward a little more. A weak light runs across the screen and my forearm sinks into it.
Amazing!
I love whenever they do TV World stuff instead of the normal TV World stuff soundtrack for the P3 crew. It's the Dark Hour music. Oh, I love it. Rings of light spread across the contact of my arm, rippling around like water across a pond.
Interesting. It's exactly as the police report said. What's it like inside? Do you feel anything?
Something bit me.
Not particularly. No. Wait a moment.
My sensors detect a sensation I've never felt before. But the knowledge of what it is already recorded within me.
It's the same as mine. It's hard to say definitively since this is my first encounter with it, but I believe this reading is from a personality module.
How could she scan that efficiently and not get anything else? What?
Does that mean our retrieval target is inside the TV?
Huh. Sounds like fun.
I hear a voice come from an unexpected direction. Mitsuru and I look towards it. What we see is a silhouette wearing a low hood that covers his eyes and a tattered cape bellowing in the wind, like a figure from a western. He's standing atop a mountain of trash with his arms crossed. Of course he is.
Is that Akihiko?
I also realized he's dressed up like he's from a western because he's been in America for a while. If this was P4, the pianos would be playing? Yeah, it would. He jumps down nimbly and walks towards us.
You didn't show up at the rendezvous point, so I went looking and found you here. This whole TV thing is pretty interesting.
I would never forget the man laughs so fearlessly. Like Mitsuru, he is a friend I once fought alongside, Akihiko Sanada. He was a student boxing champion in his school days and a staunch ally, powerful even without his persona. He's also our second collaborator on this case.
It's been a while, Akihiko-san.
Yeah, good seeing you.
Aww.
Akihiko, what on earth are you wearing? Just what were you doing overseas?
Didn't I tell you that I was on a training expedition?
Don't tell me you came here from the airport like that. Does the concept of keeping a low profile mean nothing to you?
Mitsuru-san, I believe we have lost the right to complain about that.
Mitsuru sighs in annoyance. I called this dude. Mitsuru's getting fucking annoyed with Aigis. Oh yes, Akihiko was on a training expedition overseas until this morning. As a result, his appearance is very different from the last time I saw him. But his aggressive personality and love of a challenge seems to be the same as always. He gives a cocky smile and smacks his palm with his fist.
Anyway, we can get inside from that TV, right? And what are we waiting for?
Still the same Akihiko. We don't know the situation inside yet, and we'll need a secure means of getting out.
Does that matter? Akihiko literally punched death. He doesn't give a fuck. Let the man in the TV.
So what? If we want to get this Labrys back, someone has to go inside, right?
Well, that's...
Our target hijacked a plane to throw her into a TV in this town. If we sit on our hands, it's possible we'll be put in serious danger.
Akihiko steps towards Mitsuru, as if pressuring her.
We're different from how we used to be. We made the choice to fight shadows as professionals. That's why I traveled around the world and trained harder than ever. And now that something's actually come up, you're hesitating? We agreed to do this. I'm ready to stake my life on the mission.
Akihiko's opinion's a bit strong, but he's not incorrect. It's probable that Akihiko understands that being slightly forceful is his role. Because Mitsuru takes caution seriously as the ultimate authority in this case, she frequently second-guesses herself. I have seen Akihiko's words cut through her hesitation in the past. It shows his trust in Mitsuru not to make decisions in error.
All right. Wait right here. I need to go make a phone call first.
I always pictured these two ending up together because of they're like foils of each other. Mitsuru is overthinking, calculating, and also sometimes second-guesses herself, but Akihiko does zero thinking and just rushes in. They need each other.
Okay, but make it quick.
The other members will wait here in the car.
Yeah. If we all barge in and something happens, we'll be devastated.
Now that you mention it, at least one of us should be staying behind as well.
I am not staying.
I know we've already seen this before, but I don't want to skip it. I just want to appreciate Akihiko, Mitsuru, and Aigis actually looking good in cutscenes for once.
Plenty. We'll end this in a flash.
Now that the franchise at this point actually has a budget.
The same as always. Although, we have no idea what might be waiting for us on the other side. Don't get careless.
Right.
This situation, it brings back memories.
More elongated bodies. Yeah, I mean, just look at how good they all look here.
Ready!
I mean, yeah, they looked good in the Persona 3 movies, but in the Persona 3 cutscenes, man, they looked like cardboard cutouts. I'm surrounded by a white light that strains most of my sensors to their limits. A portion of my sensors indicate that I'm currently in a state similar to freefall. I can't tell up and down from left and right. This continues for a while. Feel like you is taller than them? Yeah, probably. Eventually, my functions slowly recover. I find myself inside an unknown room, sitting with one knee up. I quickly stand and check my surroundings.
Is this the music room of a school?
I can see a music stand, a giant piano, a blackboard, and portraits. There's an air of over-exaggerated theatrics to it, but I may not be far from the truth. Is this the world inside the TV? After the surreality? That doesn't feel like a real word. Of entering a TV screen, this comes as quite a surprise.
No sign of Mitsuru-san or Akihiko-san. Did they land elsewhere? So much noise. I can't contact anyone like this.
I was like, what the fuck is that noise? It was Aigis' like radio thing. I attempt to use my communicator, but there's no response. This looks like an ordinary classroom, but it has an alarming amount of radio interference. When I concentrate my senses again, I detect a bizarre disturbance from the entire area that is unlike normal buildings. This may be another world after all. In any case, I must join up with Mitsuru and Akihiko. But just as I begin to make plans to do so, the monitor hanging from the ceiling switches on. What appears on it, how to describe it, a bizarre figure that looks like a living costume.
I spy an unknown yet bewitching babe.
How unexpected! Unexpected!
Its comical tone does not last long before the voice becomes distorted and the image disappears. It reminded me of a malfunctioning machine. I stare at the monitor. I have a hunch that it will return soon. Just as I thought, the costume reappears. But its behavior is very different now.
Case 04, unintended intruder. Entering elimination process.
Its mechanical-sounding voice is completely different from the joking tone it had before. And that phrase, elimination process. It seems that a battle will be starting. I release the safeties from the weapons built into my body. That's when a large noise comes from behind me.
Whoa!
A young man in a school uniform comes rolling in with a yell.
A human?
Ow! Jeez, I decided to open right then. This makes no damn sense.
I like that Kanji's always the first P4 character that anyone from P3 encounters. I thought that I was ready for any eventuality, but I had not expected to suddenly encounter a human.
Are you all right? You seem to be unharmed.
The young man looks back at me with a steely gaze while fixing his bleached hair with his fingers. Oh yeah, that's right, Teddy was first. First non-shadow. His behavior does not seem to be that of one who came in pursuit of me.
What? Never seen you before.
I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Aigis.
Only then do I remember that my appearance would seem very peculiar to a casual observer.
I'm a transfer student. I have blue eyes, blonde hair.
I'm a transfer student. Poor Aigis. She's so socially awkward. She can't interact with anyone outside C's.
Gatling cannon. Huh? I'm sorry, forget what I said. In the past, that prepared explanation for students has been effective, but no longer.
Oh, right. That was her introduction in Persona 3 to the rest of the class.
Okay. Anyways, I'm Kanji Tatsumi. This mean you're my next opponent?
Opponent? What do you mean?
What do I mean? I'm talking about a scrap!
Oh, right. Kanji still thinks this is a dream, right?
You mean a fight? But we have only met Tatsumi-san. Actually, where are we?
Enough blabbering, you machine!
Uh-oh. With a yell, he slams the folding chair in his hand on the ground. A cold, dull, metallic sound echoes and eliminates any possibility for talking this over.
What's a fake girl like you doing calling me by my name?
This isn't... Oh, this must be illusions, right? Kanji, best boy, wouldn't do this. I go quiet. A fake girl. I understand how I might elicit such a reaction, but there is a pain in my chest. Though I cannot help but smile at how instinctively I reacted that way. It seems I have become more human-like than I knew.
I was worried I might have to go up against my senpai, but I ain't gonna hold back against a robot like you.
Thinking with a calm mind, I noticed a small incongruity in his attitude. When he first saw me, he seemed unsure and claimed that he had not seen me before. Yet though he knows now that I am a machine, he doesn't seem particularly surprised. Aren't those two things contradictory? I focus my senses once more and enhance the gain on my sensors. I detect a faint interference. Because it had happened uniformly across all my sensors, I hadn't been aware of it. What is this?
Not gonna do anything. I'll make the first move!
There we go.
Take Mikazuchi!
It is the illusion.
A persona?
Just focusing on Aigis' insecurities, much like everyone else's insecurities. Light flickers intermittently. Could that be electricity? Uh-oh. A thick, barrel-like arm charged with voltage approaches from above. I jump back and narrowly escape a crushing blow.
Nice dodge. Looks like you got at least a little bit of fight in you.
A Persona user. I was careless. I should have expected that possibility since I encountered him inside the TV. I do not know the procedure for attacking a human, but if he's a Persona user, I must defend myself with the usual armaments.
There is no avoiding this fight. I cannot fall here.
Dude, Kanji gets the rough go of it, man. He's gotta fight Aigis and then Akihiko back to back. Sorry, dude. Alright, let's see how we use Aigis now. It has been a little over an hour, I think, but I can finally figure out how to play her. It'll be my first time using her.
Finally.
Is she dependent on her persona? I would kind of assume not, since she's a robot. And she's got, like, actual fucking guns.
What?
Yo, what the? She is such an arsenal. You just like spam projectiles, I guess.
Ready? That's nothing.
Sorry, Kanji.
Alright, it's over. Time to leave.
So Aigis' playstyle seems to be like pushing people away from you and then just firing a bunch of projectiles at them. I assume. That's what it felt like anyway. At least I was having success from that.
Are you alright, Tatsumi-san?
I helped Tatsumi up from the ground and called to him. After repeating myself several times, I hear a groan.
No! Damn it! Ow! Oh, whoa! Hands off!
I'm sorry. If you can't stand, then I'll carry you.
Oh, I see some people still think my Evo jokes are serious. Yikes. I pick up Tatsumi, who's still lying down with both arms.
Whoa! Damn! You're a hell of a lot stronger than you look. Whoa, 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 whoa! How come you're carrying me like this? Like a bride or something?
This is the spousal method of carrying.
No, it ain't. It's the bridal. Oh, wait a second. Are they pretty much the same thing?
Tatsumi-san, you seem completely fine.
That's what I've been saying! And stop with the Tatsumi-san crap. It's making my skin crawl. Just call me Kanji.
Actually, yeah, no one ever calls him Tatsumi.
You don't object to being called that? I'm an artificial person, after all.
Huh? Who cares? If I say it's fine, then it's fine. And will you put me down already?
When I put Kanji down as he requested, he turns back and repeatedly scratches his head. I feel as if his demeanor had changed compared to how it was before the fight. His loud voice and rough words are the same, but the sense that he will not listen to a word I say is gone. I feel that I can make myself understood now.
Well then, Kanji-san, allow me to ask again. Where are we? And what did you mean by opponent?
Huh? You're not an enemy that Ted set up for me?
Ted? Are you referring to the bear who appeared on the monitor?
This is a fighting tournament. Only the winners get to keep going. I lost this time. But oh well. I wouldn't make it in the big leagues.
That sounds like something Akihiko-san would say.
Huh?
Sorry, I was just talking to myself.
Gotta say, you pack one hell of a punch. Got me real good.
Punch? But I didn't throw any punches.
Listen though, the rest of this tournament ain't gonna be so easy. My senpai are waiting up ahead.
There are more people here. Could you estimate how many?
Kanji smiles dauntlessly and gives me a thumbs up. I don't really understand why, but I give him a thumbs up as well. Good job! Hung hung! Good job! Then Kanji keels over. I rush in to catch him. When I look into his face, he's still smirking, but he's passed out. It seems he was fighting through his fatigue for the sake of his pride. He doesn't seem injured, so I carefully set him back down on the floor. Suddenly, the costume Kanji-san called it, Teddy, appears again.
Intruders are persona users. Due to difficulties in elimination, they will be acknowledged as valid targets.
It's using that mechanical tone of voice again. The intruders must be me and the others. Why does Labrys react so weird to the P3 crew instead of the P4 crew? Since I won't be easy to eliminate, it appears that he's changing tactics. But what could he mean by valid targets? The monitor screen turns off once again. Just like before, it flickers back on after a few seconds. It's the same face as before, but a completely different attitude.
Woohoo! What a box! Going to join in on our fun? I'm A-okay with that if you're up for a little fighting. I'll wait for you in the next arena up ahead.
This is more how he sounded at the beginning. He's gone back to normal, or at least recovered from the abnormality.
Oh, silly me. If you're cutting in, you don't know who I am. I am General Teddy. Remember that name well.
Or Aigis is gonna take that literally. General Teddy. Apparently he really is a teddy bear. He doesn't seem like one, but a number of things he said caught my attention. Joining in on our fun and arena. These are in line with the tournament Kanji mentioned. Is this tournament being held here? But the monitor is silent once again and does not return. I do not think I will make any progress if I remain here. I poke my head through the door where Kanji appeared to check my surroundings. What looks like a school hallway leads straight ahead. There appears to be no danger nearby. I managed to hoist Kanji's body over my shoulder and try to leave the room.
What?
But something gets stuck and prevents me from proceeding. I stop and check, but I can't see any obstructions. Both of the sliding doors fell off when Kanji came in and the way is completely open. It should be wide enough for me to pass through easily, even with a person over my shoulder. Yet I cannot proceed. Something is getting stuck. I slow my walking speed and check to see what part of me is getting caught. That's how I discover something surprising. Nothing is blocking the way, yet only Kanji's body cannot pass through the door. It seems there's an invisible wall. One that is selective and prevents only Kanji's passage between the room and the hallway. Something Kanji said has come back to me. Only winners get to keep going. Is this what he meant? I increase the sensitivity of my various sensors, but I cannot detect any wall here. I have no way of destroying what I cannot touch. Which means I have no choice but to leave Kanji here.
Oh well. I will come back for you later. Please stay safe until then.
Once he comes around, he's still a Persona user. It's not as if I'm leaving behind someone who can't fend for himself. I reluctantly convince myself to move on. He's kind of unconscious though, probably would be best to at least wait till he wakes up. A little rude. While moving down the hallway, my sensors continue to pick up disturbances from everything in the school. It looks so normal though. There's a line of glass window on the wall. Outside is a field level with the ground I'm walking on. I seem to be on the first floor of the building. Eventually, I reach a doorway and cautiously venture outside. There's barely any difference in temperature or atmospheric composition compared to the real world. But the lack of wind is unnatural, and there are other discrepancies between here and there. I turn around and inspect the building's exterior. This is indeed a school. Yes, this floor is made of floor. I walk along the wall and go around the building. Soon I reach what seems to be the main gate. I turn towards the school building once again and come to a realization.
I recognize this place.
I've seen a photo from this angle in the preparation materials. As I recall, this is a high school in Inaba. To make sure, I step past the school gate and check the nameplate. The name engraved to the gate's pillar is Yosogami High School. I cross-reference the name with the map of the area and find a match. This is confusing. A real-world location has been completely recreated inside the TV. Why is it structured like nesting boxes? Just then, I sense something move in the corner of my vision. I quickly turn and view it from the front. It's a uniformed girl. She's running straight through the opposite direction of the field. Is she a student? No, this is not a real school. Could she be one of the senpai Kanji spoke of? But a moment's thought highlights an important detail. Her pale skin and hair color.
That's...
There can be no mistake. It's the girl I saw for a moment at the airport after the hijacking. I immediately chase after her. But the girl is much faster than I anticipate, and I cannot close the distance. I release a portion of my foot speed limiters and finally get close. Oh, foot speed limiters? What? Until I am able to grasp her right arm from behind.
Huh?
The girl stops and turns around. There is a surprise on her face, but she stares in wide-eyed wonder at my form. Though I am surprised myself. That instant, I take her hand, a flash of intuition charges through me like electricity. This girl is Labrys. I'm unaccountably convinced.
Who are you? That's one funny-looking costume you've got on.
Hey, she's not even a phantom thief. That's just what she looks like.
Oh, well,
Oh, of course. You're mixed up in this racket too, aren't you?
I will always picture Aigis Naruto running. Racket? Does she mean the tournament?
No, I am not in this tournament of my own free will.
Really? Then you mind letting me go? I'm the student council president. I can't be letting people run wild at this school.
Student council president?
Didn't I tell you to let me go? Are you trying to get in the way of my work here?
The girl looks at me with an irritated expression. How strange. She speaks as if she really is leading an ordinary life here at school. If she was aware that she was inside the TV, would she say such things to me?
If you happen to know, could you please tell me what sort of place this is?
Huh? It's the first floor of the classroom building. Can't you tell?
Huh? Is it possible that you don't recall entering a TV?
I forget that Aigis has, like, no filter.
A TV? Listen, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm kind of in a hurry here. Can I go now?
No.
Before you do, please tell me something. Who are you?
Who? What'd you stop me for if you didn't even know? I just told you. I'm the student council president. What hole have you been hiding in? The elections were just last week.
Is Aigis gonna trigger Labrys faster than anyone else and just be like, hey, what's your name? That's her trigger word.
Are we done now? Because I got places to be.
There are multiple people in this series who have trigger words, and Labrys's is, what's your name? The girl ends the conversation sternly, shakes off my hand, and runs away again. In an instant, she has disappeared into the school building. She has a much different reaction to Aigis than she did with any of, like, the P4 crew. She kind of immediately likes them.
Please, wait!
I need your help! I go after her, but just as I enter the hallway and round the first bend, something blocks my path. But I can't see what it is at all. I can't see it, yet when I reach out with my hand, I can feel it. I think I know what this is.
That wall again!
The invisible wall that prevented Kanji's passage. It's most likely the same thing. Once again, I'm surprised. I can touch it, yet my sensors detect nothing. And it's much stronger than I had imagined. It repels even gunfire, let alone physical strikes. I attempted various methods to destroy it, but before I can, the girl disappears from my view.
It seems I am forced to try a different route.
I consider the situation once more. Was that girl truly Labrys? There are too many factors now indicating otherwise. Her appearance and the feel of her arm when I grasped it a moment ago. Both are strong signs she's human. If she's entirely artificial, then she could not be part of an older generation of models than myself. Her speaking voice and behavior were both also indicative of known human patterns. According to the records of Labrys' development, she was sealed away soon after. Even I stumble with natural human speech. She could not have become so proficient in so short amount of time. She's not a machine, but a human, so she cannot be Labrys. Usually I would not hesitate to make such a judgment based on the available data. Yet I still cannot shake the feeling that she may be Labrys. That intuition I felt earlier, what caused it? The case remains murky. I feel as if my senses are being muffled by a thin cloth. But I cannot leave her be. Even if she is not Labrys, the fact that itself means that she's in danger. I quickly looked for an alternative route. Aigis is completely machine, but she has a personality chip that resembles a brain, and she has a soul. I backtracked the way I came and ran outside. Suddenly, I'm enveloped in a tidal wave of sound. These are human voices. The cheering comes from an enormous crowd. I turn around and a thick mass of people run towards me, out of nowhere. They are boys and girls in school uniforms. It was clear that everyone's looking at me.
This is impossible.
How did I fail to detect so many humans? But then I notice it. There is white noise running through all my sensors. It's the same feeling that I had before fighting Kanji. What is this? As I stand in thought, the students close in on me. I ask what business they have with me, but the uproar drowns out my voice. I cannot attack them, so I have no choice but to edge backwards. Soon, my back is against the wall. I looked around for an escape route. Luckily, there was a door beside me. I hurry inside to find shelter. Aigis is the first one afraid of all the, shadow people. The room I've entered appears to be spacious. It's dark here, but I believe it's the gymnasium. Here and there, folding chairs and gym equipment are piled in heaps. It looks like the result of some strange ritual. Suddenly, a light shines in the corner. Upon close inspection, I can see a monitor showing something. It's airing some familiar faces.
Rivals!
Nope. Don't need to see that for the 7th time. I'm not sure what to say about that video. It seems to be modeled after promotional videos for martial arts tournaments. I noticed appearances by Kanji and the host, General Teddy. The other people shown must also be participants. It's safe to assume they're all Persona users. As if watching my reactions from somewhere, General Teddy appears on the monitor, replacing the video.
Looks like you're officially getting in on the action. Welcome! Look, everyone, another challenger!
Without warning, there's a loud sound. All the doors in every direction open at once. Excited students pour in, cheering and yelling. Before I know it, I'm surrounded by people with no means of escape. General Teddy grins at my situation and raises his stubbly arm.
Well then, bring out the next opponent!
Am I into WWE? No. I just thought the WWE belts would be fitting for the thumbnails. Because in the cover of the game, Yu's wearing a WWE-like belt. Spotlight shines on the spot where the crowd parts. A female student can be seen. She has short hair and wears a sweatshirt. She looks very athletic. I recognize her face from the video. Her name was Chie. She steps in front of me, bouncing from foot to foot. Oh shit.
I heard that you're elbowing in on the tournament. Suits me fine. Let's do this!
As she finishes her speech, she takes a fighting stance. Chie doesn't even talk shit, she just starts fighting, huh? Just then, a gleaming silhouette appears behind her. It's another Persona. Chie extends her palm facing up and motions with her fingers, taunting me.
Ooh, she's ready and raring to go!
This is strange. Chie's willingness to fight is odd enough, but even stranger are the students of the crowd. Even when seeing a Persona up close, they show no signs of alarm. Come to think of it, how'd they get here? I cannot believe they're all Persona users. But even if they were, would they be so excited over such brutality? While stuck in a mysterious world filled with potential dangers? That does not seem likely. Perhaps my basic assumptions are faulty. Could they, like these buildings, be unreal? I cannot jump to conclusions, but I decide to take the offensive. I turn to the monitor. General Teddy is bouncing up and down gleefully.
I will fight on one condition.
Which is?
Interesting, he answered me. I can hold a conversation with him, which means he can see and hear me.
That you immediately release all these students from this school, or rather from this world. If you do that, I will fight as you wish.
Tut tut! Are you making demands to me? Before you get too worried about other people, why not worry about yourself?
I will not fight unless you guarantee their safety.
I glare at General Teddy through the monitor. I didn't want to involve the students, but I have an idea.
Sheesh! What a stubborn girl!
He snaps his stubby fingers. The room instantly fills with light. Well, this is the opposite of light. I ward myself against it by covering my eyes. A few seconds later, the brightness fades to normal. As my eyes adjust, I see that the students have vanished.
Ta-da! Is that what you wanted?
The general smiles proudly. My guess was correct. If the students were fake, it's easier for him to remove them than to talk me into fighting. As a result, my sensors detect the moment when the students disappear all at once. The only human here is Chie in front of me. Looking around, it seems that not everything disappeared. Human-like figures remain, as if the shadows of the students were burned into the scenery. There were several about the gymnasium. Their readings are similar to shadows, but they show no sign of hostility. So these are the true forms of those students. They have been unmasked.
Honestly, you're in no position to be making demands, you know. I'm making an exception just this once, because it's no fun if you don't both go at it tooth and claw. Even if you don't resist, your opponent will show no mercy. It'll be a grisly sight.
Come on! Even if the crowd was still here, would you not have hit back when I hit you?
No. The safety of the people must be prioritized above all else.
Ha! That's pretty cool of you, actually. But self-sacrifice doesn't mean much coming from a machine. They can just fix you right up.
Oh, right, we're targeting all the insecurities. No! Stop doing this to Aigis.
Oh, that's right. It doesn't even count as self-sacrifice for a machine. It's just what you're programmed to do. You probably don't feel pain or anything, huh? It just seemed that way because you look human.
You may not understand, but I can sense pain as well.
Really? That's such a weird thing to program into a weapon. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Stop being mean, Chie!
That's...
As I struggle to answer, Chie's smile wides.
Well, that's fine with me.
Smiles
Means
wide.
I can fight you without pulling any punches.
Her smile disappears, and the eyes spark with fire as she launches herself at me. I would rather not fight her, but she is a persona user. I clench my teeth and make myself ready to intercept her.
If I must fight you, then I will.
That is, highly robophobic. I won't tolerate this. Except when I get my ass beat by Chie, as is tradition.
Finally!
No, she says please hit! What the fuck? Is the air just spamming the same move? Hey, you can't do that. Only I can do that. Yeah, I keep doing that Eye of the Dragon thing. Press L1 to activate her game mode? What button is that? Probably shouldn't have spent the time looking at my controller mid-fight, but I didn't know what left bumper was, or what L1 was.
Finally!
No, she doesn't say hasta la vista, she says please hit. That's Yukari's line. I gotta stop dashing, because when I dash she does that like same move. that like Eye of the Dragon move where she like can like juggle me a little bit. Jeez, every time she hits, she knocks you across the entire screen.
Not done. Go down.
Please hit! I turn this in fire! Alright, it's over. Time to leave.
The L and R buttons are marked on the controller? Yeah, I know. That's why I had to look at them to know which one's which.
Oh, sheesh. Wow. You're definitely a pro when it comes to fighting.
I'm sorry. Are you alright?
Yeah. But boy, I didn't stand a chance against you.
She's upset by her loss, but she seems cheerful. She didn't show this open-mindedness before the fight. Perhaps as with Kanji, I can make peace with her by... No, it's vain of me to think that's possible. Her words echo in my mind. It doesn't even count as self-sacrifice for a machine, it's just what you're programmed to do. I hate to admit it, but her observation's correct.
I may seem like a ridiculous machine to you, but I'm still...
Huh? I never said that. Wait. You're not acting like you did before the fight. I'm surprised that you're a robot, but what gives?
Chie looks stupefied. Her expression confuses me as well. She stated it clearly, yet she doesn't even remember. Then something hit me. Didn't things go similarly with Kanji as well? Could it be something was done to the participants? No, I should avoid drawing conclusions based solely on speculation. Besides, there's something I must do first.
That reminds me, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Aigis.
Looks like we let our fists say too much before we opened our mouths.
Are you a master in this game? Indeed I am. This is the highest level of play in this game.
I saw the introductory video. You're Chie Satonaka, correct?
Yep. Oh, you can just call me Chie.
The carnivore who's discarded womanhood.
Oh, man.
Okay, you didn't need to bring that part up, and I didn't discard anything. I can use a persona, but I'm just an ordinary high school student. I go to Yasugami High. So anyways, are you, seriously a machine?
It's her meat hood.
Yes. I was created as a weapon for a certain purpose. It may be difficult to explain to you.
Nah, I can tell from the fight you're telling the truth. Huh, so you're not cosplaying. Then again, it'd be pretty nuts for someone to come out here to cosplay.
Speaking of which, Chie-san, can you tell me what this place, this world, is? I confess that I am looking for someone. While pursuing them, I heard the rumor about going inside TVs and ended up here.
Oh, right. You can use a persona. That's how you got into the TV. Where should I start? I don't know exactly how it works, but this place is supposedly a realm formed by human thought.
By thought? Does that mean this is someone's mental landscape?
She actually caught on to that really fast.
I guess so.
Then we've physically entered a mental world? Through a TV, no less? How can this be?
To tell the truth, I never understood it so well myself. There was this insane monster thing around town up until early spring. It created this whole world, and I got my persona because of what happened in here.
Oh no. We're actually mentioning the weird god subplot. Don't do it! Chie folds her arms with a troubled look on her face.
Come to think of it, all this stuff should have been over and done with. But you see that ad showing on the monitor over there? It suddenly started getting shown on TV in reality. There's no way we were gonna stand for that crap to be shown. So that's why me and my friends came in here to put a stop to it.
Your friends are here as well?
Yeah, a couple. Also, that Teddy guy who's hosting this, plus the girl Rise who's serving as commentator. They're my friends too. But they're acting so weird.
She lets out a sigh.
Oh, sorry, listen to me, babbling away. Do you think you can find this person you're looking for? Actually, could whoever it is get in here? I don't think normal people can enter the TV.
To tell you the truth, I have already encountered one such person, but...
I tell her about the girl I saw. I give her all the details that I can remember. I recall that she called herself the student council president. She did not seem aware that she was inside the TV.
Oh, you mean the girl who was calling herself the student council president? Yeah, I saw her too. She was yelling into a bullhorn to stop this foolishness, but then she ran off saying she was gonna go talk to the tournament's host.
She was wearing the same skirt that you are, Chie-san. It seems to be part of a uniform. Are you acquainted with her?
No, I don't know her. It's funny, that girl said she was elected last week. But if I remember right, our student council president was a guy.
The student council president is not very important at Yosogami High, like at every other high school in Japan, apparently. I have many doubts about her. I must meet her again and figure her out.
Thank you. I now have a better understanding of the situation. Well then, I should be going now. I would like it if you could come along, but...
I know, I can't leave here, right? I'll stay put for now.
I will come back for you later. You may find it hard to trust me, but...
No, I believe you.
Chie replies unhesitatingly.
I've been through so much over this past year that I'm pretty confident I can read people. Honestly, though, what other choice do I have? If you run into any of my friends, tell them I'm okay.
I will.
After wiping the dust from her right hand with her sleeve, Chie extends it to me.
Aigis-san, right? So, if this was some fighting manga, we'd beat the tar out of each other, then shake hands in the end as best friends. A powerful enemy can become a powerful friend, you know?
I clasp her hand. She smiled in embarrassment.
Friendship can do amazing things. I saw that for myself last year. And you and I can be friends too, so, you don't need to talk like you're just an object.
Chie-san.
Don't look at me like that. You're embarrassing me. Come on, get going. Go! Hurry!
Yes, I'll see you later.
Energized by Chie's words, I run towards the entrance. Aw. I turn around and wave to Chie. There is more at stake than Labrys. I must protect these people. I swear a vow to myself and leave. As I exit the gymnasium, I remain cautious while running down the hallway. Suddenly, I pick up a response on my transmitter, which has been silent until now. I stop and focus on picking up the signal.
Guess you hear... Can you hear me, Aigis?
The staticky transmission soon becomes clear. It's a voice I recognize very well. Wouldn't she be using her persona to communicate? Why would it still be staticky? I guess Aigis' equipment.
Mitsuru-san?
Good. It seems you're all right, too.
Well, there's the persona Echo.
It's been quite a while since I last used my persona in this manner. To think it would be useful in a place like this.
Is Akihiko-san with you?
What does her persona look like when it's communicating like that? We know what Himiko looks like. Rice's persona. But does her persona just kind of like stare up at the ceiling or what?
No, we were separated, but I can still sense him. I doubt he'll be defeated that easily.
She's speaking not out of carelessness, but trust. I know, because I feel the same.
I'm sure you're aware by now, but although we came in search of Labrys, we appear to have been dragged into another incident. Don't worry about meeting up for now. Under the present conditions, we'd only end up fighting amongst ourselves.
Understood.
I don't know how Labrys ties into this situation yet, but be careful.
Before I can answer, the static grows louder and the transmission ends. Knowing that Mitsuru and Akihiko are okay gives me room to breathe. The invisible walls are everywhere along the hallways, forcing me down a particular path. I follow the route. Soon enough, I can see the shoe lockers up ahead. It seems I'm back at the entrance. When I reach the entrance, the monitor nearby turns on as if it were waiting for me. As usual, it's General Teddy. I took a defensive stance. This appears to be the arena for my next battle.
Pretty good for a latecomer.
The instant General Teddy appears on the TV, my sensors pick up that noise again. My suspicion turns into certainty. General Teddy is doing something before the matches. Whatever it is makes the opponent belligerent or something similar. I can assume that neither Kanji nor Chie were acting like themselves before the battle. That would explain why none of our stories were consistent afterwards.
Well then, bring out the next opponent!
Yosuke? I hear light footsteps. A young man wearing his hat low arrives.
Naturally, of the three of you, you're the one I encountered first.
He shrugs his shoulders and pulls the brim lower. This boy was also in the promotional video. His name was Naoto. I bring myself to high alert. He said 3 of us.
You know about us?
On hearing my question, he smiles cynically.
Did Mitsuru Kiijo not inform you? I don't merely know about you. I was there at the airport. The Kiijo group seems rather lax for a multinational corporation, allowing a machine to act autonomously and take command.
Actually out here disrespecting best girl?
To be frank, watching you fills me with pity. Perhaps the kindest thing to do would be to give you a merciful end.
Pity?
Your existence is inherently a deception, isn't it? You're a machine, and a weapon on top of that, yet you look human. Those who meet you think you're human. You even seem to believe it yourself. Truly pitiful.
Shut up, small boy! I have no answers to this. How could you tell Naoto is a girl? Naoto looks like a boy. I have no answer to this. As much as I don't want to believe it, it's all true.
You were built to consider yourself human in order to activate the ability to wield a persona. Your appearance and your heart are only prerequisites for that power. I'm sure you've realized it already. You will never find the means to cross the gap between the human heart and your mechanical frame. No matter how much you want love, you'll never earn it. At best, people grow fond of you.
Yikes, dude. She just keeps going on. He sounds as if he knows for certain. I hang my head in spite of myself.
The more I consider the matter, the more I genuinely pity you. I'd best hurry up and put an end to your pathetic life.
Naoto draws his gun. Because my eyes are lowered, I'm slow to react. I already knew that we had to fight, and yet I curse my carelessness and quickly stand back up. Would be kind of hard to pull a friendship out of this one.
Final! Fight!
Downward! Do it! Fear impact! Hit! Strike! Dash! What? Dash! Dash! Cannon! Like dash! Persona! I summon you! Persona! Aerial mode! Go! Okay. Fire! I summon you!
The downward gunshot's so weird. Yeah, did the all-out attack thing.
Please! Fire! Go! That is hardly fair! In the end, the victor was no surprise!
Indeed. Naoto slowly gets up. She is staggered and still slightly dizzy. Wait, when did Aigis figure out it was a girl? I watch carefully for any change in her behavior, but I'm surprised by what I hear next.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
What?
The mastermind behind this tournament may have some means of fogging our senses. Were you suspecting that as well?
Yes.
When did Aigis just figure out that Naoto was a girl? Seeing me nod, Naoto smiles.
Then we are in agreement. Its aim appears to be to make friends fight one another. Though it's a mystery to me as to why it would do such a thing.
Naoto brushes some dust off and walks towards me.
But the battle is over and the interference has been lifted. Given past examples, the pattern is clear. How about it? Why don't we talk things over?
I have no objections. Naoto seems to understand everything. I nod my head, relieved.
I am Naoto Shirogane. I work as a detective. I agreed to act as an observer for the police regarding the special cargo, met with Kirijo-san beforehand, and accompanied her to the airport.
And then failed the mission to protect the special cargo, huh?
So that's how you knew about us.
Classic Naoto fashion, recapping a bunch of the plot for me, though. Thank you.
I recall seeing you in the introductory video, along with the other competitors.
They're good friends of mine. I attend Yasogami High, the same school as them.
I see. So after you finished your business and returned to your hometown, that video appeared on TV. Is that correct?
That's right. At least that's what I should say if I wanted to feign innocence.
What?
The real reason I came here is because I was tailing you. It was for a secret investigation.
For who?
Naturally, I cannot reveal my client or what their aims are, but I'm sure you have your own secrets to keep. What do you think? As long as we're in the same boat, why not cooperate?
Nah, it's okay. I gotta keep going. You're gonna have to stay here. Goodbye. I become tense when she mentions her secret investigation, but that's not important now.
I see. It would not be wise to continue to stand in each other's way in this situation.
I accept Naoto's hand and we shake.
How much do you know about this world?
Your friend told me it's a realm formed by human thought. In which case, why a school?
This place varies according to people's mental state. When someone enters it directly, they have a much stronger effect on it. For a normal person with no persona-based resistances, a dangerous situation will arise where their shadow goes berserk. That happened frequently in the case I was involved with last year. This false school may have something to do with it.
I consider Labrys. According to her specifications, she should be able to use a persona, but did this come from her mind? Why a school? And why Yasogami High School of all places? She has no prior knowledge of the place. She's never even visited Inaba. But if that girl is Labrys, she undoubtedly has a heart. It's possible that something like what Naoto suggested could happen.
I assume you have a theory already?
Yes. Thank you very much. I believe I'm slowly starting to understand what's going on.
I look down the path ahead. But before I go, I turn and ask Naoto a question.
Would you mind telling me something? Why did you tell me about your secret agenda?
I suppose because it wouldn't be fair otherwise.
A smile spreads over Naoto's
Given
face.
that I cannot leave here and must trust my friend's fate to you, it would be unfair to continue deceiving you.
Okay, but you still didn't explain the agenda.
But not only that, you carry out your duties with little care for your true appearance. You and I are not on equal grounds there.
My true appearance?
Consider it a sign of my respect for that. I still seem to have a soft spot.
Naoto's smile fades and she looks at me solemnly.
Aigis-san, I ask only one thing of you. Please save my friends.
That is my intention.
Thank you. I'll wait here, secure in knowing that.
We nod to each other. Chie, Kanji, and Naoto are all so different. But they are connected by a strong bond. Knowing that fills my heart with warmth.
I am curious, though. When you refer to your true appearance, do you mean the fact that you are a woman?
What?
Am I mistaken?
Oh, well...
Your clothing hides it, but my sensor scan shows the body measurements of a human with female proportions.
What do you mean? How much can you see?
But then why did she refer to Naoto as a dude when they first interacted? Whatever. Suddenly, Naoto loses all of her composure and turns red as she covers her chest with her arms. What happened? I don't think I said anything to warrant such a reaction. Just then, General Teddy interrupts over the monitor.
Hey, enough with the chit-chat! Hurry up and move on to the next!
Would you like to know your current measurements? From top to bottom, they are...
That's quite all right.
Never mind, little old me. Please, finish that line of thought. I demand it!
How did we get so off subject? If you're going to go, please hurry and leave.
She yelled at me. I must have said something rude. That still happens every so often. An innocuous remark can greatly upset someone. I must keep practicing. Oh, I love Aigis. I climb the stairway and notice a silhouette in one of the classrooms. Looking carefully, it could be that student council president, Labrys. I will be relieved if I caught up to her so soon. But the hand I raise to knock on the door inadvertently stops. Wait, could she be my next opponent? She wasn't in the promotional video, but neither was I, yet I'm being forced to fight. But there's no point in worrying about that now. I cannot change the path I take nor the opponent I must face. I prepare myself and knock lightly on the door.
You're that girl from before.
The girl turns and notices me. I set foot in the classroom. There's no immediate interruption from General Teddy. It looks like he's not scheduled a match between us. I breathe a sigh of relief.
What are you doing here?
Ain't it obvious? I'm cleaning up the classroom. It's no picnic, what with people running wild and wrecking things.
She takes down the chairs piled on top of each other and lines them up. After a few runs, she takes a breath. Though she's complaining, there's a gentle smile on her face.
But I guess this is all in a day's work for a student council president. We'll look back on it and laugh, right?
You seem like you're having fun.
That's because I love my school. Even the chores are fun for me. The reason I wanted to be president is because of that. Oh, it can be rough when things get out of hand like this.
But it's dangerous here. You must leave at once. Won't you come with me?
She seems confused by my words and tilts her head to one side.
What? You're worried about me? Hey, I'm the president. And you might not think so to look at me, but I ain't no slouch in a fight. I'll be fine.
It's that inner Brooklyn.
No, that's not what I mean.
How should I put this? She still has no idea of the danger. She walks up next to me, takes a long look at my face, and giggles.
Your clothes are pretty out there. But I can see you mean well. Thanks. Some of these students won't listen to a word I say. But I feel like I gotta be here. No. I wanna be here.
An escape from the reality where I'm a robot.
Even if it puts you in danger?
You're really a drama queen, aren't you? Who's to say I'm in danger for sure? Besides,
Her eyes burn with affection for something dear to her.
even if you're right, I'd want to stay here.
There's no need to test her commitment. It's consistent with the fact of this world being created. Then, is she human?
I always wanted to go to school with everyone, just like normal. That's all.
Does that imply you couldn't do so before?
You're asking me that now? Honestly? Back then,
She stops abruptly. I wait patiently for her to continue, but her face twists with suffering.
Huh?
She puts her fingers to her temple. Her knees begin to buckle.
What's wrong?
Weird. The past. How come it's...
She begins to fall, and I catch her. At that precise moment, there's a strong reading from my fingers as soon as I touch her. It's so strong, like touching a hot stove. This is the same reading as when I first stuck my hand into the TV. Is it coming from a personality module? A piece of lost technology called Plumes of Dusk? by the researchers due to its shape? I have one inside me as well. This is not merely strong evidence, it is conclusive. There are still questions to be answered, but this girl can be none other than Labrys. At the very least, she's not human.
Ooh. Sorry, I'm not feeling so good all of a sudden.
The memory she is trying to access is causing conflicts with her current level of awareness. If she tries to remember, she will not be able to maintain her mental state. The memory is that charged. I hold her close and wait for her to calm down. But her reaction does not improve, it gets worse. She shakes violently, as if electrified. Suddenly, bright light bursts in front of my eyes.
What?
The fuck? I feel like there's supposed to be a white background here. Is something flowing into me? Jesus Christ, why would you write the text like this? God, am I old? I quickly let go of Labrys, but it does not fade away easily. Images I don't recognize flow together in my head, one after another at incredible speeds.
Are these Labrys' memories?
Some of them are, I know, what the fuck is this text, dude? Some of those were, Aigis' memories, though. I recognize that tree is where she, like, met Makoto. The torrent of data finally subsides. I analyze the data to find out what happened, and then I understand. It did not flow into me. This data was already dormant inside of me. I am the last number of the Anti-Shadow Weapon Project. I inherited all of the data from the previous models of the same type, both tangible and intangible. Labrys' memories were part of it. Normally, the developers would not upload data into me that was unrelated to battle. But the plume of dusk is a black box? It's possible that something was transferred somehow through that. Thinking about it, that might have been the reason I thought I saw Labrys at the airport. What? My glimpse of the newly awakened Labrys caused my buried records of her appearance to be called. Perhaps that's what happened. What? Unfortunately, the memories I have just accessed are in complete disarray. I can't just flip through them like an album. The video records were not in chronological order, making them useless in their current state. However, there is one memory that left an impression on me. The sea. The cerulean sky and lingering clouds, the emerald blue water. Thanks, Will, that really helps. All of the other memories are of cold, mechanical rooms, or the night sky, but this is different.
What was that just now?
Labrys staggers as she stands up. Before I can ask her anything, she abruptly shakes me off and runs out of the classroom. I mean, I feel like the two things were just conflicting. She said that there was no data that flowed from Labrys to her, but then at the same time, she made it sound like the plume of dusk transferred a bunch of data to her because she said the plume of dusk was like a black box. So was it one or the other? Where did she get the data from? Did she already use the data? Or did the plume of dusk send stuff between each other? But then no data flowed between them. That feels a little inconsistent.
Wait!
I tried to chase after her. But after only a few steps, I tripped over my own feet. The information overload has prevented me from making any sudden movements. I fight through it, dragging what feels like several times the weight of my legs when...
Are you sure you want to take that girl out of here?
I stumble to a stop and look around, searching for the hidden speaker.
This is the only place she can fit in. No one will understand her once she steps outside. But she can't become human either, so she has no other choice but to wallow in this illusory school.
She said like something had already had the data inside her, but touching Labrys awakened the data. It's explained in Labrys, okay. Shadow Aigis not being Metis made me sad. Oh yeah, dude. That's kind of a wasted opportunity.
Pitiable, isn't she? But this is the only way she can be happy. Are you going to take that from her?
I stop, suddenly realizing the answer to my question, and catch my breath in my throat. This voice. It's mine.
What will you do after you take her from here? Lock her up in a box again? How cruel. No wonder she ran away. Ran away? What are you... You don't mean... You finally figured it out? Labrys wasn't brought here by some sinister mastermind. She escaped on her own and came here.
God, this would be so perfect for where Metis could be, but Shadow Aigis must also be an illusion then, right? Because if Aigis can still use her regular persona.
That can't be. The suspects in the hijacking case... I'm sure you've seen the opponents you fought so far robbed of their sanity. Have you forgotten already? You're saying that was Labrys' doing too? Yes. Her heart gave birth to this world, and that power is one of her abilities, from some special equipment. With a power like that, wouldn't it be simple to control a number of ordinary people?
It's true that the hijackers were confused, and that there were signs of mental interference.
It does seem strange to go to so much trouble to come to a place like this. If she did in fact do this, then she must face herself. What gives you the right to say that?
Suddenly, the tone of her voice changes. She speaks very gentle, like a parent correcting a child.
You've experienced suffering before too. It pains you to have a heart, knowing that you can never be human. Even if there was someone you considered to be worth fighting for, you can't be a real companion to them.
Oof. That's a shot about Makoto.
That's why you chose to protect them as a weapon. But in the end, you still lost them.
Ooh, yeah, it makes sense this would be her insecurity.
What do you know about me? Mere words will not cause me to abandon hope. A brave bluff. But a tool like yourself can never be a true partner for a human. Doesn't your heart yearn to be by their side and to be loved? It hurts so much that I wish I could go back to how I was before I gained a heart.
That's the line from the answer.
Has that really never once crossed your mind? I think not.
Is that Metis? Is this actually Metis?
That pain will never completely disappear. It will always fester inside you. Isn't that right? Even if you take Labrys away, the same will happen to her. She'll become just like you. Is that a fate you want for her?
Seems weird that the Shadow Aigis doesn't have a sprite in this conversation.
You see, here you can have anything, as long as you look away from the truth. That doesn't just go for Labrys, but for you too. Even the things you have lost forever. Here, you can have them back.
Wow, Shadow Aigis the meanest of the shadows? Holy shit.
What are you?
I cut myself off, realizing that I'm becoming fascinated with the voice. This isn't good. I cannot let the voice deceive me. I must get to its speaker in my sights first. I carefully attune myself to the source of the voice and quickly turn in that direction. But the person standing there is me. Or rather, something that looks like me. At first I think that the overload is still affecting my sensors, but that's not the case.
I'll take away your suffering. Now, take my hand, Aigis.
I smile and extend out my hand. I feel sick. This is very confusing. I don't know what to do. My mind advises caution, but my heart doesn't listen. But all of a sudden, a door opens in the corner.
Pardon
my interruption of this seemingly trivial conversation.
Seemingly trivial, rude. Although Elizabeth would be the type to be jealous of Aigis' connection to Makoto. This unexpected event brings me back to reality, and I realize that I was nearly seduced by its promises. I like the references in Aigis' story now. It's really heating up. On a second look, I can see a woman beyond the doorframe. That distinctive blue dress. I recognize the attire of an elevator girl. Her name was Elizabeth, I believe. But why is she here? Elizabeth walked right in and stands in the center of the room. There's nothing outwardly abnormal about her pose, but it is as imposing as a battle stance. She opens her thick, leather-bound book, then smiles dauntlessly at the other me.
Excuse me, but I would like a word with this lady over here. Would you mind leaving?
I think Elizabeth is angry that someone's daring to assume that Makoto could be here.
Who are you? If you don't leave the two of us, I must resort to giving you a hearty thrashing with my book. It's a hardcover, leather-bound edition, and is quite powerful. Enough to do over 4 digits on average, I'd say.
Great. Without warning, the pages from the open book overflow with light.
I don't believe this.
The other's face flinches in pain, and then she vanishes into thin air while spitting a curse. Did she cease to exist? I can no longer pick up any readings on her. The tension leaves my body and I collapse to the ground. While I am there, Elizabeth walks towards me. I first met her 2 years ago. Her attire is somewhat strange, but the place I met her was even stranger. A blue room. That's the only way to describe that mystical space. Its residents called it the Velvet Room. I do not believe it is at all part of the real world. There, Elizabeth was one who governs power. She helped me to grow spiritually by introducing me to the power of personas. I never imagined that she would leave that room, let alone that I would run into her here. Yet her appearance here has saved me.
I'm sorry for that. Thank you for saving me.
Did I save you?
She stares straight at me, then lets out a long sigh of disappointment.
I was on a journey for personal reasons. But I sensed some extraordinary powers clashing against each other and came to see what all the fuss was about. Only to be met with this bitter disappointment.
I'm baffled by her candidness.
Please stand. Have you already forgotten the enlightenment you gained before me once?
Elizabeth is actually salty about Aigis' connection to Makoto.
Has it escaped your prodigious goldfish-like memory?
Damn.
It seems that I must once again ascertain what you are truly capable of.
She speaks in tones as if she is engaging in everyday conversation and opens her leather-bound book again. I suddenly feel the deadly force of her intent, fierce as a gust of wind. Something about me has disappointed her, I know that much. But I clearly have no time to ask her what it is.
Well, here goes. The cards will decide your fate.
She's legit pissed at Aigis. Yeah, dude. That was some, serious rage there.
Finally!
Thanatos! Severe impact!
What?
Damage! No! Dash! Warn! Impressive!
Alright, how about now? I don't need you to open the fight, flicking fear on me.
Severe impact! Dash!
What? Oh no.
Attack! Athena!
What? Oh no.
I don't appreciate her mocking me when I do stuff.
Go!
Please don't. Oh no.
Imperial mode! Target locked! Go!
The time has come.
Summoning!
Oh no.
Fire! Dash! You're frozen! Severe impact! Severe impact!
What?
Fire! Dash! Summoning! Dash!
I see.
Remarkable!
Here, some freeze.
Impressive. Well done.
Well done.
Elizabeth stands from her kneeling position. Though she lost, she did not so much as break a sweat. While I, for my part, am detecting strain on my entire drive system. I can see myself lacking the energy to even speak, reflected in Elizabeth's clear eyes.
You are indeed neither man nor any ordinary machine. You are truly singular. But then can anyone be said to be the same as anybody else?
Don't play the song.
People anguish over the gulf between themselves and others, and the lack of any who could possibly understand them. How is their situation different from yours? What defines life is not death, but bonds. That is the answer you once reached. Then take that to heart and go forth. Remember that your bonds will remain unbroken, giving you the strength to withstand any suffering.
My bonds.
I, too, am currently on an endless journey. But I anticipate that you will become a compatriot of mine, unbound by the limitations of time.
Aw.
I hope that you will not be led astray by trivial things. With that, I bid you good luck.
So Elizabeth expects Aigis to help her on her journey to get Makoto back then, right? Elizabeth bows and finally shows me her smile. Immediately after, she turns on one heel and walks towards the hallway. I suddenly remember...
There are rules to this tournament delineating behavior after a match.
Elizabeth doesn't care.
Such parlor tricks can get stuffed. I shall be on my way.
True to her word, she leaves the room with no trouble and closes the door with an exaggerated slam. Those walls were nothing to her. But come to think of it, Labrys didn't seem subject to those rules either. Okay, Labrys isn't subject to the rules because, you know, it's her world, but Elizabeth just doesn't care. Did they only apply to participants in the tournament? It would be really nice to see the game take place from, like, Elizabeth's perspective. I feel like Elizabeth is a known enough character to make a game based around her. Gameplay would probably be difficult power scaling wise, though. No, in Elizabeth's case, it simply does not matter to her.
She remains a complete enigma.
I find it amusing, which allows me to feel more relaxed.
It may be true that this world can grant one's true desire, but I want Labrys to see past herself to a world where other people matter.
Aw. I do like the moment of character vulnerability there, like Aigis was truly tempted by being able to see Makoto again.
Even if one discards their bonds to avoid pain, all that awaits is a numb, desert-like future with no promise.
Desert-like future, huh? Oh, we're getting all of the answer references here.
I thought as she did once, so I'm sure I can understand her.
I too felt the same as Labrys when I went through an incredibly trying ordeal. If there's no one to stretch out their hand to her, she'll hide herself deeper within her blockade. Labrys has fallen into a trap she cannot escape on her own. That's because the key to extricating oneself is the realization that one is not alone.
I want to form a bond with Labrys, with my sister. I want to teach her things that she cannot learn if she is alone.
Aw. Saying it out loud helps me strengthen my resolve. I change my approach and focus on searching for a way to save her. Still, that thing looked like me. Was that what Naoto meant by a shadow going berserk? My own shadow. Thinking of it that way sheds some light on some things. Of course, I can control my persona and have some tolerance for this world, but the heart cannot be easily stabilized. If the same thing happens to Labrys, I suddenly realize the dangers involved. I impatiently suppress these thoughts and dash out of the hallway. Yeah, I heard that, but I also heard it would be predictably bad. I followed the path formed by the invisible walls. Eventually, I climbed the stairway to the 3rd floor. There seems to be no walls here, allowing me to go as I please. I can tell the end is near, and so I prepare myself. Soon, I stand in front of a room that has a sign outside saying Announcement Room. The door is half opened. I can sense someone inside. I cautiously press up against the door and peek around it. This is an announcement room, as the sign indicated, but the space inside is much larger than the classrooms I've seen. The equipment here is also closer to that of a TV studio than what would be found in a school. On top of that, the back wall is made of glass, showing a view that is clearly not a schoolyard. Taken together, this is the first distinct sign that this is not the real world. As I expected, Labrys is here, standing in the middle of the room. There's also another boy and girl here as well. The girl is holding Labrys' shoulders, and the boy stands in front of the pair, protecting them. Across from them is General Teddy. It seems this is the end of the line. Is it Yosuke or you there? There it is. I've seen that boy's face in the video. Yosuke Hanamura, I believe. I'm not familiar with the girl's face, but I do recognize her distinctive voice. It's the same voice that's been commentating on the fights, along with General Teddy on the school PA. From the tone of the commentating, I thought she was working with the general, but right now she seems to be on Yosuke and Labrys' side. I recall what Chie told me. Chie said that, Rice was originally their friend. In which case, she may actually be another victim. General Teddy gives a cruel smile, squints his eyes, and speaks.
What a shame. You gave it a try, but there's no way anyone would understand you. Huh?
General Teddy's voice and tone have undergone a remarkable change. Listening closely, this voice is... so it finally reveals its true form.
At least one of them has to understand how I feel. Isn't that what you thought? The important part is that it's all your fault. That's not true.
You're not me!
You still refuse to remember? Look at me, and stop deluding yourself.
Nope.
I am a shadow. The true self. No way. That's... She has my face.
But the face is the only thing that's the same. The rest of her body's covered in metal. There's no doubt that is man-made. Labrys lets out a short scream and backs up.
Stop! I'm not like that!
Calm down. It's just taking that form to agitate you.
Yosuke is frantically trying to calm a confused Labrys. It's just taking that form to agitate you. That's what he says, but is that really the case? I have my own suspicions.
No! 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 Taking that form, huh? Well, you have a point. I do have the power to confuse people's senses, warp what they're seeing, twist what they're hearing.
That's how you made my senpai fight each other!
Is that like her persona's ability?
Of the things you're seeing right now, which do you think is real, and which is fake?
The former General Teddy, no, Labrys' shadow, breaks out into a grin. Labrys, meanwhile, is cringing in fear as she holds onto Yosuke's sleeve. Aw. They are a couple.
No! I'm not like you! I'm human, aren't I?
Huh? What do you mean?
I can see that Yosuke does not know how to answer the sudden question.
And how did I come to have these special powers? Why, it's because I have them.
With that, the shadow snaps its fingers. At once, static like that on a poorly tuned TV starts appearing around Labrys and slowly envelops her. I enhance my vision. Nothing's happening to Labrys' body. It was my own vision that was clouded, or had been until now. Soon after the noise dissipates, an inhuman-looking girl is standing in her place.
Huh? A robot?
Metallic arms and legs extend from her uniform. Thrusters on her back spread like wings. It's just as I thought. Her body is identical to that of the shadow in front of her.
Look, that's what she really looks like. It's her who's been deceiving you all from the start. Not only you, but herself too. She really thinks that she's a human living a normal life at school. To reinforce her make-believe as real, she prevented herself from accessing any memories that could contradict that. She even sealed away her own name. No! Stop! Why are you doing this? Kindly hurry up and remember me. Remember yourself. It's pretty rude of you to even forget your own name.
Would you kindly?
No! I don't want to remember! Huh. Is that so? Looks like you still need an extra push.
The shadow grins evilly and swings the enormous axe at Labrys. Or actually, at Yosuke.
Yosuke-senpai!
Before the axe can complete its arc, I am already in action. I must intervene. Neither Labrys, in shock at seeing her true form, nor Yosuke, or Rice are prepared for the attack.
What the?
I deflect the strike with the metallic part of my arm. It was heavier than I anticipated. The battle axe is a giant lump of metal that blocks most of my vision.
A girl? Wait, you're a robot too?
I turn my head to Labrys and look her straight in the eyes.
You must remember, that is the only way the future will open up to you. You must accept it, no matter how painful it may be.
I appreciate the effect that because Aigis' eyes must be like LED lights, that there's like a light blur as she moves, despite nothing else moving, or nothing else being blurred in her movement. That's an interesting attention to detail. I tell her name in a clear voice. Her official name, which includes something no human has, a model number.
Your true name is 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labrys.
Labrys quivers violently, as if an invisible arrow had pierced her chest. To be continued. Alright, who's next? We'll probably do another one of the Persona 4 cast. You can't continue most of these until you beat Labrys' story. I know. I thought we were saving Labrys for last. Because we kind of talked about it earlier. If we do Labrys next, the beginning of this story is going to become harder to redo later. Because it's going to be like jumping back, right? Like it's going to be, you know, less entertaining to do if we do Labrys. Because Labrys is going to move the story forward, but Chie, Yukiko, Teddy, and Naoto and Mitsuru will still be all at the beginning. Chie, so you could stop being killed by her. The only bookmark you can replace is Kanji's joke ending. Wait, do I have to redo portion of their campaigns if I don't save their bookmark? Can we just speed through the stuff we know? Yeah. But most of it's their internal dialogue. No, you don't. Oh, okay, good. You have to redo the whole thing? No way. Yeah, there's still a lot to go. Why would I do... I guess we just get this over with. Alright. Let's take the trash out.
What follows are my impressions of the organization called the Shadow Operatives, as well as their leader, Mitsuru Kirijo.
My fingers fly across the keyboard. My last case was special. I need to complete my report before I forget any important details. My name is Naoto. I'm a detective. My family's been working as detectives for generations. Though I'm still young and in high school, I've been given the opportunity to take on several cases and have built up experience as a detective. My work has earned me some trust, and every so often the police will come to me for assistance. That's where this story begins, a sudden request from the Inaba Police Department. That was about a month ago in early April. Last summer, I received a request from the prefectural police to come to the town of Inaba. A bizarre series of murders was occurring. A corpse would turn up every morning after a foggy night. In the end, it turned out to be the most difficult case of my career. It's been about 2 weeks since that case was solved. No, from the public viewpoint, 4 months have passed since the crimes were stopped. The culprit has been arrested and prosecuted, pieces returned, but to return, there's a depressing proposition. I'm not unwilling to help the police again, but my involvement with the previous case is not something I'd like to go through again. To be completely honest, that particular case was no simple series of murders. During the course of my investigation, I obtained a supernatural power, known as my persona, making me more than just a detective. I collaborated with other persona users and became directly involved with the events of the case. Of course, if I was to tell this to the police, it'd be treated as nonsense. Worst case scenario, I'd be discredited. Having to leave out those details while explaining the events of the case is more than a little nerve-wracking and feels like lying, but there you have it. On my way to the police department for the new case, I go through a list of possible questions and answers I would need. Something's different today, though. After greeting the receptionist, I'm not led to the usual dull meeting room. Instead, I'm taken to a reception area on the top floor. A leather-trimmed sofa, a curved wooden table. A Novux Riche setting.
Looks like this may take some time.
If this was going to be paperwork and basic questioning, they wouldn't have brought me to this special room. Is this a new case? I have to wait several minutes before someone comes to speak with me. When the door finally opens, a man wearing a suit not fitting the uniform of a local officer walks in.
I'm sorry about the wait.
He hands me his card.
Allow me to introduce myself.
His card has a lengthy title, National Police Agency, Security Bureau, Security Planning Division. I was shocked. They're more commonly known as the Public Safety Police. The Security Planning Division is the command center for departments that handle terrorist threats and other foreign affairs. The secret police also belong to this group. Why would a person of this importance come all the way to a rural locale like this? I look him in the eyes. He appears to be measuring me up.
I see you're enough on the ball that you don't need a lengthy introduction. Good.
Without any further talk, the man gets to his point.
Have you heard of the Kirijo Group?
I doubt there are many who haven't.
I'll get right to the point. We'd like to hire you to perform a sub-rosa investigation on them.
You need a corporation quietly investigated. Why me? I don't see what I can do that your own department cannot.
I would agree if shadows and personas weren't involved.
This time, I'm unable to hide my surprise. But the man continues, either failing to see or purposefully ignoring my reaction.
One summer 12 years ago, there was an explosion at the Kirijo-owned Tatsumi Port Island, killing over 50 people. You would have been very young at the time.
I've reviewed that case. The official explanation was that a gas main leaked during a construction project. Afterwards, though, a bizarre rumor saw quite a bit of circulation.
The mass media noticed that there was a suspiciously large number of researchers amongst the casualties. They floated the theory that the official explanation was a lie, and that the explosion was really caused by some dubious experiment.
No concrete evidence was ever found to support those claims, though. As I recall, the matter was left unsettled. Some may still remember the incident, though I don't think many could recall the finer points.
Those rumors were all true.
His voice becomes firm.
What?
Those researchers under Koetsu Kirijo, the old Kirijo group manager, were working on harnessing the power of shadows. The experiment went awry, and they lost control of the shadows. That's what caused the explosion.
Experiments using shadows. They lost control? Are you saying the shadows flooded the city? The real world?
I can't speak to that. There was no way of getting hard answers back then. No one took the spooky stories seriously. But that accident got the government and the police's attention, though they didn't launch an investigation until a year or two ago.
That couldn't be helped. Law can only preside over the world as we know it. Things that can't be explained can't be governed.
Only those in the Kirijo group know exactly what happened and how much of the aftermath was dealt with.
The aftermath?
The word has a bad ring to it. It brings to mind a cover-up of some dark secret.
Their cleanup efforts continued until quite recently. They were using some method known only to them, entirely behind our backs. We think they've been conducting illegal activities in the 10 years since then, while hiding behind their cleanup efforts.
And you wish for me to confirm this?
Not only do you have a relationship with us, you have a persona and extensive experience in the field. We can't think of a better candidate.
And since I'm not directly affiliated with the police, if I were to be caught in a trap, it wouldn't lead back to you.
So I'm supposed to buy that Naoto can pull anything over the Kirijo group? What?
If that's the way you want to put it.
My reply was meant to be sarcastic, but this conversation is exceptionally draining. I must applaud public safety. They know everything about anybody they choose to investigate. There's no point in trying to bargain with them. He continues explaining it differently, as if able to sense my resignation.
Last year, in conjunction with the Kirijo group, we established an unofficial department in the force, nicknamed the Shadow Operatives. It's a special unit capable of dealing with shadow-related cases.
This is news to my ears. That's a rather bold move. You went so far as to join forces with the ones you suspect of illicit activities?
That's exactly why we did it. We must keep a leash on them by integrating them into the system.
But the police are far behind information-wise. Officially, you are higher on the chain of command, but less so in practice.
I try throwing out a theory as I begin to get a grasp on what's taking place. The man didn't so much as flinch, but he didn't give me much of an answer either.
You'd need some leverage to keep your hold on them. Thus, this secret investigation. What exactly do you want me to do?
That will depend on your answer.
So that's their game plan. I figured as much. An organization as big as the Kirijo group is hiding the secret about shadows. Now, should I take the job or not? As a person with persona abilities, I'm naturally interested in learning how much is known about the shadows. And this job could potentially give me leverage over the government in the future. While I'm deep in thought, the man continues, as if he can read my mind.
If you think we're hiring you to further our organization, you're mistaken.
I can't help but look up at the obvious change in his tone.
Our sources say it's possible that they've been talking students from a Kirijo-owned school into doing their dirty work. They've been pleading ignorance while making ordinary kids clean up whatever messes they've left. And that we don't forgive. We're supposed to be upholding the law. We can't overlook things like this.
He's surprisingly sincere. He's staring right at me. Unlike up until now, his eyes are strong and bold. He truly doesn't want anyone innocent to suffer. Of course, this could be an act to convince me, but even then, I do agree with that opinion. All that remains is to find out Kirijo's intentions.
All right. In that case, I accept. Though I don't plan on abandoning my school life here. I'll do what I can to help, but only within those limits.
I would never have dictated conditions like this before, but the reason I had come to this town and transferred to Yosogami High School was all for my investigation. But the school life and the dear friends that I've gained have become irreplaceable to me. It may sound childish to demand that I stay with my friends, but if they refuse to budge in that regard, that's that. However,
that's fine with us.
He accepts my condition almost too easily. He then immediately begins to explain the details of the case.
At the end of this month, the Kirijo group is airlifting some special cargo. Kirijo has asked our help in making sure the cargo is transported safely. We'd like you to accompany them as a police observer.
What do they mean, transported safely?
A police escort, assurance of no public investigation if any unforeseen situation were to arise, things like that. Of course, if anything does happen, we will hold them responsible.
And what is this special cargo?
It's something to do with the shadow research. They've admitted that much, but we don't know the exact details. According to our research, it's most likely something from the old ergonomics research laboratory, classified as risk level 4.
What's up with this level? What are the levels? This is the second thing referred to as a risk level 4.
In other words, even though it's sealed up
Level
tight,
4.
it's extremely dangerous.
They even have a risk scale for something like this. It seems that Kirijo's research goes into a variety of different things.
Also,
as I'm thinking, the man slides a photograph to me. It's a beautiful young lady. Her eyes show a strong will, as striking as her blazing red hair. Her hair reminds me of something. I may have seen her picture while going through the documents regarding the Port Island incident. Of course, the girl in those pictures was much younger.
this woman will be on that flight. Her name is Mitsuru Kirijo.
Kirijo.
She's the oldest daughter of the Kirijo family, Koetsu Kirijo's granddaughter. It was he who devised the experiments 12 years ago. You should know that she's also a powerful persona user.
A persona user besides us? I was suspecting something like this, but to hear it out loud is still shocking. So there are persona users other than those of us involved with the case last year.
We believe she took the lead in gathering students 3 years ago when she was still in high school. We'd like you to first go to her residence and meet with her.
All right.
I'm sure you figured out by now, since she's a high-ranking Kirijo group official and a persona user, but she's a shadow operative. She's member number 1, the general manager. And not because she's a Kirijo, but because she has the abilities to back it up. Can you do this? If she's dirty, then this won't be easy for you.
I already accepted your assignment, so I must simply make the best of it.
I offer my hand. He has the firm grip of someone who's worked on the front lines of the law. A few days later, I receive a message informing me of the transport is to be on the 1st of May. It's on a school day, but since I've taken the job, there's nothing I can do. In fact, I should be glad this didn't overlap with the extended holiday. So how does this guy know that Naoto has a persona? Not exactly sure. Not exactly sure how I'm supposed to buy that Naoto can get something over the P3 group, but whatever. I haven't heard the details, but I expect to have some important arrangements during Golden Week. Arrangements to reunite with my upperclassman Yu Narukami, who was the leader of our group during last year's incident. I keep thinking about our reunion. It's only been 2 weeks since he left, but it feels much longer. I suppose that goes to show how much I'm looking forward to it. I'm going off track. I need to think about my new job, so I hastily pull myself together. May 1st. The cargo is due to be transported from a laboratory near the Kirijo mansion. I make my way to the mansion to present myself and end up accompanying the security detail. The limousine is incredibly long. Apparently, it isn't all that rare that the upperclassmen in other countries to ride in cars this large, but it's downright comical on the tiny roads of Japan. That was where I met Mitsuru in person.
Nice to meet you. My name is Naoto Shirogane. I'll be acting as an observer today.
I've been told about you. It's nice meeting you as well. I'm Mitsuru Kirijo.
Her beauty is enough to attract anyone's attention. She was so much less imposing than in the picture.
I didn't expect the police's observer to be so young.
Does that bother you?
Oh, no. I didn't mean to downplay your abilities. Forgive me.
I look at Kirijo's face. She's the only daughter of the founding family, but it's been 2 years since she renounced the practice of the Kirijo group being run by the family. In other words, she's simply the CEO's daughter now, not the heir to the company. She must be used to constant stress, being a female leader at such a young age. Getting people to acknowledge her must have been a struggle. I don't need to mince my words in dealing with types like her either. I decide to cut to the chase.
Tell me, what are the contents of your cargo?
I'm ashamed to have to admit this, but since the original researchers have passed away, we don't know what's in it either. We can't allow the worst-case scenario for such an item to come to pass in the middle of a city. That's why we plan to transfer these items to a distant facility according to their indicated risk level.
A natural decision. Her posture, her actions. If that was all an act, I must commend her for her ability to deal with the unexpected. But personally, my impression is that she's a trustworthy person. Before leaving, I have a chance to see the Kirijo mansion. I have to say it's surprisingly simple. It wasn't just empty luxury, but something rather more rational. I feel that it shows what kind of person she is. At any rate, her intelligence and presence are proof enough of her upbringing. If she was hiding something, it'd be hard to figure that out.
Then I'll stay near the cargo along with the police escort. I'll contact you immediately if anything happens. All right. If anything is unclear to you, feel free to ask me.
Her eyes look straight at me, and I feel she can see through everything. I end our conversation shortly after, and quietly wait for us to arrive. Seems weird that there's a limited number of save slots. The limousine, transport truck, and multiple security cars reached the airport without any incident. The cargo may be dangerous, but according to the records, it was kept safely in storage for the past 10 years. Plus, it's worthless to the average person. Because of this, the people involved in the security don't look tense. Kirijo hands her servant her travel bag. It's almost as if she's simply going on vacation.
Yakushima. Huh.
The plane's destination is to one of the southern islands. I'm sure it'd be fun to go with everyone. I realize what I'm thinking and have to laugh to myself. A year ago, I never would have considered that it'd be fun to spend time with others. But I can't help but think that way now. Yakushima is where her, beach house is, right? If I remember correctly from Persona 3. Soon, they'll begin moving the cargo out of the truck. I clear my mind of daydreams and look back to the truck. They pass through the gate for large cargo shipments. The ship is an imposing metal gate, but among all the other shipping containers, it doesn't attract much attention from the airport staff. It's not long before the final case is unloaded from the truck. It's obviously different from the rest. It's covered in what seems to be heavy-grade industrial steel. It's about 1 meter wide and broad, and 2.5 meters tall. It looks like something very special's in there, but even if someone was targeting the shipment, it'd be impossible to steal that. 4 men in suits slowly tip the case sideways to place it on the cart. Seeing it on its side reminds me of something. It looks like a coffin. The moment I realize that, a shiver runs down my spine. It does look big enough to have enough room for a person to lie down in. Could there really be a person inside it? Could it be that this tight security is not to prevent theft, but to keep the cargo from escaping? No. How can I imagine things like this without any proof? I shake my head to clear it of these pointless thoughts. Am I just shaken because I heard this has something to do with shadows? Eventually, the check-in process is complete and the announcement to begin boarding echoes through the airport. I relax a little, relieved that nothing's happened up to this point. Once the plane takes off, the only thing in our way is the sky. I put on an earpiece, tuned to the police radio to keep up with the current situation. So far, nothing was out of the ordinary. Kirijo's group finished checking in and boarded the plane. The cargo should be loaded soon. After I supervise that, I'll check in and... Just as I think that, an urgent voice jumps on the band.
Aircraft squawk code has changed to 7500.
7500.
I have trouble mentally shifting gears after the long period of inactivity. I never imagined I would hear that number with my own ears.
7500? A hijacking?
Is the plane I'm investigating being hijacked? That can't be a coincidence. But could this have been set up by the police or the Kirijo group? No, there's no benefit for either of them to get involved with the general public. If that's the case...
Is it the cargo they want?
There really is someone after the cargo. Wait, if they're after the cargo, why hijack the plane? If they're not trying to steal the cargo, could they be after Kirijo? No, that doesn't feel right. Hijacking isn't an efficient method to carry out a kidnapping or an assassination. If they have the time and the resolve to pull this off, they would be far better off trying to take over the plane in mid-flight. I can't figure out their objective. Why would they do something that attracts so much attention? This is a very peculiar time to attempt a takeover of the plane. Very peculiar indeed. Hijacking before departure forfeits the biggest benefits of hijacking. But at the same time, all normal airport operations will come to a halt while everyone else turns their focus on the plane in question. The airport will naturally stop loading baggage onto the plane while this hijacking goes on. It's the perfect distraction. So they are after the cargo.
If that was the case, the hijacking is only a decoy. But would they really risk their lives hijacking a plane over one piece of cargo?
As I think, I scan the area from my viewpoint up in the boarding area. I see a van that's been parked near the cargo area suddenly peel out.
Huh?
A suspicious departure at this time? I have a bad feeling about this. But the cargo was just unloaded right in front of my eyes. I didn't see anyone steal it. Hold on. The 4 men in suits with the handcart. I don't see them. I lost track of them in the rush of activity after the hijack call. I grind my teeth and interrupt the radio call.
This is 002, over. A suspicious vehicle is leaving the scene. Stay in pursuit. It's a large vehicle, about 2 tons. License plate?
How could she see the license plate from that far? I thought she was up in the boarding area. I hear someone confirm with Roger, but there's shouting and confusion going on in the background. I'm unsure if my intentions have been understood. I run across the airport myself. I need to grab hold of these people's tail, even if I only get a few hairs. Of course, there's no way that I can catch a vehicle on foot, but I have a plan. I run down the escalator and bolt for the passenger pickup area at the arrivals lobby. I looked around outside and there it is, just as I thought. The suspicious vehicle was coming this way. The airport's road layout is a loop. After leaving the departure lobby, cars must take a turn and curve back around the arrival lobby before being able to reach the surface streets. I hide in the crowd and wait for the van to get close. As it passes by, I throw a small, sticky lump at the van. Luckily for me, it strikes and sticks low on the van's side. There's a compact transmitter in there. You have to be pretty close to pick up the signal, but it's better than nothing. I take my hat off and wipe my forehead. The pedestrians around me begin to stir. Everyone stops and stares at their smartphones. I didn't need to look, I knew. The first news of the hijacking is hitting the media. I put my hat back on and pull the brim low. I'll have to be careful not to let all the information flying about confuse me. I keep my guard up as I quickly walk back towards the departure lobby. Another 45 minutes pass without any more clear information coming through. There's chaos on the radio and people are in a panic. But after an hour, the confusion suddenly stops and a shocking report comes over the radio.
All personnel on scene. The suspects have been apprehended. The hijacking is over. I repeat.
They dealt with it so soon?
Though some passengers were ill, there were no casualties. As far as I know, the hijackers didn't even make any demands. It's hard to think that the police could have negotiated with them. But on the other hand, there's no indication that the special assault team stormed the plane. Did the group surrender now that their decoy objective was complete?
What's going on here?
Just then, a radio call came in directly for me.
Operator to 002, over. The hijacking has been dealt with, but the transfer must be cancelled. The whereabouts of one piece of cargo cannot be confirmed. All indications are that it has been stolen.
This takes place in 2012. That's like iPhone 4 era for smartphones, right?
Then that vehicle earlier. Are you still in pursuit?
We're tracking it through the N system. Head to the guest room immediately so we can discuss our response.
That was when the Droid was a popular Android phone, before the Galaxy, right? Looks like my call to report that suspicious van had not been a mistake.
Understood.
Soon after, the involved parties were gathered in the VIP room. Kirijo and the police are talking, hurriedly. But because there's a lot of confidential information being discussed, it was only expected that there would be some difficulties in communicating. At any rate, the van on the run could be tracked through the N system. The hijackers were handed over to the airport police, while those of us who knew the truth about the cargo were moved to one of her buildings.
That was a very tidy operation. I had thought it would take at least half a day.
To put it delicately, we had someone with special abilities handling this. Then again, though we prevented any harm from coming to the hostages, we lost the cargo.
Nothing for it, I suppose. Who would have expected an entire hijacking to cover up the theft of some cargo? I must apologize to you as well. I was the closest at hand when it happened.
No, you did more than enough. It's thanks to your sharp eyes that we're able to track the suspicious vehicle now. I'm impressed that you realized in all the chaos that the cargo was the true target. You even spotted their getaway truck.
Thank you. Our next step should be to interrogate the suspects in custody and...
Sadly, it won't be that simple. I haven't heard much yet, but it seems they're having unexpected difficulties with the interrogation. It will take some time.
If they were prepared to risk their lives for this operation, I suppose they won't break so easily.
Naoto was weirdly not present in Aigis' story if she's here now.
We made an error in judgment. We were too focused on preventing the item itself from doing any damage.
But since they targeted something so unusual, that should narrow down the suspect pool.
I can't deny it's possible that someone connected to the Kirijo group is behind this. Thank you for your assistance, Shirogane. I'm sorry to have involved you in this mess, but the professionals will take it from here.
I'm a professional, not a kid! Wait! Professionals. In other words, she plans to investigate this herself as a shadow operative.
Does that mean my work here is done?
I'm afraid so. We do value your cooperation.
Daughter of a CEO is not afraid to let people go. Let them know, yeah, you're fired. Goodbye. This is a bit of a pickle. The Kirijo group and the police want to keep this under wraps. That is, they cannot open a public investigation. On top of that, the shadow operatives are technically an organization working for the police. Technically, there's no room for freelancers here. Therefore, by my reasoning, there's no need for me to be involved in the investigation any further. Refusing to back down, however, would only draw attention. With no other choice, I decided to take my leave. It must have been chaos at the office. Despite the unusual events, the man who hired me has not gotten in touch with me. I entertained the thought of returning home to Inaba, but luckily enough, I brought enough luggage for a short trip out of town. I decided to stay the night at a business hotel near the airport and wait a while for my client to contact me. Time passes. At 9 o'clock, I finally received a phone call from the man.
Things have taken an unexpected turn. This case is under the jurisdiction of the shadow operatives now.
That will make it very difficult to continue my secret investigation.
But right now, you're the only one we have who's gotten that close. We heard you earned Kirijo's trust after the hijacking. We'd like you to keep up your investigation. We're currently making arrangements for you to pick it up again in a natural way.
What are you gonna have me do? I will not act as a spy.
I'll be in touch later.
He hangs up without waiting for my reply. I sigh. I feel a weight in my heart. This has a high possibility of turning into a private investigation from the shadows, pretty much a polite way of saying corporate espionage. If I'm to take on this job, I need to have some sort of plan. At any rate, I cannot plan my movements without knowing how the situation is progressing. It'd be far better to prepare for tomorrow instead of getting worked up with worry. I read the newspaper and watch some TV coverage of today's events, then go to bed early. A day passes, and even by the night of May 2nd, the man has not contacted me again. It seems the police are having trouble zeroing in on the suspicious vehicle. Considering the skill with which the crime was pulled off, I wouldn't be surprised if the van was dumped somewhere and the cargo loaded into another vehicle. Going through all the possibilities is just a way to kill time. But that was the only thing I had to do. Nothing happened until the sky began to darken as the sun went down. My phone rang. But surprisingly, the name on the screen brought a smile to my face.
Yes, Shirogane speaking.
Hi, Nato-kun? Oh, I'm not interrupting your work, am I?
No, it's quite all right.
Sorry to call so late. I wanted to at least give it one more shot about tomorrow.
That's right, so much has been happening that I completely forgot that the school holidays start tomorrow. And of course, we're supposed to have a reunion with you when he visits from the city tomorrow. I was supposed to be able to meet up with him. I didn't imagine that I'd be stuck here for 3 days thanks to the attempted hijacking at the airport. But since I've undertaken the job, I have obligations that I can't just abandon. But didn't she say at the beginning that she wouldn't take the job if she had to ditch her school life, which would be hanging out with her friends? Okay. I'm starting to actually feel some anger towards whoever the culprits are.
I'm sorry, but it seems I still won't be able to make it. I'm actually not in Inaba at the moment, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned that. Oh, then I guess you can't check even if it rains.
Even if it rains?
Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself.
What was that?
It's okay, Nato-kun. I know there are people who'd be in trouble without you. You need to stay there and help them out.
Yes, well...
Help them out, huh? It irritates me to know what I'm going to do is pretty much spy work.
It really is a shame. Give my regards to Senpai and the others, won't you?
Will do. Good luck with the job.
I hang up the phone. Seeing my dear senpai again. I feel that's much more important than a job with an uncertain outcome. and I feel a little sad that I'm gonna miss it. Maybe I should just turn the case down and make a surprise visit tomorrow.
I wonder if any train would make it in time.
But it looks like the case is not about to let me leave. Just after my talk with Chie, I was preparing for bed. The public safety official called me again.
It seems we may be back on for the secret investigation. Mitsuru Kirijo just requested our cooperation. We agreed. A detective by the name of Kurosawa will be heading out tomorrow. We want you to accompany him to the rendezvous point.
When I ask about this Kurosawa, I receive an unanticipated answer. Apparently, he had held Kirijo's activities on his own while he was a constable. Even though his superiors didn't understand what Kirijo was up to, he followed his own instincts and helped her to protect his town. Normally, he would be punished for this, but the situation took a 180-degree turn thanks to the establishment of the shadow operatives. Jeez, the fucking white on white there makes it. Jeez, it's so hard to read this sometimes. His knowledge has been invaluable, and rather than being disciplined, he's been promoted to plainclothes detective.
Kurosawa is willing to leak you whatever info he learns about the Kirijo group through his cooperation with them.
What?
I'm surprised he agreed to that. Hasn't he assisted Kirijo-san and her group in the past?
I'm afraid that's something you'll have to ask him about, although he seems to have his own agenda.
Don't betray the P3 squad! I have faith in you! I confirmed several other details before ending the call. Detective Kurosawa. If he's working with the Kirijo group, it could be something of a problem. But if they have information to leak, that means they must have located the vehicle in question. Still, considering how long it took them to find it, I may be in for a long trip. Where am I going to be sent now? I shrugged to myself. The next day, May 3rd, I meet with Detective Kurosawa. I expected someone who looked shadier, but the man appeared hardworking and honest.
I'm Kurosawa.
I'm Naoto Shiragane. Thank you for your assistance.
I've heard rumors about you, Ace Detective. Let's get going.
More like Ace Defective. We make our greeting brief, and I get into Detective Kurosawa's car. A private investigation in a location that I have no prior knowledge or experience of. This was a depressing job in the first place, and the addition of more and more unknown variables is only making me more displeased with it.
You seem pretty listless.
Oh no, I'm fine. Where are we headed, by the way?
The place where they found the getaway car from the hijacking. A town called Inaba. It's a small place with an odd history. They just had a bizarre serial murder case there last year.
Have you really heard about her?
Inaba.
I can't stop the surprise from showing in my voice.
That's your hometown, right? Isn't that why they're sending you?
I'm at a loss for words, but Detective Kurosawa continues instead of waiting for me to reply.
The request I got from the shadow operatives was to assist in gathering information about those murders. They want me to meet with a supervising detective of that case and ask him for the full story. Not only are they part of public safety, they're an unofficial unit. They can't come to the district police for information.
Why him? Is his case related to the robbery in some way?
Public safety is sharper than you might think. They do basic reviews on all cases to see if shadows were involved. Inaba is on their watch list now. And with that cargo being brought there, they naturally suspect a connection between the cases.
If there's a connection, then it might be related to our case. I begin to have ominous thoughts, and my expression darkens. But Detective Kurosawa doesn't probe into that topic. Perhaps he's the type of person who doesn't judge people based on evidence, but gets a feel for them through conversation and actions. How am I reflected in his eyes? I can't help but wonder. Detective Kurosawa goes inside the Inaba police station while I wait in the car near the junkyard. The familiar sights of Inaba seem strange somehow. The detective in charge of this case must be none other than Dojima. Detective Dojima, of course I'm familiar with him. And not just as a fellow peace officer. Dojima acted as Yu's guardian while he stayed in Inaba. I feel like I'm betraying him as well, and can't stop myself from sighing again. Soon enough, Detective Kurosawa steps out of the station. I thought he was coming back, but halfway to the car, he turns and walks up to the junkyard. I wonder what he's doing. I stick my head out the window and try to track him. there's another car parked behind the pile of junk. That distinctive grille style. That's Kirijo's limousine. I hurriedly pull my head back into the car. That's right, Detective Kurosawa came here to cooperate with Kirijo. But still, to bring me along and park so close to her is... Then again, it's very unnatural to park far away from a rendezvous point. Detective Kurosawa made the right decision. I calmed down and slid into the rear seat, keeping my head low. Still, Kirijo uses that black limousine while undertaking her shadow operation duties as well. That car sticks out like a sore thumb here in Inaba. Heck, it's distinctive anywhere in Japan. Why would someone as clever as Kirijo take that car on a special mission like this? Does she have some profound reasoning behind it? After a while, Detective Kurosawa finally comes back to the car.
Kurosawa-san, may I ask you something? Why are you working with public safety?
What is her profound reason, I wonder?
You're asking that now? I thought that would be your very first question.
After wiping his dry smile from his face, Detective turns to me with an incredibly serious expression.
You can spy on Mitsuru Kirijo and her shadow operatives to your heart's content and never find anything suspicious. But for that to be understood, at some point or another, everything she does has to be investigated to eliminate those doubts.
Ah, so he does have the P3 crews back. Okay, thank you.
In which case, it's better someone like you do the investigating than someone official who will never understand. That's all there is to it.
Naoto cannot understand the most common of Mitsuru actions, flexing how rich she is. So he does have his reasons after all.
Thank you for your cooperation.
I'll leave the rest in your hands.
I exit the vehicle, and Kurosawa takes his car to the highway and speeds out of sight. He has no doubts whatsoever regarding Kirijo's activities. To be honest, I'm inclined to agree with him, but I can't jump to conclusions without any evidence. I use heaps of junk as cover to sneak close to the limousine and watch. Not long after, I see two people exit the vehicle. One of them is Kirijo. However, unlike when I saw her at the airport, she's wearing equipment likely suited for combat. Like her giant fur coat? Would she care about the flex? I mean, she was baffled by it, so she didn't understand it. That's the point. The other person looks strange.
Is that the fabled humanoid weapon?
There was information about a humanoid weapon mixed in with all the data I had about the Kirijo group. When I first saw it, I was confused. But that had to be what was standing in front of me. It seems natural, almost like life, but there's no denying it's an artificial construct. It seems that the rumors of an unorthodox anti-shadow unit were true. Another man comes to join them. He, too, was dressed in outlandish attire. He was shirtless and wore a red cloak like a desert nomad. He's the perfect example of someone who ought to be detained for questioning. Naoto out here just fucking profiling people? Good detective work. I compare his face to a list of pictures of the people involved with the situation. While his taste in clothing has changed, I believe that this man is Akihiko Sanada. I can't imagine what would possess him to go about dressed like that, but I speculate about their actions. What business do they have here in a junkyard? There's nothing here but a pile of broken household electronics and abandoned televisions. Then it hits me. Detective Kurosawa had told Kirijo about last year's incident. And of course, she has prior knowledge of personas and shadows. Then no doubt she's heard of the idea of entering the TV world. After all, it appears many times in the testimony of the killer from last year. Nojima may have disregarded it for being too far-fetched, but Detective Kurosawa must have caught on. I took a closer look. There's a mountain of old television sets. Victims of last year's switch to digital broadcast.
They're not planning to enter a TV from here, are they?
Even as I say that, the mechanical girl has her hand already sticking into a TV screen. That's exactly as I thought. The mere fact that they are testing what they heard so recently cannot bode well. Uncertainty crosses my mind. How has Aigis not detected her? The three of them are clearly preparing to enter the television. Should I blow my cover and warn them about what they're doing? If they enter, they may not be able to leave. But the other world should no longer be dangerous anymore. I heard from Yosuke that he had asked Teddy to leave the exit TV out just in case. If they're Persona users, they should be able to handle the shadows. They shouldn't be in any peril, but... However, Kirijo made a decision faster than I could. I mean, this is the group that literally stopped death, so not really worried. I stand there blankly.
Is the stolen cargo inside the TV?
Should I chase after them? If I turn back here, we may never be able to find the three of them again. And if that happens, the truth about the case will be lost forever. If her property was placed into the TV world, it means that whoever stole it knows the truth about last year's events. If that's the case, then I can't ignore this, no matter what my assigned task is. Plus...
Well, if they're determined to enter the TV despite not knowing the risks, I can hardly allow cowardice to prevent me from following.
I realized that the straw breaking the camel's back is not logic, but my pride, and I smiled to myself. But my mind was made up. I stand up, look around, and then step inside the same television they used. It's been a while since I've felt this falling sensation. But this time, the sensation seems to continue longer than it did when I would enter a TV as part of the investigation team. Before I know it, the falling has ended. I take cover behind a pillar and look around for the three shadow operatives. Did I lose them? We all entered from the same television, so we should have arrived in the same place. I relax a little and take a look around. When I stand up, I notice it, but it's difficult to believe. I take a good hard look. This is a school. And not only that, but...
Yasogami High School? What's going on?
This is the gate to the school I attend. The familiar school building is inside. But there's something unfamiliar out in front. There's a stack of strange monitors. They're all displaying the words, P1 Grand Prix. This looks like the real world, but there's something warped about it. It feels like the world's dangerous again, like it was while we were investigating the incident. But the world has returned to the way it was before. While I'm thinking this, the students come walking out of the building. They gather together, and soon the area is filled with people.
Impossible! How could there be this many people in the TV world?
Suddenly, the students surround me and start cheering. I see an all too familiar burst of static play across the monitors. Nope.
What?
Killjoy Detective? The shock leaves me dumbfounded for a while. Plus, you? Sister Complex Kingpin? Well, it's true that... No, calm down. Rude! Calm down and analyze the situation. This otherworldly program, where real people's foibles are exaggerated to unworldly proportions. The static before the video made it very clear. This broadcast could only be the Midnight Channel. And what was this fighting tournament about? The members of the investigation team are the combatants?
It seemed that Teddy was acting as the host for this.
All of us know that Senpai is coming back to Inaba during Golden Week. Then could this be some kind of way to welcome him back? No. Calling him a Sister Complex Kingpin? That's not a welcome, that's a challenge. Who would publicize a negative nickname like that? Besides, whatever the reason, I can't imagine that someone would seriously want us all to fight each other. What's going on? Does it mean that the rest of them are in the TV as well? Without warning, the sound of microphone feedback pierces my ears.
Hello, boys and girls of Yasogami! Sorry for the wait!
That voice. That's Rise-san.
The students go wild. On the monitors, Teddy appears to be wearing some sort of costume.
I'm proud to announce the commencement of our very own P1 Grand Prix!
It looks like Rice and Teddy are the ones running this. Did they really plan on holding this?
And now the moment you've all been waiting for, the challenger in our first battle.
If that promotional video is correct, then the members of the investigation team are going to show up? Just as I lean forward to see what's going on, a spotlight shines directly into my face, blinding me.
Naoto Shirogane!
What?
The students around me raise their fists to the air and shout. This is a pickle. It seems that I won't be able to chase Kirijo down at this rate. First the plane hijacking, and now another unforeseen interruption.
Come on down now, Chan!
Teddy, what is the meaning of this?
Didn't you watch the intro video? It's a fighting tournament!
I gathered as much, but I was asking why you would do such a thing. Pitting friend against friend in battle is going too far for a joke.
It's not a joke, though. I'm giving this 100%, just like I always do. Now get out there now, Chan. Show me everything you got.
You're not making any sense. Besides, there's...
While I'm speaking, I see the area in front of me twist. I close my eyes at once. When I open them, I see that only certain things around me have been warped by whatever that was. The scene on the monitors, the students around me. I blink and rub my eyes, but I soon realize that my eyes aren't playing tricks on me.
Are these students an illusion someone is creating?
With their skin missing, the students have become dark shapes that only resemble human form. Are these shadows of some sort? Well, I do find it hard to believe that so many people could have wandered into the TV world. Even if this many people did get in here, the town would be in uproar over the mass disappearance of so many students. It makes more sense for them to be shadows, but if that's the case, why did I see them as students? Could it be? Teddy and Rice do have the power to interfere with other people's thoughts to a certain extent. It may be possible for them to be projecting illusions into my mind. But that would prove that the two of them really are the hosts of this show. I decide not to jump to any conclusions for now. Even if the two of them are behind this, why would they hold a tournament and deceive me with illusions? I won't be able to figure anything out until I determine what their objective is. As I'm considering my next course of action, Teddy, or should I say General Teddy, speaks directly to me.
What are you all fidgety for now, Chan? Do you need to powder your nose?
No! Anyway, if this is not a joke, can I assume you won't easily let me go?
Bingo! You have to win the fight if you want to move on. Only the one who makes it to the very end is set free!
That makes it sound like a killing game. This is getting me nowhere. Talking to him isn't helping me figure out what's going on here.
Well then, let's get this started! Bring out the first opponent!
Another spotlight appears across from me. A person steps out of the darkness. It's
been a while, Naoto.
Oh shit.
Senpai? Why are you here?
I promised I'd come back during Golden Week. Don't tell me you forgot.
No. Of course I remembered. It's just, I didn't expect to see you here.
I could say the same thing. I heard you couldn't make it because of your job.
Yes. Actually, I'm here on matters related to my work. It came as a surprise to me as well.
Huh. Looks like you're as uninterested in socializing as always.
Huh? What did he just say?
Everyone says that though they think of you as a friend, they never get the same vibe from you.
That's not true. I just happen to be busy with a case. But really, now's not...
Work, work, work. I guess work's all you care about in the end.
You sounds like a certain incel detective right now. Yeah, pretty rough that this is the first matchup for me.
Even now, I'd say you're more concerned with your work than us. I get it. Hanging out with people outside work is a burden for you. It's like an invasion of your privacy.
Senpai?
He's not the type of person to speak so poorly of others, is he? Is this an illusion too?
Relax. I'll help get you knocked out of the tournament so you can get back to the work you love so much.
He summoned his persona.
What? Are you serious?
Oh damn, this is the first time there's just combat in the cutscene. Senpai attacked me with his persona. That wasn't an illusion, it was real. If he'd hit me, I would have been seriously hurt. But now I know something. He's clearly not in his right mind right now. The leader of the investigation team I know would never, under any circumstances, harm his friends.
What a reunion this is turning into. If I must fight you, I will.
Shadow Labrys has an incredible amount of power if she can deceive the eyes of those who see the truth. Great, I have to learn how to play Naoto while fucking fighting you. Couldn't it have been like an easy opponent?
Finally! Fight!
There! Please!
Easy enough!
Persona! There! I must hit! Persona! I must hit! Assault, man, hit!
Over here!
I must hit! Assault! There! There! Assault! Now is the time! This should be enough rounds!
I'll show you man's potential. Over here!
Assault! There you are! Assault!
Okay. Over here! Persona!
Fuck.
There! Assault! Now is the time! This should be enough rounds!
That seemed really good.
Okay.
A round of applause for both sides.
She does a lot of fast, light attacks, it looks like. My shoulders heave as I gasp for breath. I managed to win, but Senpai was as strong as ever.
Naoto, are you okay?
Yes.
Senpai stands up and offers me his hand as I sit on the ground. Despite the fact that he was hurt worse than I was, the look in his eyes shows that he's seriously worried about me. He's a completely different person than the person I saw before the battle. Yeah, this is the person I know.
Thank goodness.
Huh?
I mean, are you all right too, Senpai? I'm sorry for hurting you, even though the circumstances demanded it.
Oh, everything's fine here. You're back to the usual Naoto, I see.
Sounds a lot less like Adachi now.
The usual?
What's that supposed to mean? I wonder about the use of his word usual, but there are more important matters at hand.
Can you tell me what's going on here?
Senpai tells me about what happened in Inaba while I was gone. I'm at a loss for words. The Midnight Channel started to air again. The video that I saw was the promotional video for something called the Grand Prix. Apparently it's been showing a few times just before I saw it. Yeah, it's shown quite a lot. Wait, that video? It was shown all over town. No, now's not the time to let that sort of thing discourage me. According to you, not only did the Midnight Channel make a comeback, but several of us, Kanji, Teddy, and Rice, have gone missing. Senpai and the others entered the TV at Junes to investigate this. Jesus, she calls, you Senpai more than, Rice does.
I was shocked to see it looking completely different than before.
Indeed. But it seems, at least in part, to be an illusion.
Really?
In fact, the students gathered to watch our battle were not real.
Oh, yeah. They did seem like shadows, but different somehow. I didn't get the sense that they were hostile, though.
I thought that Rise-san and Teddy might have been illusions too, but both have gone missing. And given their persona abilities...
I cut myself off. Senpai shakes his head in response.
It's possible that that really was them, but we should have faith. If our enemy can use illusions, they might be victims as well.
Of course, you immediately going back to the keep faith in your friends, the mantra of the wildcard.
You're right. I can at least have more faith in my friends than that.
I raise my head to look at Senpai, who's watching me. Our eyes meet, and I hurriedly look away.
Speaking of which, why are you here, Naoto?
There's the question. Well, it's only natural. But I'm here on business, not anything personal. I cannot disclose the details of my investigation. Not only are there rules, but if I spoke up, I would end up getting him involved. I have to avoid that at all costs. As I'm deciding what to say...
You know, forget I asked. I'm just happy to see you again.
Feels bad that she feels that she can't get you involved. I mean, that's like specifically what he would want to do. But I guess Yu sees that worries her, so he just says, forget I asked. That's a good detail between the two.
Me too. Oh, I'm sorry.
What's the matter now?
I mean, well, about me being unsociable. Please understand that it's not because my work is more important than my friends.
Huh? I've never thought that about you at all. I don't think any of us have.
Senpai.
Alrighty, time to break up your little chat.
Teddy?
Now John wins! Very impressive beating up the almighty sensei. But now it's time for you to go on. Your next opponent's already waiting!
When his speech is over, the monitor shuts off. Next opponent, huh? I'd rather not continue this charade, but I have to push forward in order to get a hold of the situation.
Well then, we should get going.
Yu nods reassuringly. I feel a sense of relief welling up within me. I can't let my guard down, but knowing that Senpai is with me to help me face whatever lies ahead, I know I have nothing to fear. Or so I think. Senpai is walking next to me when he suddenly stops.
What the? An invisible wall? What is this? And how come you can pass through?
A wall? There's nothing there. I wave my hand through the place where Senpai said he couldn't pass through, but I don't feel anything. But Senpai doesn't look like he's faking it. The monitor turns on again. Teddy's face fills the screen.
Did I forget to tell you? Only the winner can move on to the next fight. No one's getting out of this school until a champion's been crowned. Only the one who fights to the very end and comes out on top can leave.
So neither opponent can leave the area unless they fight each other. You go on ahead, Naoto. I'll try and find a way to catch up.
Very well. Be careful, Senpai.
I will. See you later.
Senpai! I'm hesitant to leave Senpai behind, but it can't be helped. I'd like to try to destroy the wall, but there's nothing I can do if I can't touch it. With Senpai smiling at me, I just had to go on ahead. It looks like no matter how many people I fight, I'll have to progress by myself. Is Naoto officially caught up to Rice on the Senpai counter here? After some time walking, I run smack into something, even though there's nothing there. I didn't understand what was going on at first, but I soon came to realize something. So this is one of those invisible walls Senpai was talking about. It seems that some of them won't allow anyone to pass no matter who wins the fight. It's completely transparent. The only way to know that it's there is to feel its glass-like smoothness. I have no choice but to take a detour. But time after time, these walls keep getting in my way. I'm not choosing my path, I'm being herded. I suppose I'm following some plan laid out by whoever set this up. After I opened the door to the gym, I saw a space cleared away for that. As I expected, General Teddy appears on the monitor.
You're so slow now, Chan. Your second opponent's been waiting for you.
I've said it before, but I don't intend to fight my friends.
Alrighty, let's do this. Bring out the next opponent!
Yo, how's it hanging now, doll?
Kanji-kun?
Well, he certainly looks like Kanji, but it only looks that
I've been
way.
thinking, the way you talk is so lame.
Preach the truth, Kanji!
Huh?
I thought I was ready to face anyone, but this isn't a matter of being in my right mind or not. Is this an illusion? Oh, please let this one be an illusion.
It's like way too uptight and goody-goody. Makes it sound so distant, you dig?
Goody goody.
Is that so?
See, that's what I'm talking about. You could have just said, oh, you think so?
You think so?
Ah, now you're getting it. Now I feel like I'm on your wavelength.
Thanks. Then again, relatability aside, I feel like you were miles away from me to begin with.
Hey, you're doing it again. What's with the Miss Manners act?
I'm sorry. It's a habit of mine.
Or maybe it's that you don't care about getting close to us, huh? You don't feel like you gotta bother getting to know us and stuff?
Of course I don't think. Hell no, man.
You never warm up to anyone because you set your standards so goddamn high.
Oh dear, he's shown his true self.
Is it, you know what? Are you putting on a show of not letting anyone near you because you got no confidence in yourself? Is that it?
Kanji-kun.
They may be false accusations, but some of their statements are hitting home. I can't brush off these words and my heart aches.
Why are you so nervous? Your height? Your body? That girly voice? Let me give you a little lesson in manliness. I hope you're ready for the pain.
This is insanity.
Wait a second. I didn't say any... Ugh.
The game knows Naoto would keep talking for a while, so far every fight involves them just cutting her off before she recaps the entire plot of Persona 4.
Finally! Fight!
Assault! Damn it! Damn it! Assault! Now is the time! This should be enough rounds. Volley! Assault!
Okay,
Please! Assault! Now is the time! This should be enough rounds.
Ready?
The fact that after her combo the person's silenced is kind of nuts.
Persona!
Oh. First step. Jesus! I was gonna say that was almost my first perfect, but that first hit did a quarter of my health.
That's nothing.
First hit!
Not too cool.
Okay.
In the end, the victor was no surprise.
The weirdest part of all this is that you look like you could actually use Naoto. Yeah? I mean, when a character's that broken, it's a little bit easy, right?
Kanji-kun, are you alright?
Of course I am. Your attacks are like little bug bites. I just let my guard down, that's all.
Your attacks are like little bug bites. I am not just spamming auto combo, thank you. I don't know if he's acting tough or trying to be courteous to me, but at least he's back to his usual kanji. The usual kanji. Usual. Wait, didn't you say that too? I was not spamming auto combo. Isn't auto combo just square? Well, at the very least, it seems that the spell is broken once the battle ends. I let out a sigh of relief. Still, for some reason, Kanji has yet to look this way.
Are you really okay? I was told that the others lost contact with you, so how did you come to be here?
And I can assure you I'm not spamming auto combo, if it's just square.
How? Well, it was a change of pace?
You came into the TV for a change of pace? Did something happen? I'm willing to listen if you'd like to talk about it.
Something to talk about. I mean, wait, not that I don't want to talk to you.
Naoto's gonna get nothing out of Kanji, because Kanji's too flustered to talk to, Naoto.
But like, it's not that I do want to talk or that I don't want to. Anyways, there's just sometimes a man wants to go inside a TV by himself.
You caught me, Rintaro.
I'm not sure I follow.
Off my back, will you? I didn't come in here because I like it. Actually, no. That is why I came. Because I like this place.
When Kanji turns around, his face is red, but with anger or something else.
I just don't understand why you're being so loud about it and blushing so fiercely.
I wasn't blushing. Besides, it was all your fault. You're the one that was, well, being all, you know.
Me? What are you talking about?
Kanji's got... what buttons did you input to the super? I'm just randomly mashing buttons. But that's why I'm not auto-comboing. I'm cycling through the buttons. Kanji's got nowhere to run. Yeah, you're right.
You want me to come out and say it? Jeez. Thought you'd gone crazy because of that.
Then it's auto combo. But putting in X0 or X circle and Y. Okay. I guess it doesn't matter
Crazy?
then.
You were the one who was acting oddly, calling me now doll and whatnot.
Now, doll? Why would I call you that?
Wait a second. Acting strangely.
I saw Kanji as mad, and he saw the same as me. He saw me as the same. And yet both of us claimed that we hadn't gone crazy. I get it now. That's why you called me the usual Naoto.
Of course. An illusion.
Huh?
I believe we were both under the illusion that the other had lost their mind. That's why neither of us remembers saying what the other heard.
Illusions, huh?
It must be a scheme to make friends fight each other. But if that's the case...
It's not as simple as the person I have to fight being crazy. You and Kanji both said things that dig deep into my personal problems. If these are illusions, then whoever's creating them has to be someone who knows us.
The ability to interfere with other senses, the prior knowledge of us, putting it all together, it must be.
Must be what?
The Teddy acting as the tournament's host, as well as Rise-san, must be genuine.
Moron, there's no way it's them.
I look up at Kanji in surprise.
Ted and Rise are fakes. Come on. We're not twisted like that. You of all people ought to know.
He doesn't have any proof, but his unshakable trust in me sets me at ease. Even if I told him that Rice and Teddy are both missing, I'm sure his answer wouldn't change.
Who else then?
Oh, you know, there's someone here besides us. I saw her on my way here. Some girl with long hair.
A girl? Did she happen to be wearing a white fur shawl and combat gear beneath it?
Her? What are you talking about? She had on a normal Yaso girl's uniform and her hair was like tied back.
A female student with tied back hair? I don't recall anyone like that.
I thought he might have run into Kirijo, but it doesn't appear to have been the case. Is that girl Kanji's talking about a suspect? I can't tell for sure.
I'll keep it in mind. Well, I should be moving on.
Hold on, I'll come with... Wait, what the hell?
The invisible walls again. Just like last time, I can't touch it myself.
The rules seem to dictate that only the victor can proceed. I'll come for you later.
Don't bother. I'll figure this out myself somehow. That aside, you beat me. You better make sure you're the champion in the end.
I mean, I'm not just hitting square, though. I'm hitting triangle and X multiple times during the fight. And circle when the person's at range, because that throws the persona out.
That's completely irrelevant to the larger objective.
I leave Kanji behind and push on ahead. We're being shown illusions that portray our opponents as having lost their senses. But why is the host of this tournament going to such elaborate lengths? Obviously, it's to get people who know each other to fight, but is that the only goal? Still, I wonder how I appeared to Senpai and Kanji. I'm not that worried about Senpai, but thinking about Kanji's reaction, how he blushed, is burning a hole in my stomach. As I walk down the hall, I come to another likely location for a match. Just as I figured, Teddy appears on a screen.
Your next opponent is a special guest. Got a lady jumping in on the fun. It'll be a big emotional reunion for you now, Chan.
Could it be?
Bring out the next opponent!
Kirijo-san.
Shirogane, why are you here? I thought you were...
This is a problem. I didn't think we'd run into each other so soon.
The purpose of this event is to have the participants fight, and because there's only one path to take, I figured we would run into each other sooner or later. I never imagined that it'd be this early on, though. No, there's something else I need to be concerned with. Like the previous times, the opponents will not be seeing each other correctly. With that in mind, I watch her closely, and as I expected, I see a change in her. Mitsuru's face twists in an expression of contempt, and her composure shatters.
To say I'm surprised to see you here would be an understatement.
I don't reply. There's no point in saying anything after all.
The silent treatment. How ridiculous that you, who lives a lie, would dig up other people's hidden secrets for a living. You seem gentle, but you maintain an aloof distance that keeps people at arm's length. I've thought that since our first meeting. At first, I thought it must be typical of a detective. But that doesn't seem to be the case. You simply lack confidence in yourself.
I have some trouble staying silent.
You hide your true nature, because you know that once you grow close to someone, you'll no longer be able to protect your pride. That's why you won't let anyone in. You use your job as a pretext to keep your distance and never get too attached. And it's from that position that you're trying to discover what others are hiding? How contradictory. Not to mention completely ridiculous and unfair.
I clenched my fist in spite of myself.
Persona.
Kirijo's relentless words, even if it's only an illusion, I begin to feel that if I lose, I'll never be able to be near her again. I cannot lose.
I'd dearly like to answer your charges, but I see no need.
There is no reason to defend myself against the accusations of an illusion.
Finally! Fight!
Kneel before me! Persona! You're finished!
Okay.
I won't hold back! Persona, go! I'm coming! I must hit! Well struck!
Okay.
Now! I must hit!
Okay.
Persona! Ice! Ice! Here I go! I'll show you my... No! Want to get away! Better luck next time!
Dude, the assassin just kicked me out to the side there.
So this is Akihiko.
All right, it's over. Time to leave.
Finally! Fight!
You did indeed.
I'm coming for you! Not bad! Kneel before me! I'm coming for you! I must hit! Persona! One escape! Better luck next time! No way! I'm coming back! Artemisia! Persona! Down!
Okay.
Go! Kneel before me! Freeze!
I'm sorry.
Hit home. In the end, the victor was no.
Finally! Fight!
What is her thinking with this skull bite?
Okay.
Sukuna Hikona! Please! I'm coming for you! One escape! Better luck next time! I'm coming for you! I'm coming for you! I'll fight to the bitter end! Go! I must hit! I must hit! Sorry, but I... Freeze! Not done yet! I must hit! One escape! Better luck next time!
Both sides barely have any
So this is
stamina
Akihiko.
left. Such total reversal! What a miraculous...
Finally! Fight!
That's enough! Kneel before me! Do it right! Go! What?
I think they both need a second hit.
Okay.
Do it! Do it!
One-sided battle. Overall
Please! One escape! Better luck next time!
opponent reading their moves.
Not bad! Persona! Persona! Sniping! How about this?
Okay.
I must hit!
Okay.
I must hit! I must hit! Now you crossed it!
Down to persistence.
Do it right!
Poison is wearing down their stamina.
Persona! Go! This can't be! Go!
Here we go.
What a rare
I want to fight without pressing square a single time. Apparently that's a big deal.
You're stronger than you look. It seems you're a skilled fighter. And a persona user as well, huh?
I'm sorry I didn't master her in 3 goes. I know you guys are both really good.
I'd like to clear something up. Before our battle, I may have said or done some things that seemed disrespectful, but...
Did I avoid pressing square out of spite? I did. Now that I know it's apparently a really big deal to press it.
I understand. We were shown illusions to goad us into fighting each other.
So you already knew. You are a credit to the Shirogane name, then. In that case, well, I'm willing to forget all the things you said about my body.
Wait, what? Her body? What did the illusionary me say?
Though, if you're a persona user, that gives weight to 2 of my theories.
Kirijo looks straight at me.
One is that you were one of those who solved last year's serial murders. The few proud anonymous heroes.
I shrug. And then I brace myself for the other shoe to drop. I know what she's about to say.
The other is that you were one of my enemies. You were an observer at the hijacking, which means a persona user was sent specifically. Yet you hid that from me. Somehow I doubt you were there just to watch over the cargo. If my suspicions aren't off base, then there's something I must say.
In all honesty, I feel like I have no defense for what's going to happen next. I begin trying to find a way to make it through this conversation without ruining whatever goodwill I still may have with her. But Kirijo's next words take me by surprise.
Shirogane, can I ask for your cooperation once again?
I see that, Ice Lurker, but that's fine. I guess if I'm going to play the game, I need to try to appease those people, right?
What?
You know more about this world than I do, and since I lost our match, I will be unable to move on from here.
Wait a moment. I thought you distrusted me.
Even if I did, is continuing to oppose each other the wisest course of action?
I have no words. Kirijo smiles as she watches me. Her proposal comes completely surprised me. My surprise must have been confirmed when what she was thinking about me. She knew that I'm not the type of person who would become her enemy under normal circumstances. That's why she smiled. I'm no match for her. She's on a completely different level than I am. It's not a matter of social rank. She simply has the type of personality that makes people want to follow her. Yeah, but you said I was just pressing square, which I was clearly not doing. Kirijo doesn't wait for me to answer and continues.
As you have guessed, we are here in pursuit of the stolen cargo. Upon investigation, we figured out that it contained the 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labrys. She was a machine, developed as one of a series of test models. They were intended to receive personas in order to combat shadows.
Isn't a persona the manifestation of one's strength of heart? How could a machine be capable of using a persona?
You're right to ask that. Labrys has a mind of her own. We don't know what she looks like, but it's probably very close to human.
She not going to explain Aigis? A humanoid machine. I did see something fitting that description before I came through the TV world. So that was a weapon developed by the Kirijo group. A humanoid robot, one with a heart at that. This is the fruits of Kirijo technology, created from the research of shadows. I cannot help but be surprised. However, if the culprits were specifically after this Labrys weapon, there's a high probability that it's been removed from its case and is mobile. But I can't fathom how that would benefit the thieves. There's one thing I can deduce, though.
Around the time of the robbery, we began to see activity in this world as well. I doubt this is a coincidence. I feel sure that your Labrys is connected to this ridiculous tournament.
I agree.
Before I know what I'm doing, I reach out to shake hands with Kirijo.
I accept your earlier proposal. And I think I'd best hurry.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, your friends must be facing their own troubles. It's possible that they've met Labrys without knowing it, too.
They'll be all right, I'm sure.
The record showed that Labrys had some unknown experimental equipment. We don't know what she's capable of. Don't take her lightly.
Oh, no, that isn't what I meant. She has a heart, yes? Then fighting her isn't our only option. She can be saved. I'm sure the others will reach the same conclusion.
I see.
When I say that, I can see a smile on her face. I can tell she believes in her friends as well.
Oh, yes, I meant to ask. Have you been able to contact your friends?
I shake my head.
No. 2 of them have analysis-capable personas, but both of them have gone missing.
I actually have a few powers in that area myself. Can you tell me what these friends of yours look like?
I give her as detailed descriptions of Rice and Teddy as I can.
A bear costume and a girl. Are they...
Yes. They're the ones acting as hosts for this tournament, but they're not usually like this.
I see. Well, anyway, knowing that will make searching for them easier. Let me see.
Kirijo focuses and closes her eyes. Her power must allow her to see an image as she searches. It may be only a few powers, but it's still quite amazing.
I'm getting a match some ways from here. It's not moving either. Aha! I found her. Can you hear me?
Huh? Who is this?
That voice.
My name is Mitsuru Kirijo. I'm with one of your friends, Shirogane.
Kirijo looks at me and nods. She is communicating to me so that Rice can hear my voice as well.
Rise-san!
Naoto-kun, is it really you?
Well, this is pretty cool. This is like the first time Mitsuru's power gets to be used like this.
Yes, though I could ask the same of you, Rise-san.
I'm so glad. This weird fake Teddy kidnapped me and then everyone was fighting each other and...
So Rice's voice on the PA system was a fake. That being the case, there's no reason to believe that the image of Teddy on the monitors is real either.
It's all right, please calm down. Do you know where you are right now?
It looks like an announcement room, but there are these invisible walls stopping me from leaving. Plus, the fake Teddy is watching me, so I can't use my persona.
I don't know who the fake Teddy is, but it seems that Rice and the real Teddy were kidnapped to deprive us of means of communication. In other words, to keep us fooled while we were in this world. Then again, that explains nothing about whatever objective could be gained by doing this. How does Labrys' existence tie into this? Yeah, I'm struggling to figure out how Rice and Teddy were kidnapped. But I guess we'll get there.
Oh, right. Thanks. Kirijo-san, right? Wait, Kirijo? I know that name. That's not important now. Are you a persona user too?
Yes, but we can discuss that later. I sense a shadow-like presence very close to your position. Are you all right?
The only thing near here is the fake Teddy. Wait, is that what you're talking about?
So it's a shadow.
I was hesitant to make a decision. So can Rice not detect things without her persona out in the open? I recall during her fight against the Shadow Teddy that she was able to do that without her persona even being called out. I believe Fuka could sense things without her persona as well. It's just calling the persona out allows them to do a better job of it. But she can't even sense the fake Teddy as a shadow? Kirijo does not know Teddy. Of course, she wouldn't know his origins. Even if the general was the real Teddy, she would probably think of him as a shadow if she didn't know better. But if the general is merely something else that's taken on his appearance, it leads to a completely different conclusion. That is, it's a shadow from a normal human who doesn't have any tolerance for this world. But if that's the case, then why is the shadow mimicking Teddy? I don't have enough pieces to begin solving the puzzle yet. While I'm in the process of thinking things through, Kirijo speaks up.
Shirogane, you need to hurry on. I'll try to maintain communication as best I can and keep you in the loop.
All right then, I'm off. Stay safe.
I nod back to her and start running. Onward. To the announcement room where Rice is being held. Maybe the illusions bypass the natural ability of the navigators to instinctively detect shadows? Yeah, maybe. But I know for a fact that Rice was able to detect shadows without her persona out before. Same with Fuka. And not Mitsuru's power. Yeah, that's true. But then again, I mean, normal Teddy would also register as a shadow to Mitsuru, though. I think that's what was kind of implied in that conversation. Because Mitsuru doesn't know anything about Teddy, so she would just think he's a big-ass shadow. As I hurry on, led by the invisible walls, I reach a classroom. I'll be forced into another fight here, too, no doubt.
Looks like you're chugging right along! And now, another special guest for you! The gloves may be off putting you up against this one, so I want to see your best moves out there now, Chan! Now,
Akihiko,
bring out the next opponent!
There it is. I see a silhouette framed in the spotlight. It's... well, how could I forget that attire?
You're Akihiko Sanada, as I recall.
Interesting. I've been gone for a while, and here I meet a stranger who knows who I am.
You're a member of Mitsuru Kirijo's organization. Her friend, actually, no?
Oh, I see. So it's really Mitsuru you're interested in, ace detective.
His words caused me to tense up. He just called me Ace Detective. Perhaps that was just a guess from my family name, but he could know that I'm spying on them for the police. I carefully search his eyes for anything that might tell me how much he knows. He looks me over from head to toe, and immediately sneers mockingly.
Jeez, look at you. You have the physique of a 12-year-old.
What?
A detective needs a strong body more than a strong brain. All-night research sessions, long stakeouts. You need stamina for that. But look at those twiggy arms and legs of yours. You've got an overdeveloped chest, but from the looks of it, I'd say it's all fat and no muscle. Seriously.
What?
What is wrong with him? That's the part of my self-image I'm most sensitive about.
Let me teach you the secret to bodybuilding. First thing, protein. Second thing, protein. Third, fourth, and fifth, more protein.
Don't you think that's rather unbalanced?
Sanada flexes his muscles like a bodybuilder.
And finally, you gotta spar. 1, 2, ah!
He said sparring, but that punch was meant to do serious damage. This is absurd. No matter what he says, his fists are definitely real. Shoot, I can't dodge them at all.
Stop it, Akihiko!
Mitsuru?
So, until Mitsuru gets a hold of him, Akihiko's just over here punching the shit out of Naoto. She's like, I can't dodge. Sanada stops suddenly as a familiar voice echoes through the room.
You're under the effects of an illusion. Shirogane has done nothing. Do not attack.
What do you mean? He's the one who attacked me all of a sudden.
I attacked.
Suddenly I remember. That's right, this is all an illusion. I've never met Sanada before, so I didn't know what his usual self is supposed to be. On top of that, I allowed the first thing he said to get under my skin. How stupid of me. I let myself get swept up in the situation and failed to realize what was really happening.
From my perspective, it was you who dealt the first blow. We were both being shown an illusion to make us fight each other.
Shirogane is an excellent detective and a persona user. I told him everything. He's agreed to cooperate with us. He was originally on the scene as a police observer in this case, so we've already met.
I expect Akihiko to be the one that blows the lid on Naoto being a girl, right? Kirijo and I explained to Sanada what has been happening up until now. It's a relief to learn that despite his appearance, he's actually quite a reasonable man, and quick to pick up on things.
That noise-like phenomenon that fogs your senses is already gone. You should be able to communicate normally now.
Oh, are we actually not going to fight him? But we're in the room. We reintroduce ourselves and shake hands.
Looks like I fell for a cheap trick.
I'm sorry for forgetting myself, too. I can't even claim to have been unaware of the deception.
So you're a persona user, huh? Well, since fate already brought us together, want to test your skills before you move on?
Never mind, there it is. Sonata slams his fists together.
Akihiko, you're doing it again. Just cooperate with him.
All right. Come on now, To. Let's go.
Oh, wait, the tournament rules say...
As Sonata walks away, as I figured, he hit the
Are you
wall.
alright? What's the matter? What happened?
I don't know. There's some kind of invisible wall here.
The rules dictate that only the winner of each match can advance. So,
He was flustered mere seconds ago, but now Sonata has taken on a more lively expression.
So we need to have a match, even though we've got nothing against each other. We're fighting after all then, huh? All right then, come at me.
please go easy on me.
I could almost hear Kirijo sigh in exasperation. I love the Mitsuru Akihiko dynamic. Okay, dude, this is Akihiko's world, man. He dreams of this.
Finally.
Going up against a whole bunch of Persona users.
I'm sorry,
It'll actually be kind of interesting to see how the AI does Akihiko, because he doesn't really have a persona.
You're up.
I also noticed all of the Persona 3 characters have the Death 13th, this Death Arcana thing next to them. What does it mean?
I'm not giving.
Do it!
That took out like half my health. Though, when you're on low health, don't you start taking more damage? Start doing more damage.
Okay, please! No! That's enough! Persona! I must hit! I must hit!
There we go. 2 fights without pressing square. Never realized what makes this such a hilarious situation. The death thing is Naoto's mechanic for instant kill. Oh. I thought it had something to do with their whole death story plot.
That was a great bout. You're good.
A bout? What an annoying rule.
Huh? Wait a second. That reminds me. I saw that guy calling himself General walking with a girl. If only one person can move on, that's against the rules.
The fake Teddy and Rice were together all this time. Then could the girl he's talking about be Rice? No.
Do you remember the details of what this girl looked like?
Sonata tells me about the girl he'd seen. What he said matches the description of the unknown girl Kanji talked about. Which means that there's a high probability that the person seen walking with her was not the general, but real Teddy. At the very least, this is evidence against the argument that Teddy is the general. This creates another theory, though. If the general is not really Teddy, then he's someone's shadow. And there's only one person that fits that bill. Well, not person, per se,
If that
but...
girl was Labrys, then, well, is it possible we're dealing with her shadow?
The P3 crew is gonna have no idea what the fuck that means. That's right, Labrys. If she has a heart capable of using a persona, then it stands to reason she could create a shadow. In light of how the events of last year played out, it makes perfect sense. She was kidnapped by someone who threw her into the TV world, creating a reflection of her heart.
None of the data I have shows any connection between Labrys and Yasagami High. On top of which, I don't see how she'd know about you or your friends.
I've been having doubts about that as well, but at least I have a feel for what's going on. What Labrys kidnappers hope to gain from this remains unknown, however. At any rate, it wouldn't be good if the shadow were to run into its owner. Either way, it's best if I head to the announcement room. It's a much more logical restraint the false Teddy, since I know his location, than it would be to have to search for Labrys somewhere in this world. Still, if that really is Teddy with Labrys, why are they traveling together?
Sheesh, what's that Teddy doing? I'm sorry I can't help much, Kirijo-san.
You'll have to forgive me for my meager skills as well. My persona's communication powers are more for operational assistance. A friend of mine from school was much stronger than myself in that respect, but...
There's the Fuka shout-out.
Oh no, it's all that stupid bear's fault anyway. He's a real genius for making people worry.
Man, it's strange running into so many Persona users I've never heard of all at once.
This game summarized.
Gotta say, brings back memories.
For us, too. We were as surprised as you. Not to say that the possibility of other Persona users hadn't crossed our minds, but to actually meet them.
What you said about a friend from school kinda reminds me of us, too. What was school like for you? I'd like to hear about it.
Well, we had to fight death, and our best friend died.
Well, ignoring Akihiko's current appearance, he was a boxing champion in his student days.
Yeah, but he's tougher now than he was then.
Hey, that dig was uncalled for.
After that, I don't know what went through his brain, but he started saying he wanted to search for stronger opponents.
He went on a journey to hone his skills? I thought that only happened in comics and old samurai films.
I thought I had to do it, so I did it. That's all.
Also, we're on a journey to stop people from wanting to bring death. The peaceful moment was shattered by Kirijo's voice.
Wait, what's this I'm sensing? It's like a shadow, but bigger.
Another shadow presence? And it isn't the false Teddy?
Huh? What's going on? That fake Teddy left the announcement room.
We climbed 254 tower. Floor tower. My friends died. Oh my god. The P3 crew had a lot more traumatizing high school journey than B4 group. Only Yosuke has a comparable story. Rice made a report immediately after that. Sonata and I look at each other. It looks like the situation's changing. Sonata nods to me, and after taking a small bow, I run off. With no one watching over her anymore, Rice was able to summon her persona. The job of providing support moved from Kirijo, who not all of us knew, to Rice. Rice contacted the rest of us and let us talk to each other for a moment.
Risa-chan? Oh, thank God you're safe!
Don't worry, the others are here too. We'll rescue you in no time.
Is Yosuke's even comparable? I mean, you know, it's just I'm saying this is the only one that's close.
Wait, why is Naoto here?
I can't help but smile at this as I tell him about the others I had seen so far. It seems we're all safe for now. And now that we can communicate, we've greatly increased our awareness of the situation and our ability to share information. The General must have known that leaving Rice alone would result in this. If he did know, but left her anyway, there must have been something major happening. Either that, or he no longer has any reason to hide. I hurry on while we share what we know. The actual design of this place may differ from the real Yosogami High School, but the general layout appears to be the same. Then if I climb the stairs and turn the corner, the announcement room should be right there. However, Rice calls out a warning before I get there.
Bad news, Naoto-kun! The fake Teddy's back!
I'm too late.
Huh? What the? Is that the real Teddy? Hey, the real Teddy's here too! He's got some girl with him. I don't know her.
The fact that Rice's communication didn't get cut off once the general appeared is somewhat worrisome. Oh, also, why is the real Teddy not looped into this communication, especially if you see him? That's kind of weird. There was the harem dancer, god damn it. But then again, General Teddy doesn't have the time to bother watching Rice. After all, if the real Teddy and Labrys are both right there as well, he's got more important things to be concerned with. This confirms that the General Teddy is a fake. It's only natural then to assume that he is Labrys' shadow in disguise. However, that makes things dangerous. Labrys and her shadow are confronting each other. Rice should know the dangers of this situation, but she doesn't know Labrys. She might not realize what the relationship is between the girl and the shadow. I have to warn her. But before I could speak, it happened.
Wait, what's with that girl?
The static gets worse.
Rise-san? Rise-san!
Why can't I communicate with her when we're so close? There's something happening in the announcement room. I run as fast as I can towards it. As I reach the door, I hear a loud scream from inside. I slam the door open without a second thought, prepared for a fight. But the attack came from an unexpected assailant. Of anyone in that room, I wouldn't have thought it'd be. To be continued. What? Really? Wow, what a cliffhanger, dude. Alright. I mean, the only person in that room that could be the one attacking would be the real Teddy, right? But maybe he's confused? Ugh. I think that could be, of the people listed, the real Teddy would be attacking, but... yeah. Alright. I think that about wraps up the stream for today. We knocked another 3 stories out, like we knocked out 3 in yesterday's stream. Tomorrow, I think we'll do the 4 before Labrys. And then we'll do Labrys to continue the story. But next we will do the last 3 of the investigation team and good old Mitsuru. I think that'll be a good way to go. So yeah, that about wraps up for today. If you're new to the stream, hope you enjoyed. And if you did, subscribe and hit the bell button. As we continue through the entirety of this game, we'll recap the original Persona Arena story, and then we'll lead off with Ultimax soon as well. So be sure to subscribe and hit the bell button so you don't miss out. Drop a like on the video if you could. I'd appreciate it. That boosts it up in the YouTube algorithm, helps make it more noticeable and recommended. Feel free to also join our Discord channel, the link in the description below, to become a Pancake Pal today. The 3 investigation teams should be shorter. Yeah, they were, because if you remember, Kanji's was pretty short. Oh, they're the longest. Awkward. We'll see how it goes. I feel like Chie and Yukiko have a rather short one. That's just my instinct, though, because Kanji's was pretty short, too. But we'll see. We might be able to skip over a couple of those cutscenes as well that we've seen already. But we'll find out. We'll see where tomorrow leads us. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one.